Yi Xian, let's break up. She stood downstairs of the dormitory building, as if waiting for the sensation this sentence would cause. A poor person like you can't afford a sports car or a villa. I wanted to eat at Michelin restaurant, but you said it was too expensive. So you took me to a roadside stall to eat spicy hot pot. Are you worthy of me marrying you? I looked at her quietly, as if I were watching a clown performing. After a moment, I said calmly, okay, I agree to break up. The crowd began to whisper, and someone muttered, isn't this Yi Xian who was with the school beauty Lu Mayer? In order to be with Lu Mayer, he worked 3 or 4 part-time jobs. Many people envied him back then. Now he's breaking up just like that. Lu Mayer seemed shocked after hearing what I said, and then she said proudly, I'm already with Wang Xiao. She raised her chin and said proudly, he gave me LV bags. He would take me to live in a villa, drive a luxury car. Yi Xian, do you know? I have long been disgusted with the nature of a poor guy like you. You are destined to be a loser in this life. A man like you should be prepared to be a bachelor for the rest of your life. No woman will marry you, she added, her face full of sarcasm. I stood there, clenched my fists, and gritted my teeth to endure her insults. The onlookers gasped. This woman was really ruthless. But at this moment, a system prompt suddenly came from my mind. Ding! The host is detected to be disliked by the gold-worshipping girlfriend and will receive a reward from the godly rich system. A cold electronic sound rang in my mind. I was stunned for a moment, then realized, is this the legendary Golden Finger? The system voice sounded again. The host was betrayed by his money-worshipping girlfriend, and he is rewarded with a set of #1 villa, worth 1 billion. The reward is 30 million for a stretched Bugatti Veyron. The initial startup capital is 10 billion renminbi, activating a tenfold consumption rebate model. Hearing this, I couldn't help but curse in my heart. Damn, this operation is really against the will of heaven. Lu Mayer obviously didn't realize my change and continued to say in that contemptuous tone, Yi Xian, this world is very realistic. You can't live a life even if you work hard all your life, but others have it at birth. This is the gap. At this moment, Lu Mayer was still chattering. I looked up and saw the smug look on her face, sneering in my heart. This woman, I found out she was fooling around with someone else a month ago, and today was just a farce directed and acted by her. Yi Xian was looking at Lu Mayer in front of him with a depressed look on his face. This woman had been trying to please him 3 years ago, but now she was full of sarcasm and looked superior. She had just announced their breakup in public, belittling Yi Xian to the point of being worthless. Ding! To provide the host with the best pretending experience, the system has equipped you with a beautiful personal butler. The beautiful butler will arrive at the battlefield within 5 seconds. The system's voice suddenly rang in his ears, and Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Beautiful personal butler? He was about to confirm, but heard the system add, reach the battlefield in 5 seconds? At this moment, a deafening engine sound came from a distance, attracting everyone's attention. A black extended Bugatti Veyron roared into the school gate, followed closely by a BMW X5 escort car. Everyone's eyes widened instantly. The appearance of this top-level supercar was almost synonymous with wealth and status. The car stopped steadily, the door of the Bugatti opened slowly, and a beautiful woman in an OL uniform walked out of the car. Her long, light chestnut hair shone with a faint golden luster in the sun, and her face was breathtakingly beautiful, instantly leaving Lu Mayer far behind. The scene was completely silent. Everyone was stunned, and it seemed that even the name of the child had been thought of. The beauty bowed slightly, her voice gentle but respectful. Master Muyu is late. She turned her eyes to Lu Mayer and smiled slightly. Miss Lu Mayer, according to the family's decision, you have not passed the test, so you cannot become the master's fiancée. Before he finished speaking, Muyu took out the documents and car keys. Master, this is the contract for the #1 villa you just bought, and the key to the 30 million extended version of Bugatti Veyron. Please take a look. This scene made Yi Xian stunned. He didn't expect the system's benefits to be so outrageous that it made him a hidden rich man right from the start. What? The scene exploded instantly, and hundreds of pairs of eyes looked at Yi Xian in shock. This kid is actually a hidden rich man? What the hell? A supercar worth 30 million, and the Emperor Yuan #1 villa. That's a mansion worth 1 billion. Lu Mayer's face turned pale. Her lips trembled slightly. She couldn't accept the fact in front of her. She just despised Yi Xian for being a poor loser, but she didn't expect that he was actually a top rich man. Yi Xian. Lou Mayer suddenly took 2 steps forward, a few tears squeezed out of her eyes. Actually, I have always loved you. What I said just now was just an angry remark. Can we start over? Yi Xian sneered, but before he could speak, a low roar came from the distance. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look and saw a top-of-the-line Lexus nanny car slowly stop. The automatic door opened, and 2 cute kids as cute as porcelain dolls ran down with their short legs. Daddy, I found my daddy! The 2 cute kids cried sweetly and threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms and hugged him tightly. This scene petrified everyone. Yi Xian, as a child, Lu Meier almost lost her balance, and her face turned even paler. She originally thought Yi Xian was just a pauper, but she didn't expect that he was not only a top tycoon, but also had 2 such cute children. At this moment, a special assistant with elegant temperament appeared beside the nanny car. She bowed slightly and said, Mr. Yi, the president has been busy recently, so he asked me to send the 2 ladies here for you to take care of for a few days. The president also said that Xin and Tong Tong are both your biological daughters. If you don't believe it, you can do a paternity test. Yi Xian was confused when he heard this. What the hell? When did I have a child? The system came online in time. Host, when you first traveled to this parallel world 4 years ago, I rewarded you with a peerless beauty to meet, and the result is these 2 ladies. Yi Xian was speechless, but looking at the innocent smiles of Xin and Tong Tong, he suddenly felt a warmth he had never felt before. Daddy, hug me? The 2 little guys threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms, and their soft and tender voices completely melted his heart. Okay, I admit it. Yi Xian gently picked up the 2 little guys. Ding! Detect the host and his daughter's first meeting, and reward the maximum level of appearance. As soon as the system notification sounded, Yi Xian's appearance improved a lot. Even Mu Yu, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but exclaimed, The young master seems to be more handsome. The people around were even more envious and jealous, especially Lu Meier, who wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Master Xin and Tong Tong seemed hungry. Yi Xian looked down and saw that the 2 cute babies' stomachs were indeed making a gurgling sound. He smiled indulgently. Come on, Daddy will take you to a feast. Yi Xian carried the 2 little ones towards the Bugatti Veyron. The roar of the supercar engine sounded again as they drove towards the city's top restaurant, leaving Lu Meier standing there with a face full of regret, like a complete clown. Ding! The host is testing his first time driving a supercar and is awarded God-level driving skills. The system prompt sounded again in his ears, and Yi Xian's hands holding the steering wheel became more steady. Under his control, the supercar was as graceful and free as a dragon. When they arrived at the restaurant, Yi Xian took the 2 little ones to order a top-notch meal and also ordered 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Ding! The host spent 358,000 yuan and received a 10-fold rebate, a reward of 3.58 million yuan. Yi Xian raised a smile. Sure enough, this system is really good. After eating and drinking, Yi Xian brought the 2 little guys to the Diyue No. 1 villa and found that the door was full of maids and housekeepers. Su Muyue, who was in the lead, saluted respectfully. Welcome home, young master. Wow, what a beautiful sister. Xin and Tong Tong clapped their hands excitedly and smiled like 2 flowers. Yi Xian looked at the luxurious villa, then at his 2 lovely daughters, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart that life with the system was really wonderful. However, he did not stop and turned to look at the housekeeper Su Muyue. Bring me all the information about Di Yuan's villas. I want to buy them all. Su Muyue was slightly startled, then smiled excitedly. Okay, master. Yi Xian leaned on the balcony railing, his eyes fixed on the beautiful villa complex not far away, and heard Su Muyue's sweet voice. She was a little shy, directing a group of maids, all of whom were stunning in appearance and had perfect figures, making people unable to take their eyes away. Half an hour later, Su Muyue came to the balcony with a faint blush on her face. Master, you called me? Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the charming and respectful housekeeper with a smile on his face. Well, let me ask you, how much are you and the maids paid? Su Muyue was stunned for a moment, then replied softly. Master, Muyue's annual salary is 5 million, and the maid's annual salary is 1 million. Yi Xian nodded slightly and pondered for a while. Su Muyue mistakenly thought that the young master thought the salary was too high, and hurriedly said, Young master, if you think it's too high, Muyue can reduce the salary to 2 million, and the maids can reduce it to 500,000. Her face turned even redder. and she looked at Yi Xian cautiously, fearing that this handsome young master would fire her. Give me the card number, Yi Xian said simply. Su Miyue hesitated for a moment, took out her bank card and handed it over, feeling uneasy. Master won't just fire me. What should I do? I don't want to leave him. Just then, Su Miyue's cell phone rang, and she received a text message. Dear CCB user, 130 million renminbi has been deposited into your account ending in 3284 today. Please check it. Su Miyue looked at the text message and was stunned. This couldn't be a scam, right? But the text message was clearly sent by the official CCB. Yi Xian looked at her reaction and said calmly, this is the salary for you and the maids for the next 10 years. Spend it sparingly. Su Miyue suddenly came back to her senses, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you, master. Thank you, master. Yi Xian smiled slightly, looking at this considerate and beautiful housekeeper, feeling slightly satisfied. After a little test, this tool is not bad. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 130 million renminbi and gaining a fortune of 1.3 billion renminbi. Yi Xian heard the prompt from the system and raised his lips. Very good, if I keep going like this, it won't be long before I can buy the whole world. Dad, where are we going? In the car, Xin and Tong looked at Yi Xian with anticipation, their little faces full of excitement. Let's go to Century City and buy things. Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator. Really? The two little guys had stars in their eyes and clapped their hands in cheers. Of course. Yi Xian smiled dotingly. The car sped away, and the sweet farewell voices of the maids came from behind. Soon after, they arrived at Century City, the top shopping mall in Jinling. Yi Xian parked the car and walked into the luxury store holding the two little ones. Welcome. When the clerk saw Yi Xian's temperament, he knew that he was a big customer and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him respectfully. Xin immediately fell in love with an exquisite bag on the display cabinet in the store. Dad, this bag is so beautiful. It must look great on mommy. Yi Xian smiled and touched her little head. Do you like it? Then buy it. At this time, a harsh voice came from not far away. Hey, isn't this Yi Xian? Yi Xian looked up and saw that the person coming was Lu Meier's cousin Lu Qianer, and next to her was a middle-aged man who seemed to be her new target. Mr. Zhao, this is my cousin's former boyfriend who never lived up to expectations. Lu Qianer's face was full of sarcasm. The middle-aged man sneered. Boy, do you need a job? I can arrange a position for you, but you have to start from the grassroots. Yi Xian smiled slightly and ignored them. He looked down at Xin and Tong and said softly, Dad will give you the best. Don't pay attention to these boring people. Dad, who are they? Xin pulled on Yi Xian's clothes and asked curiously. Yi Xian said casually, Oh, this is the cousin of Baba's ex-girlfriend and her backer. Puff! Mr. Zhao and Lu Qianer's faces turned pale in an instant. In order to save face, Lu Qianer deliberately walked to the display cabinet, pointed at the exquisite bag, and said coquettishly, Brother Zhao, this bag is so beautiful. I want it. The middle-aged man looked at the price, his face froze for a moment, and he said awkwardly, Qianer, this bag is not suitable for you. Let's look at something else. I'll buy this bag, Yi Xian said coldly. Lu Qianer was stunned and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. You bought it? Are you kidding? Sir, this bag comes in other colors. Do you want to pack them together? No need. I take them all, Yi Xian said lightly. Okay, sir. The waiter smiled professionally. Lu Qianer's eyes widened, and Mr. Zhao's face turned completely black. Then, Yi Xian took Xin and Tong on a shopping spree. Luxury bags, bracelets, clothes, whatever the two little ones liked, Yi Xian paid for it all. Sir, your spending this time is 1.2 million. Would you like to pay by card or cash? Swipe the card. Yi Xian handed over the bank card, and the familiar prompt tone rang in his ears again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1.2 million renminbi and gaining a fortune of 12 million renminbi. The system's voice made Yi Xian in a good mood. He looked down at the two little guys and said lovingly, Are you happy? Happy. Thank you, Daddy. Xin and Tong kissed him on each side. On the other side, Lu Qianer and Mr. Zhao stood there, looking as ugly as if they had eaten a fly. Brother Zhao this? Lu Qianer just opened her mouth when she was slapped away by President Zhao. Break up. You stupid woman almost killed me. Mr. Zhao coldly threw down a stack of money and left without looking back. Lu Qianer stood there blankly, watching Yi Xian leave with the two adorable kids in his arms, her face full of regret. Ding! Detect the host and slap the money-worshipping cousin in the face, and get a reward of 1 billion renminbi. A playful smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. This system is really considerate. Yi Xian had just left the store, and the reward prompt from the system was still echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2.1 million renminbi and gaining a fortune of 21 million renminbi. He was in a good mood and continued to the luxury shoes and clothing area with Xin and Tong Tong. Along the way, the two little ones bought whatever they pointed to. Daddy, this dress is so beautiful. Buy. Daddy, this pair of shoes is so beautiful. Buy. Yi Xian bought dozens of high-end items in one go. His arrogance shocked all the waiters. Even the shop assistants couldn't help but whisper, he's so handsome and dotes on his children so much. He's really a great dad. Ding ling ling. Just then, Xin's phone rang. It was a video call. Mom! Xin called out sweetly, and Tong Tong also came over, and the two little ones waved excitedly at the screen. Dad bought us a lot of things. On the other side of the screen was a beautiful woman in a red dress, Xia Bingning, the mother of the two little ones. She smiled dotingly, but when she saw Yi Xian, her expression froze slightly. Come to Kowloon Villa tonight, and we'll talk. Yvonne nodded. After hanging up the phone, a system prompt suddenly popped up in his mind. Detect that Xia Bingning's favorability towards the host has increased, and reward the sound immersion ability. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, and then he felt better. Half an hour later, Yi Xian brought Xin and Tong Tong to Jilong Villa. The two little guys ran into the house excitedly, shouting, Mom, we're back! Xia Bingning came out of the kitchen wearing a red dress and an apron, holding a hot dish in her hands, a blush on her pretty face. I didn't expect you could cook. Yvonne teased for the two children. Xia Bingning said in a low voice, her eyes somewhat evasive. After the meal, Xia Bingning took out a document and handed it to Yi Xian. This is the marriage agreement. I drafted it. Her face flushed slightly. If there is no problem, sign it. As compensation, I will give you 10 million every month. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Compensation for what? I think these two little guys are the best reward. Xin and Tong Tong came over and hugged Yi Xian's arms, one on each side. Daddy, can you sleep with us tonight? Xia Bingning originally wanted to arrange for Yi Xian to go to the guest room, but facing the two little guys' watery eyes, she sighed helplessly. Okay, let's sleep together. At night, the two little guys were too excited to sleep. They hugged Yi Xian and acted like a spoiled child, staring at Xia Bingning warily. Mom, you can't steal Daddy from us. Xia Bingning held her forehead helplessly, her ears slightly red. She secretly glanced at Yi Xian, with complicated emotions rising in her heart. Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Wife, the atmosphere is good tonight. Shut up. Xia Bingning glared at him, turned around and ignored him. Ding! Detect that the host is protected by two daughters, and reward 1 billion renminbi. Yi Xian couldn't help laughing when he heard the system prompt, while Xia Bingning glared at him, feeling even more flustered. This guy is so abominable. That guy. It's only our first meeting, and it's driving me crazy. I really don't know what it will be like if we get along for a long time. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, but she couldn't help but feel a little curious about him. Seeing this, Yi Xian raised his lips and suddenly said, Let me tell you a story about the ugly duckling. Ugly duckling? The two little guys' eyes lit up instantly, and they looked at Yi Xian with anticipation. Yi Xian opened his mouth slowly, and his immersive sound ability was instantly activated. Once upon a time, a swan egg fell into a duck's nest. It was laughed at and bullied as an ugly duckling. His voice was low and magnetic, making people feel as if they had seen the scene of the ugly duckling being laughed at with their own eyes. Even Xia Bingning was stunned. The world of the ugly duckling seemed to emerge in front of her eyes. Lonely, struggling, not recognized, but eventually breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a white swan. Unconsciously, she was attracted by this simple fairy tale. Wow, Dad, the ugly duckling is so awesome. Xin and Tong Tong were full of admiration, their little faces flushed with excitement. Daddy, your story is so interesting. Let's hear another one. The two little guys acted coquettishly and cutely. Yi Xian coughed lightly and said proudly, Okay, tell me another story of Little Red Riding Hood. As Little Red Riding Hood, Snow White, and the Little Match Girl were told one after another, the two little ones became Yi Xian's loyal fans and fell asleep in his arms. Xia Bingning watched this scene with mixed emotions in her heart. This guy actually had so many skills and was better at taking care of children than she was. I didn't expect that you were so good at telling fairy tales, Xia Bingning said softly. Of course, your man is good in many other ways. Yi Xian smiled shamelessly, causing Xia Bingning to burst out laughing, and her original guard against him was quietly lowered a little. The next morning, the sun shone into the room. Xia Bingning opened her eyes dazedly, only to find that Yi Xian had disappeared. Her heart tightened, and she felt a little uneasy. What's wrong with me? Am I afraid that he will leave? Da-da-da. The sound of cooking coming from downstairs made her feel relieved, and she went downstairs quietly with curiosity. The aroma filled the air. A bowl of noodle soup was placed neatly on the dining table. Yi Xian was busy in the kitchen. Xia Bingning was stunned for a moment, her face full of disbelief. It's actually noodle soup? Wife, you're awake. Come and try your man's cooking. Yi Xian greeted with a smile. Who is your wife? Xia Bingning glared at him, but was attracted by the aroma of the noodle soup. She took a sip and her taste buds were instantly conquered. She couldn't help but sigh. Yi Xian, you are such good cooks. Of course, I'm your man, Yi Xian said proudly, as if it were a matter of course. You, what nonsense are you talking about? Xia Bingning's cheeks flushed, but she didn't put down her chopsticks. She finished the whole bowl unknowingly and even couldn't help asking, can I have another bowl? No problem, wife. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and smiled. You. Xia Bingning blushed to her ears. She was about to retort, but was interrupted by Xin and Tong Tong. Mom, you were trying to steal Daddy from us again, and you called Daddy hubby. Xia Bingning. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into the ground. Okay, let's eat noodles. Yi Xian tried to smooth things over with a smile. Sure enough, the two little guys were distracted by the fragrant noodle soup and instantly turned into noodle-eating maniacs. After breakfast, Yi Xian took the two little guys to the largest market in Jinling. As soon as he entered the door, the system's voice rang. Ding! The host is detected to have entered the antique shop, and the God-level treasure appraisal ability is granted. Yi Xian raised his lips slightly and stared at a white jade bowl. Boss, this bowl is worth 300,000, no more. My friend, you have a good eye. In this case, I won't make more money. The boss gritted his teeth and agreed, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to add. In fact, I want more than just this one. I want all the antiques in your store. You want all of them? The boss was stunned. There were 328 pieces, with a total price of 150 million. But Yi Xian didn't even blink when he swiped the card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 150 million and receiving a wealth rebate of 1.5 billion. The system voice sounded. Yi Xian was in a good mood and walked away with the two little guys. At this time, someone secretly watched him. How dare you approach Xia Bingning? Let me see how you die. Yi Xian smiled slightly and called up the attribute panel in his mind. Max appearance, max ability points. God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, and even sound immersion blessing. The wealth value is as high as 41.8 billion. Squandering a few hundred million is nothing to him. Let's go. Daddy will take you to buy something else. Yi Xian pulled the two kids out of the treasure pavilion, and the boss behind him looked messy. This man just bought all 328 antiques in the store, spent 150 million, and turned around and took the children away without blushing or beating his heart. The world of the rich is really hard to understand. At the same time, in Diyuan No. 1 Villa, housekeeper Su Miwei received an unusual visitor. Hello, Miss Su. I am Chun Chang'a, the head of the Diyuan sales office. The middle-aged man politely handed over a business card, then waved his hand, opened the car door, and revealed a box full of property certificates. These are all the villas in Diyuan that Mr. Yi bought, including Villa No. 8, a total of 45 units, with a total value of 3.8 billion. What? Su Miyue was stunned. Although she knew that her young master was wealthy, buying the entire villa complex in one go. This was too much. In the evening, Yi Xian brought Xin and Tong Tong back to the villa. The kitchen was bustling with activity. The two little ones sat at the dining table, their eyes full of admiration. Daddy is so awesome. The knife is flying. Xin yelled, her saliva almost dripping onto the ground. At this moment, Xiao Bingning pushed the door open and smelled the fragrant aroma of food. Her eyes were immediately attracted by Yi Xian. The man's knife skills were as smooth as flowing water. The petals carved from radish were vivid, and his cooking skills were comparable to those of a five-star chef. This guy, is he really not cheating? Xiao Bingning was secretly shocked. She couldn't help but get closer and stood aside to watch quietly. Wife, don't just stand there like an idiot. Let's eat together. Yi Xian casually brought out the last dish and greeted her with a smile. Who is your wife? Xiao Bingning blushed, but the smell of the food made her forget her reserve. She sat down quietly, picked up her chopsticks, and started to enjoy the food. Wow, this is so delicious. Xiao Bingning was completely conquered and ate 2 bowls without realizing it. As a result, when she stood up, she sprained her foot and fell straight into Yi Xian's arms. Don't move. You sprained your ankle. Yi Xian hugged her slender waist, his eyes gentle, and picked up the ice pack to gently apply it to her ankle. You be careful. Xiao Bingning felt the warm palm. Her face turned red to her ears, and her heartbeat became irregular. If an ankle sprain like this is not treated in time, it will cause problems. Yi Xian said seriously, his hands moving quickly and steadily. Xiao Bingning couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This man, why is he so good at massage? The next morning, the phone rang suddenly, waking up Xiao Bingning, who was sleeping soundly. Hello, Mom. She answered the phone sleepily, but sat up in shock. What did you say? You are at the door of the villa now? Yi Xian, who was standing by, was also woken up by the noise. He was stunned when he heard the noise. My mother-in-law is here? Don't call me that so easily. Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at him and hurriedly got out of bed to change clothes, while Xin and Tong Tong had already jumped up excitedly. Grandma is here. Daddy, hurry up. 5 minutes later, the door opened, and a middle-aged woman with a charming demeanor stood at the door. Yi Xian, this is my mother. Xiao Bingning introduced in a low voice. Yi Xian looked her up and down and said with a smile, Annie, you look so young. I almost thought you were Bingning's sister. Xiao Bingning. Mother Xia smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed. Xiao Yi, you are so sweet. At breakfast time, Yi Xian showed off his cooking skills and cooked a table full of delicious food. The aroma of fried rice filled the air, earning Mother Xia's praises. The 2 little ones ate while proudly showing off. Grandma, Daddy's rice is the best. Mother Xia looked at the busy Yi Xian and had already made up her mind. She liked this future son-in-law. After dinner, Yi Xian suggested taking Xia's mother to the ancient street for a stroll. When they reached the luxury goods area, Yi Xian turned into a wife-loving maniac. This brocade cheongsam suits you well. Wrap it up. This shawl is also good. I want all 6. What clothes do Xin and Tong Tong like? Buy them. In just half an hour, Yi Xian spent 6.8 million without blinking an eye. Yi Xian, this is too expensive, right? Xiao Bingning said a little uneasily. This little money is nothing. Yi Xian smiled calmly. It's my honor to spend money on you. Mother Xia smiled and whispered to Xiao Bingning. Bingning, Xiao Ye is really good. He knows how to make money, spend money, and pamper people. You have to seize the opportunity. Xiao Bingning. Mom, could you please stop talking nonsense? However, what really shocked Xiao's mother was the next scene. At the poetry contest held in Goofing Street, Yi Xian took the stage and amazed the audience with his poem, Song of Everlasting Sorrow. His ability to immerse himself in the world seemed to pull everyone into the prosperous Kaiyuan period, with the stunning beauty of Yang Guifei and the tenderness of Emperor Minghuang of Tang all appearing before their eyes. Bingning Xiaoye actually has such talent. Mother Xia was deeply moved and was completely conquered by Yi Xian. Yi Xian calmly stepped down from the stage, holding Xin and Tong Tong's hands, and chuckled. Dad said he would win the bracelet for you. Dad is so handsome. The 2 little ones looked at them in admiration. Xiao Bingning stood silently by the side with a smile on her lips. This man seemed to make her heart beat faster and faster. It's okay. Xiao Bingning smiled slightly, with a reserved expression, but a complicated heart. This man seemed ordinary, but he refreshed her cognition again and again at critical moments. Especially the Song of Everlasting Sorrow, just now, which was so amazing that it was hard to ignore. Mom is lying. Xin and Tong Tong were unhappy and protested angrily. Dad is obviously awesome. The crowd watching also began to talk. This guy is really something. He's handsome, but he's also very talented. If this was my boyfriend, I'd wake up laughing in my dreams. There was thunderous applause from the audience. One bold girl even shouted, "Handsome boy, stop reciting poems and come home to marry me. My family has a mine." Yi Xian smiled calmly, completely ignoring the passionate gazes of the surrounding girls. He walked off the stage and handed two exquisite brocade boxes to Xin Xin and Tong Tong. "Daddy won these. Do you like them?" "Wow, Daddy is so great." Xin Xin and Tong Tong were so happy that they kissed Yi Xian on one cheek each, leaving two sweet kisses on his face with their little mouths. The people watching around were instantly shocked, especially the girls, whose hearts were broken into pieces. "It's over, he's married. He has two kids. Why does the most perfect man in the world already have a family?" Woohoo! However, Yi Xian looked at Xia Bingning with a hint of pride on his face. "How about it, wife? Your man is awesome, isn't he? Who is your wife?" Xia Bingning blushed, glared at him fiercely, turned around and left, but felt even more uncomfortable under Yi Xian's calm gaze. Zhang Xiaoqian's jealousy and Xia Bingning's anger. After walking around for a while, the group arrived at a Chinese restaurant. While ordering food, Xia Bingning suddenly noticed a familiar figure sitting in a booth not far away. Zhang Xiaotian. This man was one of her suitors, but at this moment his face was gloomy, staring coldly at Yi Xian with a strong hostility in his eyes. "I'm going to the bathroom," Xia Bingning said coldly, then stood up and walked quickly to the restaurant corridor. "Bingning, what a coincidence." Zhang Xiaotian stood up with a dry laugh, trying to appear calm. "Zhang Xiaotian." Xia Bingning was merciless, her voice as cold as ice. "I warn you, Yi Xian is my boyfriend. If you dare to touch a hair on his head, I will make the Zhang family disappear completely from Jinling." Zhang Xiaotian's face changed, and his clenched fists almost punched through the wall. "Bingning you. Is it worth it for him?" he growled angrily. "Whether it's worth it or not is not something you can decide." Xia Bingning scolded mercilessly. "Get lost. Don't challenge my patience." Zhang Xiaotian gritted his teeth, glanced viciously in the direction of Yi Xian, and finally turned away unwillingly. Sweetness in ambiguity, mother-in-law's urging for marriage. "Bingning, what are you doing here?" A familiar voice came from behind. Xia Bingning's heart started to panic. She turned around and saw that it was Yi Xian. His playful face made her heart beat wildly. "Nothing, nothing." She pretended to be calm, turned around, and walked towards the restaurant. Although she pretended to be indifferent, she felt sweet in her heart for some reason. After returning to the dining table, Xia's mother smiled slightly. Looking at this scene, she already had an idea in her mind. "Xiaoye," Xia's mother suddenly said, "you should find a time to get the marriage certificate. Xin Xin and Tong Tong are already so old, it's time for you to take care of them legitimately." Poof! Xia Bingning spat out the tea she had just drunk. She looked at her mother in disbelief. "Mom, what are you talking about? Getting a marriage certificate?" Yi Xian looked at Xia Bingning innocently, but a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Bingning, my dear wife, I think what Mom said makes sense." "Shut up." Xia Bingning's face turned red and she stomped her feet in anger, but she had no way to refute. A little sweetness in contrast. After dinner, Xia's mother tactfully took Xin Xin and Tong Tong back to their room, leaving Xia Bingning and Yi Xian alone. "You've been tired all day. Let me give you a massage," Yi Xian suggested. "Ah, no need." Before Xia Bingning could finish her refusal, she felt a warm, big hand pressing on her shoulder with just the right amount of strength and gentleness, which made her relax instantly. It's quite comfortable." Xia Bingning closed her eyes and her voice softened a bit, but she felt a little dangerous in her heart. Why did this man make her feel so at ease? Detect the host and give his wife a massage. Reward him with a box of physical enhancement liquid and Indian magic oil. The system's voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but complain in a low voice. "System, I know about physical enhancement liquid, but what does the magic oil mean? You gave me a box. Are you asking me to sell it wholesale?" At this moment, Xia Bingning had fallen asleep on the sofa, and her beautiful face looked even more charming under the light. Yi Xian watched quietly, his heart softening. He knew that the woman in front of him was not as cold and heartless as he had initially imagined. Her gentleness and forbearance made him reluctant to disturb her. Morning warmth. The next morning, the sun shone on Yi Xian's face. He slowly woke up, his eyes fell on Xia Bingning who was sleeping beside him, and he couldn't help but whispered, "It's so beautiful." Then he took out a bottle of physical enhancement liquid and drank it all. Instantly, He felt a warm current flowing through his body, and his strength seemed to be reactivated. Just as Yi Xian was immersed in this wonderful feeling, Xia Bingning suddenly woke up, and their eyes met in the air. Yi Xian, what are you doing? Her cheeks were slightly red, but she was hiding the panic in her heart. I was thinking whether I should kiss my wife to wake her up. Yi Xian's lips curled up into a wicked smile, his eyes burning. Oh, who is your wife? Xia Bingning glared at him nervously, but couldn't avoid those deep eyes. If not, then I can continue to chase you. Yi Xian said in a low voice, his eyes firm. No matter what, I will never let you go. This one sentence completely disturbed Xia Bingning's heart. Super God husband, Yi Xian, protecting his wife at the charity gala. At breakfast, the downstairs was filled with the aroma of food. Mother Xia was carefully serving chicken soup to Yi Xian, jokingly saying, Xiao Yi, you must have been exhausted yesterday. Drink some chicken soup to replenish yourself. Young people are full of energy, but you should also be moderate. Mom! Xia Bingning blushed as soon as she heard it, and she wanted to crawl into the ground in shame. Don't talk nonsense. Yi Xian smiled and comforted her, sighing that Xia's mother was indeed experienced. However, Xia Bingning was so guilty that she couldn't even explain herself clearly in her rebuttal, and she was so angry that her teeth were itching. After breakfast, Xia's mother decisively took Xin Xin and Tong Tong to the playground, leaving Yi Xian and Xia Bingning alone. Facing the quiet atmosphere, Xia Bingning coughed and said, If you have nothing to do today, accompany me to a charity party. Charity gala? Yi Xian raised his lips. It's just right, this kind of occasion is suitable for making money. The two of them went out. Yi Xian took out the car keys and pressed the button, and a cool black supercar instantly attracted Xia Bingning's attention. Lamborghini Devil's Son. Xia Bingning's eyes widened. Did you buy it recently? This car is worth over 100 million. Are you crazy? Wife, this is small money for your man. Yi Xian smiled calmly, opened the door and invited. Get in the car, your husband will take you for a ride. Xia Bingning opened her mouth, but didn't refute. She just felt complicated. How rich is this guy? Why can he buy such a high-priced car as easily as buying vegetables? The car started, a beast-like roar echoed, and the supercar sped past. Xia Bingning leaned back in the luxurious seat and couldn't help biting her lip. Yi Xian, next time you buy something so expensive, can you tell me in advance so that I can give you some advice? Okay, my dear wife. Yi Xian nodded with a smile. Looking at the blush on Xia Bingning's cheeks, he couldn't help but smile in his heart. Arriving at the charity party, the two walked into the hall arm in arm. Xia Bingning's action undoubtedly announced her relationship with Yi Xian to everyone. In the hall, a pair of jealous eyes immediately stared at them. Shen Aoxue, Xia Bingning's old classmate, saw Xia Bingning and Yi Xian holding hands and immediately gnashed her teeth with jealousy. This bitch, she is obviously pregnant before marriage, and now she is swaggering around with a gigolo. She walked forward with a sneer. Hey, isn't this President Xia? She has a child and still keeps a gigolo. How unique. Before he finished speaking, a loud slap hit Shen Aoxue's face. What did you say? Xia Bingning was furious. Her eyes were cold. If you say one more word, I will make your Shen family disappear from Jinling. You dare to hit me? Shen Aoxue covered her face and screamed. You dare to say something mean? Xia Bingning's aura was fully revealed, not giving Shen Aoxue any chance to talk back, and she protected Yi Xian with all her might. Yi Xian stood aside, looking at this beautiful husband-protecting wife in front of him with interest, and couldn't help laughing secretly. This girl, she is really charming when she is angry. The auction session of the charity gala has begun. The first auction item was a necklace designed by a famous gem designer, Heart of the Ocean, with a starting price of 10 million. Shen Aoxue immediately pulled Wang Zitian and said coquettishly, Mr. Wang, I want that necklace. Okay, I'll give it to you. Wang Zitian responded, and the bid soared to 20 million. He looked at Xia Bingning with a smug look on his face, as if he was announcing something. However, at this moment, Yi Xian said calmly, 50 million. The hall fell silent in an instant, and everyone was shocked by this sudden offer. What? Shen Aoxue gnashed her teeth. It's that pretty boy again. Wang Zitian's face darkened, and he raised the price with a sneer, 60 million. Yi Xian, you're crazy. Don't bid for such expensive things. Xia Bingning gently pulled Yi Xian's hand and advised him with concern. Yi Xian smiled and scratched her nose. Don't mention 200 million. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I will find a way to get them for you. As he spoke, he raised his sign again. 200 million. The entire venue was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Yi Xian in shock. Even Wang Zetian's face darkened. 200 million? That kid actually has such a big hand. Finally, Wang Zetian gave up. Yi Xian successfully bought the heart of the ocean, handed the bank card to the staff, and put the necklace on Xia Bingning's neck. My dear Bingning, this necklace suits you perfectly. Yi Xian smiled dotingly and gently touched her skin with his fingers. The tingling feeling made Xia Bingning blush. Xia Bingning wanted to say something, but was speechless because of the envious gazes and sweet atmosphere of the people around her. Seeing Xia Bingning's deep affection for Yi Xian, Wang Zetian's eyes were filled with jealousy and anger. He sneered with a gloomy face. Yi Xian, right? You just wait for me. Shen Aoshue also snorted coldly. Xia Bingning, how long can this pretty boy be so proud? Don't regret it when the time comes. Yi Xian glanced at them indifferently, turned around and said softly to Xia Bingning, let's go, wife. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 200 million and receiving a wealth rebate of 2 billion. The system's prompt sounded, and Yi Xian's mouth corners slightly raised. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, he left in a graceful manner with his beautiful wife, leaving behind only his back and a sweet breath that made people's teeth ache. After Yi Xian put on the necklace, the system's voice rang in his ears. Ding! Spend 200 million renminbi and get a reward of 2 billion renminbi. He then opened the attribute panel and saw the wealth values of Perfect Martial Arts Grandmaster and 45.9 billion renminbi. A smug smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. On the other side, Shanaoshua looked at Yi Xian with gritted teeth, her eyes full of jealousy and unwillingness. Why does Xia Bingning, that bitch, get all the good things? I don't accept it. She gritted her teeth and said to Wang Zetian, why not find a chance to kill that pretty boy? Wang Zetian sneered. No rush. This matter must be done cleanly, and no evidence should be left. A conspiracy plan had already emerged in his mind. No matter what, Yi Xian must die. Box assassination plan. During the charity gala, Xia Bingning stood up and said, I'm going to the bathroom. The blush on her face had not yet faded. She thought of Yi Xian's words just now. I'd even buy you stars, and her heart couldn't help but beat faster. Do you want me to accompany you? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and joked. Get out. Xia Bingning glared at him and walked away quickly with a red face. At this time, a waiter walked up to Yi Xian and said, Mr. Yi, someone is looking for you in the backstage box. Yi Xian nodded and followed the other party into the box. As soon as he entered the door, there was a loud noise behind him and the door was locked. Yivwan. Zhang Xiaodian stood up from the booth, and 5 or 6 martial artists surrounded Yi Xian aggressively. Xia Bingning is mine. You'd better stay away from her, otherwise I will make you regret coming to this world forever. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Who do you think you are? Looking for death. A bodyguard shouted angrily and slapped Yi Xian. Pa! Yi Xian just slapped the man lightly with his palm, and he flew 7 or 8 meters away, hitting the wall, and his life or death was unknown. Destroy him! Zhang Xiaodian was furious and waved his hand to order the remaining bodyguards to attack Yi Xian. However, after a few slaps, Yi Xian easily knocked everyone down, and they lay on the ground in all directions. Zhang Xiaodian looked at Yi Xian in horror. You, how can you be so powerful? Yi Xian was too lazy to talk nonsense. He walked up and slapped Zhang Xiaodian in the face, beating him to death. Too weak to withstand a single blow. Ding! For the first kill, you will be rewarded with 10,000 copies of the corpse-destroying artifact, Bone-Eating Powdered. The system's voice sounded. Yi Xian flipped his hand, and several black light balls floated towards the corpses on the ground. In less than 3 seconds, all the corpses turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. He clapped his hands and left the box easily. Billion transfer, shocking the audience. Back at the venue, Xia Bingning had already returned from the bathroom. Seeing Yi Xian approaching, she frowned and asked, Where did you go just now? Oh, it's okay. A guy named Zhang Xiaodian came to me and told me to leave you. Otherwise, I would regret living. Yi Xian said with a smile. Zhang Xiaodian. Xia Bingning's face darkened. This guy actually dared to threaten you. Is he tired of living? At this time, Xia Bingning's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and her expression suddenly changed. Is there a problem with the company's capital chain? After hanging up the phone, she bit her lip and said to Yi Xian, I have to go back to the company to deal with it. I'll accompany you. Yi Xian said directly. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Xia Bingning's company. Special Assistant Xiao Qian hurriedly reported. Boss Xia, half an hour ago, all the partner companies suddenly broke their contracts at the same time, and the company's capital chain is facing a break. Xia Bingning calmly directed. All departments shall continue as usual. The Public Relations Department shall handle the matter urgently. I will handle the funding issue. Looking at Xia Bingning, who was calm and decisive at the moment, Yi Xian couldn't help but take a few more glances at her, sighing that his wife's aura was simply charming. Wait, Yi Xian suddenly spoke, took out his phone, and operated it for a few times. Bingning, if you were short of money, I have some extra money here. Ding dong. Xia Bingning received a notification of the arrival of funds on her mobile phone. Dear CCB user, 1 billion renminbi will be deposited into your account with the last digit 3258 on March 12, 2024. 1 billion. Xia Bingning looked at her phone in shock. Yi Xian, are you crazy? It's just a small thing. Yi Xian rubbed her head lovingly. Take it for emergency. Xiao Qian, who was standing by, was stunned. Mr. Yi transferred 1 billion without any hesitation. This is too outrageous. Xia Bingning looked at Yi Xian, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. Then this 1 billion will be regarded as your investment in the company. According to the proportion, you can own 40% of the shares. Domineering declaration. I am your president's fiancé. Xia Bingning pulled Yi Xian out of the office. You are the boss of the company now. Let me take you to meet the employees. When the employees saw their CEO appear with a handsome man, they all whispered, Is this the new boss? He's so handsome. Yi Xian smiled calmly and directly put his arm around Xia Bingning's slender waist and glanced at everyone. Hello, everyone. My name is Yi Xian, and I'm your CEO's fiancé. What? The employees were shocked. The cold and noble President Xia actually already had a boyfriend. Okay, get back to work. Xia Bingning glared at Yi Xian with a blushing face, then pulled him away quickly, leaving all the employees still savoring the shock that had just occurred. Back in the car, Xia Bingning snorted. Are you so anxious to announce our relationship? Yi Xian spread his hands innocently. I'm just afraid that others will miss you. After all, you are so beautiful. You have some conscience. Xia Bingning blushed, but couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Sweet ripples had already appeared in her heart. In front of the Diyuan villa, Xin and Tong Tong jumped to the door and shouted in a baby voice. Daddy's house is so big. I like it. As soon as Mother Xia got out of the car, she saw a stunningly beautiful maid standing at the door of the villa. She was stunned for a moment, then she started to tease. Xiao Yi, the maids hired by this villa are all so beautiful. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Hello, Madam Xia. Su Miyue bowed slightly, her voice gentle and polite. I am the housekeeper hired by the young master. You can call me Miyue. Butler? Mother Xia turned her eyes and looked at this extremely luxurious villa with a combination of Chinese and Western styles. She couldn't help but sighed. It is indeed a villa worth 10 billion. This layout is indeed impeccable. At this moment, a beast-like roar of an engine came from far away, and the cool Lamborghini Demon Sun stopped accurately in front of the villa. Xin Tong Tong waved her hands excitedly. Daddy and Mommy are back. Mother Xia looked at the supercar, and her eyelids twitched wildly. This car is Lamborghini Devil's Sun? A luxury car worth hundreds of millions. The young master is really too generous. The maids beside him couldn't help but whisper. Even a rich man has to live a good life. Mother Xia shook her head, but she felt somewhat satisfied with her daughter's vision. At least the man she found could afford such a life. After entering the villa, while Xiao's mother was still admiring the layout and design of the mansion, Su Mi brought in two maids with a large box and placed it respectfully in front of Yi Xian. Master, this is the property certificate sent by the Diyuan sales office. Su Miyue said, You bought all the villas in Diyuan, a total of 45 sets, worth 3.8 billion renminbi. Please count them. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire living room fell silent. Xia Bingning's hand trembled as she was drinking tea, and she spat out a mouthful of tea. 3.8 billion? Yi Xian, are you crazy? You actually bought all the villas in Diyuan? Yi Xian looked calm. Nothing, just bought some houses. Whatever. 3.8 billion? Mother Xia's eyes widened, and she felt like she was almost out of breath. Xiao Yi, are you too rich? Mother-in-law, there's nothing I can do. My family is very wealthy, and spending money has become a problem. Yi Xian said with a calm smile. Xia Bingning on the side glared at Yi Xian. Can you please stop saying it like you're showing off your wealth? The incident at the Zhang family villa. On the other side, in the Zhang family villa in Jinling, Zhang Jinlai slammed the table angrily. Xiao Dian is missing? What are you doing? He is the only son of my Zhang family. Poison Shadow said respectfully. Master, according to the intelligence, the young master was last seen at the charity party. The other party was able to wipe out the young master quietly, so his strength is probably not inferior to mine. Zhang Jinlai's face darkened. Immediately blocked the venue of the charity party. We must find the murderer even if we have to dig deep into the ground. No matter who it is, I, Zhang Jinlai, will make him turn his bones into ashes. Yes. Doing took the order and left. However, the two did not know that the Zhang Xiaodian they were talking about had already turned to ashes. Sweet moments in the villa. At night, Xia Bingning had just finished her shower and walked out of the bathroom, with a hint of redness on her face. Seeing her, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile. Bingning, my wife, come to your husband's arms. You. Xia Bingning glared at him coquettishly, but did not struggle, and was pulled into Yi Xian's arms. Yi Xian, thank you today. Xia Bingning said softly, touching the heart of the ocean on her neck, her eyes full of tenderness. What are you thanking me for? Yi Xian rubbed her face lovingly. If your husband doesn't spend money on you, who will he spend it on? Hearing this, Xia Bingning suddenly looked up and said nervously and seriously, Yi Xian, tomorrow. Let's go get the certificate. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then the corners of his mouth curved up. Okay, wife. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Xia Bingning's eyes widened, and her face instantly turned red to her neck. After a moment, their lips parted, and Yi Xian smiled and said, We are hugging each other, so it's normal to kiss passionately, right? You big-headed ghost. Xia Bingning stamped her feet in shame, but felt a sweetness in her heart. The next day, an unexpected encounter before getting a license. The next day, Yi Xian drove Xia Bingning to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xia Bingning whispered nervously, I am a little nervous. Yi Xian gently held her hand. Don't panic, it's just a piece of paper. Besides, our two daughters are already this big. Just as the two were about to register, the clerk at the Civil Affairs Bureau looked up and shouted in surprise. Cousin, why is it you? Yi Xian was stunned. Then his face was full of helplessness. Cousin, why are you here? This time, the plan to get the marriage certificate in a low-key manner was completely ruined. Jinling Civil Affairs Bureau. Cousin. Yi Xian was embarrassed when he saw that the registrar was actually his cousin Lin Zian. Oh, you brought your girlfriend here to get the marriage certificate so soon? That's pretty cool. Does your aunt know? Lin Zian glanced at Xia Bingning standing next to her. She was so beautiful that it was breathtaking. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. After a series of fierce operations, the documents were stamped and the formalities were completed in seconds. Before leaving, Lin Zian did not forget to joke. Xiao Xian, wait for my share of the money. A few minutes later, outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Yi Xian looked at the red book in his hand, his heart full of mixed feelings, turned his head and smiled. Bingning, my wife, come and give your husband a kiss. You. Xia Bingning's ears blushed, but she still leaned over and pecked him on the cheek, then ran into the office building. Okay, I'm going to work first. Yi Xian watched her back and was about to leave when his brows suddenly frowned. Several black cars were following him closely. The host is about to be assassinated, and I will give you the god-killing Needle X99. The system's voice suddenly sounded, and Yi Xian raised his mouth. Interesting, it's a good opportunity to try my hand on these people. At the end of the mountain road, a black convoy stopped. Dozens of assassins with weapons surrounded Yi Xian, and the woman in the lead slowly walked down the car door. It was Shen Aoshue. Yi Xian, you are so handsome that people are jealous, but today, I am going to turn you into a waste. Shen Aoshue smiled sinisterly. Brothers, go ahead. Hold your breath. The rest is up to you. Yi Xian stood in front of the car, looking indifferent. These trash dare to provoke me? As soon as he finished speaking, several hair-thin, golden needles suddenly appeared in his hand. He waved his hand casually, and there was only a hissing sound in the air, followed by a shrill scream. More than a dozen killers fell to the ground before they even had time to approach, and their bodies turned into ashes in an instant. What? Shen Aoshue fell to her knees in fear. You can't kill me. I'm the daughter of the Shen family in Jinling. I can do anything for you. Yi Xian sneered, flicked his finger, and the last god-killing needle pierced her forehead. She didn't even have time to scream before she turned into ashes and disappeared. How dare you plot against me? Yi Xian shook his hands. What a waste of time. Duan Villa. Daddy. Xin and Tong Tong threw themselves into Yi Xian's arms excitedly. Where's Daddy? I miss you so much. Yi Xian rubbed their hair lovingly and was about to spend some time with the two little ones when his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello, Mom. As soon as she picked up the phone, she heard Ye's mother's roar from the other side. You bastard! How dare you get married without telling us? And you married a wife with 2 children. Are you crazy? Yi Xian laughed out loud, his tone relaxed. Mom, these 2 children are your granddaughters. Besides, my daughter-in-law is incredibly beautiful. I guarantee you will like her. When Ye's mother opened the video and saw her 2 sweet and lovely granddaughters, she was immediately delighted. This girl is so adorable. You little bastard, bring your wife and granddaughter home tomorrow. If you dare not come, I will show you how I will deal with you. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian just breathed a sigh of relief when he received another emergency notice. Xia Bingning was kidnapped by the Zhang family. Zhang Jinlai, you really dare to touch my wife? Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered and started the engine. It seems that it's time to let Jinling know who is the real king. Ding dong. A text message broke the tranquility of the villa. I don't want Xia Bingning to die, so I came to the abandoned factory in the suburbs alone. The text message was accompanied by a photo. Xia Bingning was knocked unconscious with a dazed look in her eyes. Snap. The teacup in Yi Xian's hand shattered. His eyes were cold. You're looking for death. With a step on the accelerator, the supercar Devil's Son sped away instantly, full of murderous intent. The one of the divine guards following behind also held his breath. His master had never been so angry before. Abandoned factory in suburbia. Squeak. Yi Xian stopped running and glanced coldly at the hundreds of people in front of him. The leader was Zhang Jinlai, and next to him stood the strongest master of the Zhang family, Du Ying, with a grim smile on his face. What was even worse was that Xia Bingning was knocked unconscious not far away and was in an extremely abnormal state. Yi Xian, right? Zhang Jinlai sneered, his anger bursting out. Today I want you to be buried with my son. Du Ying took over the conversation and looked at Yi Xian mockingly. Boy, today you will just watch how your woman is toyed with. Before he finished speaking, blood splattered. Hundreds of Zhang family masters fell to the ground, and all of them were killed instantly, including Du Ying. Only Zhang Jinlai, who was shocked, was left standing there. His voice began to tremble. You are a martial arts master? The god-destroying needle mercilessly pierced Zhang Jinlai's heart. Severe pain spread instantly. His internal organs began to rot, and his body became limp like mud. Ah! The shrill screams echoed throughout the factory. Zhang Jinlai fell down with his eyes wide open and a grim face. He eventually turned into a pile of ashes and drifted away with the wind. Yi Xian sneered and picked up Xia Bingning, his eyes full of pity. If you dare to touch my wife, the entire Zhang family should be destroyed. Emperor Yuan Villa. Ding! Detect the host and save his wife Xia Bingning, and you will be rewarded with 100% of the shares of Zhang Group. Listening to the system prompt, Yi Xian had mixed feelings, but he was more concerned about the chill in Xia Bingning's body. During the detoxification process, the chill in his dantian was accidentally triggered, and his realm directly broke through to the Grandmaster of Martial Arts. In the morning, Xia Bingning woke up, opened her eyes, and saw Yi Xian. Her face immediately turned red like the glow of the sky. Yesterday, thank you. Yi Xian gently embraced her. There's one more thing today, to meet my parents. What? Xia Bingning's eyes widened, and she panicked. This is too sudden. I'm not even prepared. You've got the certificate, so it's normal to meet your parents. Yi Xian rubbed her head and smiled dotingly. Jiangqing Guishu Village. As soon as the supercar drove into the village entrance, the dogs in the village suddenly became excited and barked one after another. Black Dragon rushed to Yi Xian first, wagging its tail and circling around him, followed by dozens of dogs. The momentum was spectacular. Even dogs know you? Xia Bingning was stunned. Hey, this is my Black Dragon, the leader of the dog pack. Yi Xian joked, touching the Black Dragon's head. The old men at the entrance of the village gathered around, and when they saw Yi Xian getting off the car and Xia Bingning beside him, they immediately couldn't stop smiling. The boy from the Yi family is awesome. Not only did he bring back a wife, but he also brought back 2 granddaughters. The village chief laughed and exclaimed, then gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. Xia Bingning lowered her head shyly, but the two little ones held the village chief's hands and called out sweetly, "Hello, Grandpa!" Everyone in the village was delighted, and Guishu village was in an uproar. The breeze blew on my face, and the exquisite bamboo house exuded a warm glow. The Rolls-Royce luxury car parked in front of the yard looked particularly abrupt. Ye's mother shouted into the house with joy on her face. "Old Yi, our son is back!" Xin Xin and Tong Tong, two cute little ones who just jumped out of the car, were immediately attracted by the bamboo house. Her little face was full of surprise. Grandpa and Grandma's house is so beautiful. Xia Bingning looked at this harmonious scene, and her heart moved slightly. The bamboo house in front of her was not only warm, but also full of unique style. It was exactly the same as the pastoral dream she had imagined in her heart. After a while, Ye's mother came out from the house. Seeing these two sweet and lovely granddaughters, she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. She picked them up directly. "Hello, Grandpa and Grandma." The two little ones called sweetly, and Ye's mother was instantly melted by them. She praised them repeatedly. "Oh, they are really my little darlings." Father Yi was attracted by the car. He looked at the Rolls-Royce in front of the yard and opened his mouth wide. "Is this car yours?" Hearing Father Ye's question, Yi Xian waved his hand casually and said with a smile, "It's nothing, Dad." Xia Bingning beside him smiled softly and explained a few words. After hearing this, Ye's father and mother were full of pride. "This brat has made it." Roast suckling pig at Xiangpiao Bamboo House. As they were talking, Xin Xin and Tong Tong's stomachs started growling. They stared at Yi Xian pitifully. "Dad, we're hungry." Yi Xian rubbed their little heads lovingly and said with a smile, "Okay, Dad will make you roast suckling pig today." After that, Yi Xian picked up the suckling pig and performed a series of actions smoothly, cutting the pig, removing the internal organs, and adding seasonings. His knife skills were so exquisite that Ye's mother nodded repeatedly in amazement. "When did this brat learn this?" Ye's mother muttered. When the suckling pig was roasted until golden brown, the aroma was so fragrant that not only did the two little guys drool, but even the black dragon was so greedy that he kept circling around the grill. Yi Xian smiled slightly, cut the roasted suckling pig into small pieces, and handed them to Xin Xin and Tong Tong. "Come eat." The two little guys cheered and kissed Yi Xian on the cheeks. "Daddy is the best." Xia Bingning took the barbecue handed over by Yi Xian, her cheeks slightly flushed. This guy actually called her wife in front of his parents. Sweet time in the countryside. After dinner, Ye's father and mother played with their granddaughters, and Yi Xian took Xia Bingning for a stroll on the village path. Xia Bingning smelled the rich, sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance in the air and felt that everything was so beautiful, as if it was a dream. Just as she was immersed in it, Yi Xian suddenly held her hand. Her face became hot, and she whispered, "What are you doing?" Yi Xian raised his mouth and said, "Holding my wife's hand is only natural." Not far from them, Xin Xin and Tong Tong were chasing and playing by the river, with laughter coming one after another. And Heilong was like a dedicated bodyguard, guarding the two little guys closely. Just at this moment, a rustling sound was heard in the woods, and a giant python swam out, locking its eyes on the two little guys. "Donji!" Xia Bingning screamed and hugged the two children tightly. The black dragon roared, leaped up suddenly, and slapped down with one claw, crushing the giant python into a pulp. Xia Bingning stared at the scene in front of her in amazement. "Black Dragon, is this powerful?" Yi Xian looked at Black Dragon's arrogant appearance and smiled softly. "Well, our Black Dragon is not an ordinary dog." Tenderness under a hot kiss. After returning to the village, Yi Xian and his family rested in front of the bamboo house. Suddenly, he hugged Xia Bingning, looked at her dazed look, and said softly, "Bingning, am I lucky to marry such a beautiful wife like you?" Xia Bingning was about to scold him, but Yi Xian blocked her mouth and kissed her hard. In the distance, Xin Xin and Tong Tong covered their eyes and giggled. "Daddy and Mommy kiss each other." Xia Bingning blushed and glared at Yi Xian with gritted teeth. "You are too bold." However, her heart was already filled with tenderness, and she secretly felt that perhaps this was the life she longed for, simple but extremely happy. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. The beauty in his arms was still sleeping, with a hint of the afterglow of last night on her face. The golden morning sun shone through the curtains on Xia Bingning's delicate face, making her look like someone in a painting that made people reluctant to look away. Detect the host and kill the Shin family, and give him a mysterious treasure chest. The system prompt sound interrupted Yi Xian's thoughts. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and his heart was happy. Open the treasure box. The system's mechanical voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 billion renminbi. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Kato Finger Persistent Experience. Kato Finger? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then his mouth twitched. Was the emotion system giving him some kind of black technology this time? Before Yi Xian could ponder the wonderful uses of his new ability, Xia Bingning in his arms moved slightly. After her thin eyelids trembled twice, she slowly opened her eyes and bumped into Yi Xian's face with a smirk. What are you thinking about? Xia Bingning looked suspicious. Looking at someone's ulterior motive smile, her heart inexplicably tightened. What can I think? Yi Xian looked innocent, raised his hand and pinched her soft little face. I was just thinking, my wife Bingning is so cute. How could I become more and more addicted to her the more I look at her? Shame on you. Xia Bingning blushed and gently slapped his hand away. Last night, we were busy till what hour? And you're still restless. Last night, Yi Xian smiled evilly and whispered in her ear. That was just a warm-up. Next time I'll use some new skills, and I guarantee you will. Shut up. Xia Bingning covered his mouth with her hands in shame. Her ears were already red. This guy is simply a hooligan with no bottom line. Yi Xian took advantage of the situation and grabbed her hand. His eyes became gentle. Bingning, you were exhausted last night. Take a good rest today. Xia Bingning's heart trembled, and she turned away and said, Oomph, who wants you to care? But a shy smile quietly crept up the corner of her mouth. Ding dong. The phone vibrated, breaking the romantic atmosphere between the two. Yi Xian picked up the phone and saw a message from his cousin Shinsweki. Cousin Yi Xian, what did you do last night? Cute.jpg. Yi Xian raised a wicked smile and replied with a message, even attaching a photo of Xia Bingning sleeping. A few seconds later, Shinsweki exploded. Oh my god! Cousin, you actually have a girlfriend, and she's such a beautiful sister. At the same time, Shinsweki's roommates gathered around her. Seeing the stunningly beautiful Xia Bingning in the photo, everyone collectively fell into confidence-destroying mode. Sweki, your cousin is a god, right? With such a handsome face and a wife like that, he still wants to live. When Yi Xian turned off his phone, Xia Bingning in his arms was already staring at him in confusion. What are you doing? Yi Xian looked at her seriously. What can I do? I'm telling others that the best luck in my life is marrying you. Xia Bingning looked away shyly, but her heart was as warm as the spring sunshine. You, she muttered softly, but quietly leaned her head on his shoulder. At this moment, Xia Bingning had only one thought in her mind. I probably won't be able to escape from this bad guy in this life. Yi Xian woke up early in the morning, and when he came to the living room, he found that the dining table was already filled with a sumptuous breakfast, with a dazzling array of dishes and a fragrant aroma. Mom, this table full of dishes. You didn't start preparing so early in the morning, did you? Yi Xian said helplessly, and couldn't help but be amazed at the table full of dishes. Shut up. I prepared this for my daughter-in-law. What? Do you have any objections? Mother Yi glared at him, then turned to Xia Bingning and said gently, Bingning, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made something casually. Come and try it to see if it suits your taste. Thank you, Mom. Xia Bingning responded sweetly, her heart filled with emotion. She didn't expect that Ye's mother would be so kind to her, and she felt like she had instantly become a member of this family. Yi Xian curled his lips and thought to himself, is this what you call casual? When you and your dad were little, you didn't even bother to eat pickles with porridge. Just then, Ye's mother's cell phone rang. She picked up the phone and nodded from time to time. Okay, Dad, I got it. We will definitely be there for the family dinner at noon. After hanging up the phone, Ye's mother looked at Xia Bingning and said with some expectation, Bingning, there is your grandfather's family dinner at noon. Let's go together and let your grandfather and other relatives get to know you. This. Xia Bingning suddenly felt a little nervous. She hadn't yet recovered from meeting Yi Xian's parents for the first time, and now she was going to meet more relatives? There's nothing to be nervous about, Ye's mother comforted her. Grandpa is very kind, and his family is very nice, and you're so outstanding, they must like you. Xia Bingning blushed and nodded. Okay. At noon, Jiangqing Kunping Hotel. As the top place in Jiangqing, Kunping Hotel welcomes banquets from major wealthy families every month. In order to enhance family relationships, Yi Xian's grandfather Tang Rongan organizes a family banquet every month, and this time, Xia Bingning became the focus of the whole audience. Yi Xian held Xia Bingning's hand and pushed open the door of the box. A kind old man came into view. Grandpa! Yi Xian strode over. Oh, Xiaoxian, you're back! Tang Rongan's eyes lit up with joy, and he quickly stood up to greet his grandson. Grandpa, this is my wife, Xia Bingning. Yi Xian introduced with a smile and pulled Xia Bingning to his side. Hello, Grandpa. Xia Bingning bowed slightly, her voice as moving as a clear spring. Tang Rongan was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Good, good. She is pretty and generous, and you can tell at first glance that she is a sensible and good child. He saw Xia Bingning's outstanding temperament at a glance, and was very satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law. At this moment, two little baby voices rang out in unison. Hello, Grandpa Foreigner. Tang Rongan looked down and saw two delicate little girls looking up at him. His eyes lit up immediately. Oh, they are really my great-granddaughters. So beautiful. Ha, Grandpa. Mother Yi joked with a smile. We have to thank Xiaoxian for his glorious performance 4 years ago. If it weren't for him 4 years ago, there wouldn't be a great-granddaughter today. After hearing this, Tang Rongan was filled with emotion. Bingning, you have worked hard for the past 4 years. This kid has the demeanor of me when I was young. But no matter what, if he dares to let you down in the future, just tell Grandpa and Grandpa will teach him a lesson for you. Xia Bingning smiled gently. Thank you, Grandpa. Yi Xian is very good to me. The family was chatting happily when the door of the box opened again. Second Aunt Tang Xiaoqian and her husband Chen Bingda walked in, followed by cousin Chen Xiaoyang. Oh, Xiaoxian, you are really becoming more and more promising. Your sister-in-law is so beautiful, and you didn't even give her a heads up before getting married. Cousin Chen Xiaoyang laughed and punched Yi Xian. Cousin, my sister-in-law is very beautiful, right? Yi Xian asked with a proud smile. She is very pretty. Chen Xiaoyang deliberately raised his voice. But my niece said that my sister-in-law is a beautiful sister. Xiaoxian, are you an old cow eating young grass? Xia Bingning almost couldn't hold back her laughter, and her body shook with laughter. Yi Xian covered his forehead helplessly. Chen Xiaoxiao, if you keep yelling, Uncle won't give you any New Year's money. It's okay. Xia Bingning tried to hold back her laughter. I think it sounds nice to call you Xiaoxiao. Wife, you can't cheat me like this. Yi Xian begged for mercy in a low voice, making everyone laugh. Just when the atmosphere was getting lively, Chen Bingda's cell phone rang. After he answered the call, his face suddenly darkened. Dad, what's wrong? Chen Xiaoyang asked hurriedly. Those debt collectors are here again. Chen Bingda sighed and said helplessly. It turned out that Chen Bingda's company's capital chain was broken and owed a large amount of foreign debt. Now the entire building materials industry is in a downturn, and he is really helpless. Second uncle, how much money are you short of? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The opportunity had come. The difference is about 20 million. Chen Bingda lowered his head in embarrassment. Only 20 million? Yi Xian took out his cell phone and operated it quickly. A few seconds later, Chen Bingda's cell phone rang. Dear China Construction Bank user, your account number ending in 3568 has received 30 million renminbi. What? Chen Bingda was dumbfounded. Chen Xiaoyang was also shocked. Cousin, where did you get so much money? Second uncle, take it for emergency use. Just consider it as a small token of my appreciation from the younger generation. Yi Xian said with a smile. No, this is too much money. Chen Bingda waved his hands repeatedly. Just keep it. Ye's mother interrupted him. This brat is a rich man now. He can even afford a Rolls-Royce. What's a mere 20 million? Then I won't be polite. Chen Bingda was full of emotion. Xiaoxian, you are really promising. After leaving the box, Yi Xian applied for a supreme black gold card of Kunping Group and got acquainted with Qin Tianao, the head of the hotel, an abandoned child of the Qin family in Jinling. After a conversation between the two, Qin Tianao was shocked and not only offered the supreme card, but also wanted to make friends with Yi Xian. Yi Xian waved his hand to recharge 500 million, feeling quite happy. The system's voice did not disappoint him. Ding! The host spent 500 million renminbi and gained 5 billion renminbi. When leaving, Yi Xian raised his lips slightly. This Kunping Hotel may be the starting point of my business territory. At this time, news suddenly came from Jinling Xin Group. The group was acquired. The cold beauty Mu Hanxue took the mission and attacked strongly. The embryonic form of a business empire was quietly rising. The system prompt sounded beside his ear, and Yi Xian raised his lips. He opened the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Grandmaster of Martial Arts. Age, 23. Appearance, Max beats all the male gods in the server. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal. The skill list is long enough to circle the earth 3 times. Items, Emperor Yuan number 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version Bugatti Veyron X1. 10 times consumption rebate, permanent. Wealth, 68.3 billion renminbi. Yi Xian stared at the panel, feeling a little emotional in his heart. Oh, it would be great if I could own a business empire, like Kunping Group. Suddenly, the system voice exploded. Host business ambitions detected, gifting the high-looking president Mu Hanxue and 100% of the shares of Shin Group. A handsome CEO? A business empire smashed right in his face? Yi Xian couldn't help but look up and exclaimed, "System, well done." At the same time, a red Ferrari braked to a stop in front of the Jinling Shin Group. A tall and beautiful woman got out of the car and stared sharply at the group building. The first task young Master Yi gave me was to merge the Shun and Zhang companies and form the Dylan Group. Mu Hanxue took a deep breath and stepped into the building in high heels. Half an hour later, the Shun Group was in an uproar. What? The group was acquired? When did it happen? How come we didn't notice it? Are we dreaming? In the villa of Wang Zitian, the mortal enemy of the Shin family, this news exploded like thunder. Shin Group was acquired? Shin Zirong lost contact. Wang Zitian jumped up from the sofa in an instant. His face changed drastically. How is this possible? I'm the Oriole, but I became a cicada. Wang Zitian almost couldn't breathe. He waved his hands violently, and the priceless Yuan dynasty porcelain was smashed to pieces. Who was behind this? The figures of the 4 major families in Jinling appeared in his mind, and his spine felt cold. 2 days later, in the VIP lounge of Jiangqing Airport. Daddy, why does it take you so long to go to the toilet? The 2 cute babies tilted their little heads, looking curious. Let's solve a small problem, by the way. Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth, looked at a corner in the dark, and said lightly, "You have followed me for so long. Come out." The air was turbulent, and a middle-aged man appeared quietly, looking at Yi Xian with complicated eyes. "I didn't expect you to find me. It seems you have some skills." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved like lightning and attacked suddenly. However, the next second, before his attack could reach Yi Xian, he was suddenly blown away by a swift palm wind. "If you dare to attack young Master Yi, you are seeking death." A stern man in black stood in front of Yi Xian with a cold tone. "Forget it, he's just testing me." Yi Xian waved his hand, his expression indifferent. "Let him go." "Yes, Mr. Yi." The man in black retreated respectfully. The middle-aged man fell to the ground, covered his chest, and spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart was shocked. This kid is actually protected by a quasi-grandmaster level expert. It seems that his identity is far more than what it seems. In the VIP room not far away, Yi Xian just opened the door and saw 2 cute babies rushing over. "Daddy, you're back." Xia Bingning glanced at Yi Xian in dissatisfaction and said sourly, "It takes so long to go to the toilet." Yi Xian shrugged innocently. "Who made your man so gifted and have such a strong storage capacity?" "You." Xia Bingning blushed instantly, lowered her head, and looked somewhere, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Shameless. The 2 cute babies tilted their heads and asked curiously, "Daddy, Mommy, what are you talking about?" Xia Bingning was speechless for a moment, but Yi Xian smiled seriously and said, "Oh, nothing. Dad is playing games with Mom." Puff! Xia Bingning almost spit out a mouthful of water. She was so angry that she pinched Yi Xian hard, and her teeth were itching with hatred. At this time, in the Xia family villa far away in Jinling, Xia Bingning's father Xia Guofeng listened to the housekeeper's report with a complicated expression. "Master, I have found out. Yi Xian is not only Xin Xin and Tong Tong's biological father, but also has great wealth and a powerful background." Xia Guofeng was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. "It seems that this boy is really qualified to be the son-in-law of the Xia family." Chapter 28. The trip to Dylan Group, earning 30 billion. Jinling, airport exit. "Master, hello, madam." "Hello, young lady." Su Miyue's pleasant voice came out. She had been waiting here for a long time. After all, welcoming the young master was her greatest honor. Yi Xian nodded slightly and rubbed the 2 little guys' heads lovingly. "You 2 should go back to the villa with Mommy and wait for Daddy." Daddy will go back after he takes care of something. Oh. Then, Daddy, you need to be faster. After saying that, the two little guys kissed each other reluctantly, which made everyone around them envious. Oh my God. Is it really okay to show off your love in public? Hateful. They were tricked into giving birth to a daughter, but they didn't fall for it. Daddy, as soon as possible. The doting voice said, and Xiao Bingning was a little touched by the sweetness of the dog food. Why are you being so sick of it? It's not like he's gone. With a mutter, Xin and Tong Tong stuck out their tongues, and the extended supercar drove towards the UN villa. Squeak! Not long after leaving, a supercar stopped in the field. Master Yi. Where are we going next? The person driving the car exuded an extremely strong aura. This person was none other than Shenzhou 7, whose strength was even stronger than Shenzhou 8. Emperor's Mansion. Yi Xian looked towards the direction of the Dylan building and said that he wanted to meet Mu Hanxue, the president assigned by the system, and also to make some money and explain some things. Yes, Master Yi. After Shinchi finished speaking, he drove his supercar and quickly arrived in front of the D Lin building. This was originally the Shun Group building, but now it is the headquarters of the D Lin Group, but that doesn't matter. A quarter of an hour later, the Emperor arrived in front of the building. Boss, please follow me. As soon as I arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the building, a girl in a tight skirt came up to me. This person was Lily, the secretary specially recruited by Mu Hanxue. I have to say that she looked very good, very capable, and very beautiful. There was an immediate uproar in the lobby on the first floor because Secretary Lilith actually called the young man boss. Indeed, this is the first time they have seen it, but they didn't expect their boss to be so young. Yi Xian, why is it him? Lu Mayer looked at the person who was feared and treated respectfully by everyone in the company, Lilith, with an incredulous look on her face. She turned pale in an instant and almost fell to the ground. Mayor, do you know the boss of our Dylan group? Yes, if you really know Tingdao in the future, don't forget us. Listening to the chattering sounds around her, Lu Mayer's mind suddenly buzzed with an idea. Who could be the boss behind the Dylan group, who could make Secretary Lilith welcome her so respectfully in person? This. There was endless regret in Lu Mayer's eyes. She didn't expect Yi Xian to be so rich. He was actually the boss of Dylan Group. How could this be? You know, just working at the Dylan Group now has taken a lot of effort from her lover, Mr. Wang. There is no harm without comparison. Now Yi Xian is hundreds of times stronger than Wang Xiao. No, at least 10,000 times. Did I make the wrong choice after all? At the same time, in the office of the president of Dylan Group. Master Yi, you are here. A super sweet voice was heard, and then Yi Xian looked over and saw a beautiful girl, who was none other than the gorgeous President Mu Hanxue assigned by the system. Although she is not as good as Xia Bingning, she is still a stunning goddess. I have to say the system is quite interesting. You are Mu Hanxue, very beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, Master Yi. Mu Hanxue was flattered for a moment when she heard Yi Xian's praise, and then looked at the special secretary. Lily, you can go out. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. Well, Special Secretary Lily was stunned when she heard this, and her face turned red. Could it be that President Mu wanted to do that with the boss? Okay, Mr. Mu. Although she thought so in her mind, she did not dare to slack off in her actions. After all, she had finally applied for this high-paying job, and she could also learn a lot. Click. The office door was closed, and Mu Hanxue became more respectful. After all, her loyalty to her master did not need to be tested. Very capable. It can be seen that Mu Hanxue has a high prestige and is very satisfied with the group's well-organized structure. Master Yi, why are you here? Mu Hanxue smiled gently. She didn't believe that young Master Yi was specifically looking at her. She had some self-awareness. Although she was not bad, the boss's woman was much more beautiful than her. Shinchi. He did not answer Mu Hanxue's words, but spoke with a smile. Swish. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. This person was Shinchi. Master Yi. Hiss. Looking at the figure that seemed to appear suddenly, Mu Hanxue took a breath of cold air, and then looked at Yi Xian with even more respect. Young Master Yi actually has such a powerful subordinate. Hanxue, Shinchi will be your partner from now on. Yi Xian smiled at the shocked Mu Hanxue, looked out the large French window at the beautiful scenery of Jinling, and then said, I want you to develop the Dylan group into the #1 group in Jinling in the shortest possible time. If there is something that cannot be handled, Shinchi will fully cooperate with you. Jinling, the first group. Even Mu Hanxue was shocked. What did this mean? That was something that none of the four major families in Jinling dared to do. Her intuition told her that the world in Jinling was about to change. But, thinking of the strength of the seven divine ghosts, he felt more confident. He took a deep breath and his eyes became determined. Ding dong. Just then a cell phone message sounded, and Mu Hanxue clicked it and took a look. Dear CCB user, 3 billion renminbi has been deposited into your account ending in 3478 on March 30th, 2024. Please check it. CCB. Looking at the message on the phone, Mu Hanxue was stunned. This is 3 billion? Mu Hanxue saw the transfer information and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Master Yi, what are you doing? These are my first working capital for supporting the Dylan Group. Yi Xian said nonchalantly. He had already thought about this wave of money-making. Ding! The host spent 3 billion renminbi and gained 30 billion renminbi in wealth. Hearing the sound of reward coming from his ears, Yi Xian was amazed. Bring up the properties panel. Nim, Jitrin. Realm, Grandmaster of Martial Arts. Age, 23. Appearance, Max, second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, Kato finger permanent experience. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil Sun, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth, 95.3 billion renminbi. Looking at the wealth that soared from the system, Yi Xian was in a particularly good mood. During this trip, Dylan Group made a huge profit of 30 billion. Taking a deep breath, Mu Hanxue felt the trust and clenched her fists. Master Yi, don't worry. Hanxue will definitely not let you down. After a brief greeting, Yi Xian left the Dylan Group. Young Master Yi walked slowly. In the lobby on the first floor, Mu Hanxue respectfully saw Yi Xian off. This undoubtedly confirmed everyone's speculation. For a moment, everyone's eyes changed as they looked in the direction Yi Xian was leaving. This is indeed true. With a thud, Lu Meier fell to the ground. The fact that President Mu personally saw her off said it all. At a certain moment, Lu Meier slapped herself hard. The clear pain made her face paler because she realized that this was all true. Chapter 29. Yi Xian is the boss behind the Dylan Group? How so? Lu Meier's face was full of regret. If she had known that Yi Xian was capable of establishing the Dylan Group, she would never have broken up with him, even if she was beaten to death. And not only will she not break up, she will use all her tricks and techniques to firmly grasp his body and mind, and she is confident about this. But now, everything is too late. I regret it so much. What should I do? Ding ling. At this moment, Lu Meier received a call from her cousin Lu Chiener. She immediately broke down in tears. The call from her cousin was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Hey cousin, Meier, what's wrong with you? Hearing that her cousin was not in good condition, Lu Chiener was concerned. Her situation had not been good during this period. After all, without her sponsor, her source of funds would be cut off. Cousin, I regret so much. I regret not cherishing Yi Xian at the beginning. Do you know it just now? Hearing her cousin's words, Lu Chiener sat up from the sofa. What did you say? Yi Xian is the boss behind the Dylan Group? How is this possible? Young Master Yang. Outside the Emperor's building, Wang Zetian said to a young man respectfully, that man is Yi Xian. Judging from Xia Bingning's personality, this man is most likely the biological father of the two little evildoers. After hearing this, Qin Tianyang narrowed his eyes. He was one of the few rich young men in Jinling who pursued Xia Bingning. He almost got Xia Bingning back then. And he has another identity, that is, the second son of the second branch of the Jinling Qin family. His identity is completely incomparable to Qin Tianao. Young Master Yang, please take a look. Wang Zetian attentively took out a paternity test obtained by hackers. This is a paternity test of Yi Xian and his two little evildoers for years ago. Snap! Listening to Wang Zetian's angry words, the teacup in Qin Tianyang's hand shattered. And this reaction made Wang Zetian happy, as this was exactly what he wanted. That kid is looking for death. Obviously, Wang Zetian's stimulation was successful. Qin Tianyang confessed to Xia Bingning more than once, but was rejected every time. Qin Tianyang even thought about forcing her. However, after weighing the pros and cons, he didn't use it in the end. After all, although the Xia family was not as good as the four major families, he was only the second son of the second branch of the Qin family. If he really took action against Xia Bingning, it might allow the people from the first branch to take advantage of the situation. But what right does this aunt called Yi Xian have? This kid must die. When Wang Zetian heard this, he smiled slightly and said, "By the way, young Master Yang, I stopped this boy on his way back to the villa. Young Master Yang wants to do something, but he needs to do it as soon as possible." "Ah, you are thoughtful." Qin Tianyang glanced at Wang Zetian, then said with satisfaction, "Once we kill this guy, I will cooperate with your Wang family on behalf of the Qin family." "Thank you, young Master Yang, for your support." Wang Zetian bowed, and a cunning look flashed across his lips. "So what if they are disciples of the four major families in Jinling? They can still become pawns in his hands. Whether Yi Xian or Qin Tianyang dies this time, it is a good thing for him." However, it was obvious that young Master Yang, a second-generation playboy, had no idea of Wang Zetian's plan. Otherwise, there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Half an hour later, Yi Xian stopped the car on a deserted street. "Boy, you are Yi Xian." Xiao Bingning, "That bitch." Bang! Before Qin Tianyang could finish his words, Yi Xian slapped him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He was beaten into a pool of flesh without even a scream. No one could react to this sudden scene. In fact, it was too sudden. The most important thing is that they never expected that Yi Xian would dare to kill their young master directly. Young Master Yang. Asshole, kill him. Looking at the three top masters and more than 10 first-rate masters who appeared like ghosts where Qin Tianyang was just now, they were obviously sent by the Qin family to protect Qin Tianyang. Qin Tianao was far inferior to this kind of treatment. Now, Qin Tianyang has been killed. As his followers, if the news gets back to the master, he will definitely skin all of them alive. Sniff. More than 10 people rushed forward, and there were 3 top masters. The lineup was huge, and such power was enough to fight against a half-step martial arts master. Bang! With one slap, the 3 top masters were all knocked away, and the next moment they appeared in a mess 5 or 6 meters away. The 3 of them looked at the opposite side in disbelief. Puff! They each spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously seriously injured on the spot. How could you? Indeed, Yi Xian's strength far exceeded their expectations. Master of martial arts. You are a martial arts master. Gulping their saliva, the 3 of them were filled with shock at seeing such a young martial arts master. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the Qin family masters around them changed drastically, and they fled without even thinking. Joke? The martial arts master was a strength that only the strongest person in their Qin family possessed. With that level of strength, they would only end up dead. Sniff. Dozens of golden rays emerged, and then all the Qin family masters, including the 3 top masters, were covered with golden rays. Then they turned into ashes. The scene was extremely strange. This, Wang Zetian, who was secretly watching all this, had his pupils widened and his face was filled with horror. Retreat. Yeah, I wonder where you want to go. A ghostly voice rang in his ears, and Wang Zetian fell to the ground with a thud, because Yi Xian had appeared behind him without him knowing. You can't kill me. I am from the Wang family of Jinling. The Wang family will control the future. I swear I will never do this to you. With a bang, Wang Zetian was knocked out by Yi Xian. His fate was even worse than Qin Tianyang's. He was directly beaten into a bloody mist. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies were in vain. Jinling Wang family? Yi Xian shook his head. Not to mention the Wang family. Even if the 4 major families in Jinling took action at the same time, it would be nothing more than a slap from him. Duan Villa, in the living room. Ding Ling. After returning to the villa, Xiao Bingning received a call from her special assistant Xiao Qian, but she soon lost her composure. Hey Akane, what did you say? Zhang Group and Shun Group merged to become Dylan Group. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bingning was a little confused. How could this happen? Originally, Xiao Bingning wanted someone to warn Zhang Xiaodian. But now not only the Zhang Group was acquired, but even the Shin family where her rival Shinaoshua worked was acquired. What's wrong? When he came to the living room, he saw Bingning's wife's surprised look and asked curiously. Yi Xian, a D-Lin group appeared in Jinling. It acquired the Zhang and Shin groups right after it was founded. Yeah, Yi Xian smiled slightly, while Xia Bingning nodded heavily, feeling worried. You know, even their Xia family couldn't do it, unless it was the four major families in Jinling. Of course, it could not be ruled out that it was done by forces outside Jinling. But she didn't know it. The boss behind the Dylan group is the man next to her. If she knew about this, I wonder how Xia Bingning would react. After dinner, returned to the room. Eh. As soon as she returned to the room, Xia Bingning saw an exquisitely wrapped brocade box on the bed. What is this? It's beautiful, a gift for you. A gift for me? Xia Bingning was stunned and became quite curious for a moment. Why did that guy buy her a gift? But she was still quite looking forward to it. With a hint of curiosity, Xia Bingning opened the brocade box, and the hollow, transparent lace came into view. After seeing the item, Xia Bingning's face flushed. Yi Xian, come here and see me, or I will beat the shit out of you. Chapter 30. Sure enough, what the internet said was right. You men are all pigs. Crash. Under Yi Xian's instigation, Xia Bingning came out of the bathroom after taking a shower with the mentality of not wasting anything. The stunning face, coupled with the interesting pajamas, especially the hollow lace, instantly added a touch of charm, which made Yi Xian's eyes light up. Do you men like this kind of clothes? When she came to the bedroom, Xia Bingning blushed and glanced at someone. It was obvious that she was not used to wearing this kind of clothes. Even, it felt like I was naked and being watched by that guy. Ahem, who said that? Yi Xian coughed dryly, pulled his wife Bing Ning into his arms, and joked. That would only look good if my wife Bing Ning is super beautiful. Puffed. It turns out what they say on the internet is true. You men are all pigs. Xia Bingning spat softly and rolled her eyes fiercely. That touch of charm made Yi Xian's heart flutter. Such a great figure was just revealed in front of someone so cheaply. Holding the beauty in your arms, especially smelling the pleasant fragrance, you will feel very comfortable. Bingning, let me tell you a story. It's a rare quiet time, so it's nice to listen to a few stories to liven up the atmosphere. Story? Xia Bingning glanced at someone suspiciously. You are not going to tell me a fairy tale. How could that be? Yi Xian approached her lovingly and climbed up to her, which caused Xia Bingning to roll her eyes. However, she did not stop him. After all, this was nothing compared to his previous excessive behavior. It is said that when Li Hongzhang went to a foreign country for negotiations, he wanted to go to the toilet during the negotiation. He then asked the service staff where the toilet was, but when he arrived at the toilet, he found that it was a new-style toilet. He simply fell into the wide cuffs and prepared to take it away after he was done. But at this moment, the service staff came in, and he hurriedly waved his sleeves to throw the feces to the ceiling, then took out a gold coin and handed it to the man, embarrassedly saying not to tell anyone about this. The service staff took out 10 gold coins and handed them to Li Hongzhang and asked curiously, I'll give you $10. Can you tell me how you pulled it up? Puff. As the sound made her feel so real, Xia Bingning burst out laughing without realizing it. But then he glared at someone fiercely. Yi Xian, you are crazy. Telling such a vulgar story. After several stories, I don't know how long it has been, the four looked at each other, and a beautiful melody rose quietly in the room. 80,000 words omitted here. Nightfall. Ding-ling. But at this moment, my second aunt Tang Xiaoqian called and I picked up the call. Hey Xiaoqian. When the call was connected, the second aunt's apologetic voice came from the other end. It's so late, I hope I didn't disturb you and Bingning's rest. What nonsense is second aunt talking about? Yi Xian's old face turned red, and he felt as if he was being caught. What's there to be embarrassed about? Second aunt said nonchalantly. Second aunt is an experienced person, and Bingning is so pretty, it's okay for you young people to do it more frequently. That's right. After a few words of small talk, the second aunt got to the point. Tomorrow is the day of your cousin Swecky's parents' meeting, and your second uncle and I can't leave. You happen to be in Jinling. Why don't you take us there? Swecky's parents' meeting? When Yi Xian heard this, his cousin Chin Swecky from the live broadcast room came to his mind. That girl used to follow him like a little puppy when she was a child. All right. Yi Xian nodded in agreement. I haven't seen that girl for a long time. Thank you very much. The next day, early morning, a parents' meeting? Leaning in Yi Xian's arms, Xia Bingning was suspicious, but every time she thought of last night, her face turned red. Besides, I sent Swecky a photo of us sleeping before. Xia Bingning blushed when she heard this. Are you crazy about the photos of us sleeping? Which one? Let me see. Indeed, Xia Bingning couldn't help but take it seriously. Here, this is it. Looking over, Xia Bingning's face turned even redder, especially when he saw her fair arms, delicate collarbones, and even the lingering red on her face. You, how could you? Humph. Xia Bingning glared at someone fiercely. How can I face your cousin in the future if you do this? It's so embarrassing. What's the matter? Yi Xian said indifferently. My cousin is a girl, and her dormitory is full of girls. I don't mind. Xia Bingning. What do you know? I won't argue with you anymore. You have to get my consent next time. After a few words of bickering, they got up and left the room together. However, before leaving, Xia Bingning hid her fun pajamas carefully, fearing that they would be found by the maids. After all, she could only wear that kind of thing in front of a guy. After breakfast, Yi Xian drove the car towards Jinling number 1 middle school. On the other side, in front of the school gate. Sweki, what are you waiting for? 5 roommates in the dormitory walked together and gossiped about this girl, saying that she was the most beautiful girl in their Jinling number 1 middle school. Wait for my cousin. Chun Sweki's face curved into a crescent shape with a smile, and her roommates all perked up after hearing it. It can't be my idol cousin. The 5 roommates were chattering. They had seen the photo of Sweki's cousin, and he was exactly the Prince Charming in their minds. Go away. Don't be a nympho, my cousin has a girlfriend. He rolled his eyes at a few people, and at this moment, a loud roar of a wild beast rang out. Squeak! It stopped suddenly in front of Chun Sweki, and the 5 roommates paused at the sight. It's a custom Lamborghini Devil's Son. Oh my god, a few of them cost hundreds of millions. Could it be that the rich second generation has taken a fancy to me? Thinking of this, the girls blushed slightly. Then the car windows rolled down, revealing their stunningly beautiful faces. Ah! Chun Sweki screamed, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at the figure in the supercar. Cousin! Cousin! Boom! Choni knocked Chun Sweki on the head and said with a smile. What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me, your cousin? Get in the car. Oh, okay. Chun Sweki got into the car in a daze, but the fans in the live broadcast room were gobsmacked. What? Fuck, the cute girl cousin is so handsome. Loving? Of course not. He drives a supercar worth hundreds of millions and is a wealthy man. It's over. He's handsome, rich, and seems to be super doting on me. I feel like I'm in love. What should I do? There was a lot of heated discussion in the live broadcast room, and the number of fans soared from thousands at the beginning to tens of thousands. After a long while, Chun Sweki came back to her senses excitedly and looked at the luxurious interior. Cousin, you are so rich now. Am I dreaming? Chapter 31 is that handsome guy the parent of Sweki, the school beauty? So handsome. Boom! Yi Xian didn't say anything, but just knocked on the head with a little force. What's up? Are you dreaming? Chun Sweki covered her forehead in pain and finally came to her senses. Really? Oh my god! Cousin, is your car really worth 100 million? Although she was sitting in the car, Chun Sweki still couldn't believe it. Was this still the cousin she knew? I think so. Yi Xian waved his hand, then thought of something. By the way, there are clothes and bags bought for you by your sister-in-law in the back. Really? Long live sister-in-law. Chun Sweki naturally knew who her cousin's sister-in-law was, and she was extremely happy for a moment. The supercar sped along, attracting countless people's attention along the way. As the car drove to the playground, Chun Sweki's face flushed with excitement. It was so impressive that her cousin drove a supercar to attend the parent-teacher meeting today. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, 2 people suddenly appeared in the sight of many students' parents. What? Sweki, the school beauty. Is that handsome guy the school beauty's parent? So handsome. Obviously, not only classmates, but also many parents looked at Yi Xian with a little infatuation. After all, his perfect appearance has an eye-catching effect. That guy just wants to be in the spotlight. On the other side, Xia Bingning, who followed her cousin Chun Sweki's account in the morning, sipped coffee and watched the live broadcast. Obviously, he didn't expect that Yi Xian would drive the son of Demon to Jinling number 1 middle school, which was a complete dimensional crushing defeat. But don't say that from this angle. That guy is quite handsome. Thinking of this, Xia Bingning's face turned slightly red, thinking that she had made a profit. Chun Sweki's roommates hurried over. Hello, cousin. The 5 beautiful girl roommates had pleasant voices, but when they looked at Yi Xian's flushed face, they looked really nervous and embarrassed. Hello. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then thought of something. I've always heard Sweki mention you guys before. Here are the jade bracelets that Sister Sweki chose for you. They're for you. This? When Chun Sweki's roommates saw this, they were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect that they would also get gifts. This? Chin Sweki was stunned for a moment. This sister-in-law is so awesome. For a moment, his impression of Xia Bingning's sword. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a high emotional intelligence. Cousin, this is very valuable. Although I don't know what kind of jade the bracelet is, it must be extraordinary judging from its appearance. It's normal about 50,000 or 60,000 per string. Chin Sweki. 50 or 60,000. 5 bracelets is about 300,000. Sister-in-law is so generous. Humph. Watching Yi Xian's operation in the live broadcast room, Xia Bingning nodded with satisfaction. You have a conscience and know to give your gifts to your cousins. These gifts were what he asked Xiao Qian to deliver to the villa early in the morning. In order to make a good impression in front of her cousin, she went to great lengths. Of course, this also indirectly proves that she cares a lot about her image in the eyes of Yi Xian's relatives. 66,666, awesome. My cousin is awesome. He gave me a jade bracelet worth 50,000 or 60,000 right away. Oh my god, jealousy is tearing me apart. Is this the world of the rich? The gifts alone can buy a Mercedes-Benz or Audi. It's confirmed. I don't understand the happiness of rich people. The live broadcast room was abuzz with discussion, and Chin Sweki's roommates were all very excited, stroking their beloved bracelets and saying, "Thank you, cousin." The sweet voice melted the hearts of fans in the live broadcast room. Chin Sweki raised her chin proudly and boasted. You may not know this, but my cousin is a top student in the music department of Jinling University. My cousin sings very well. Detect that the cousin praised the host and gave him the ability to play music. Note, this ability allows the host to easily master any style of music. Listening to his cousins chattering and showing off, Yixian suddenly heard the sound of system rewards. He was already quite accustomed to this. Really? As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 pretty girls who were close friends in the dormitory glanced at Yi Xian with even more admiration in their eyes. Wow, this is too good. Not only is he handsome and rich, but he can also sing? Certainly. Cousin Chin Sweki wishes everyone in the world knew that she has a super awesome cousin. That's right. Chin Sweki then looked at Yi Xian and said, Cousin, how about you sing a song for us? Sing. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at his cousin. Not good. This is your parents' meeting after all. Hey, what's this? Chin Sweki waved her hand and then said proudly, I am your cousin, but I am the president of the student union. I just need to say hello to the principal. Do you guys want to hear my handsome cousin singing? Think. There was an immediate commotion in the venue. The president nodded and smiled. It was also good for the top students from Jinling University to liven up the atmosphere. Yi Xian knocked Chin Sweki on the head, and it made her head burst. This action made countless people envious. After all, she is the most beautiful girl in Jinling No. 1 middle school. Even smiling at her is a luxury, let alone knocking her head off. Well, please play the accompaniment of Gardenia's Promise for me. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Chin Sweki and the other girls' eyes lit up because this was the most popular song on the Dosha live streaming platform at the moment. Fuck, this super cute girl cousin is awesome. Just sing the most popular song. Hee. I'm really looking forward to it, cousin. The live broadcast room of the super cute beautiful girl is about to take off, and the number of users has reached 30,000. There were many comments. Chin Sweki made an okay gesture with her slender hand and then made the arrangements. After all, she is the campus beauty of Jinling No. 1 middle school and also the student union president. Its reputation is naturally not low. Come on, cousin. Chin Sweki raised her fist towards her cousin and cheered him on. Sing? On the other side, Xia Bingning in the president's office watched the live broadcast with interest. Come to think of it, I haven't heard that guy sing yet. At this time, Yi Xian came to the stage. Hello, parents and teachers. I am Chin Sweki's cousin. I'm going to sing the song The Promise of Gardenia to you all. I hope that all students will have smooth sailing and achieve academic success. Pa 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 pa. As the voice fell, thunderous applause broke out from the audience. Sometimes appearance is really important. As the melody lingered, the immersive sound transformed into an invisible aura that enveloped the entire parent-teacher conference hall. The evening breeze blows gently. You sing love songs in my ears, seeing the gardenias blooming on the roadside. You said beautiful like me. The beautiful campus style of the song opens people's minds in a way that touches their hearts, especially with the blessing of immersive sound. making the artistic conception of the song seem as if you were there in person. He, Chun Sweki, listened to the beautiful singing voice with a face full of admiration. Wow, I didn't expect my cousin to be such a great singer. Chapter 32, Wang Zitian. I killed him. So handsome. The song is so soulful. It feels even better than the original. I love it so much. What should I do? My cute and beautiful cousin, I love you. Woo woo, this is my Prince Charming. This song is so magical. Cousin loves you. He's so handsome and sings so well. But what's annoying is that he's also super rich. Fans were discussing the topic enthusiastically, with comments flooding the screen like snowflakes. With everyone's attention, Yi Xian continued to sing. If you only love gardenias in your heart, why did you choose roses? Your love words are so fake. I can't bear to expose it. If there is only me in your heart, how come I still fall in love with her in the end? The singing was so powerful that all 5 of my cousin's roommates were stunned. It was like they were in love. Oh my God, Sweki, your cousin is so sweet. Yeah, your sister-in-law must be the happiest woman in the world. It's over, Sweki. I seem to like your cousin. What should I do? The 5 beautiful roommates and little fans clasped their hands together and stared at the handsome figure on the stage. It would be great if their boyfriends in the future could be as good as Sweki's cousin. In that case, they would be willing to live 10 years less. Ahem. Well, actually, Chin Sweki looked at the stage and was also touched by her cousin's song. She couldn't resist this dog food. I didn't know my cousin was so good at singing this super popular song, Fighting Shark. It feels like it's way better than the original. The 5 pretty girl roommates nodded their heads like little chickens pecking at rice, and the audience of students, parents, and teachers were all looking at the stage, with beautiful school memories emerging in their minds. It was really super beautiful to listen to. The taste of first love is always so fascinating and unforgettable. The number of fans in Chun Sweki's live broadcast room directly exceeded 100,000 at this moment. Such a speed really shocked many Dosha internet celebrities, and they all rushed in. Seeing this, I was really ruthlessly crushed. Damn, is this super cute girl cousin a big singer? The singing he did was so emotional. Joke? If they have this level of singing ability, it is no exaggeration to say that they can easily gain 1 million fans in a month. Pity. The extremely cute girl is a super rich person. The cars she drives are all worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I guess she sings for fun. They're just unbalanced. Why, this guy is so rich and handsome, but he can sing so well they admit they are jealous. Don't be too outstanding. Otherwise, you will have no friends. Jealousy has changed them beyond recognition. Company, president's office. Puff. Listening to the beautiful music, Xiao Bingning couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth and couldn't help laughing out loud. That guy sang so beautifully. When she got back, she would definitely ask him to sing a song for her alone. No, at least 3 songs. Xiao Bingning showed a happy smile, and at this time Xiao Qian knocked on the door and came in. She was stunned when she saw the happy smile of her president, who was in love with a little girl. Oh my God, is this still my cool CEO? On the decide. Bong 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 bong. Waves of applause rang out from all directions, with confessions like "Cousin, I love you" heard from time to time. Among them, there were also several fair-skinned and beautiful parents. It was obvious that Yi Xian had won over many fans with just one try. Xiao Bingning also has countless rivals in love. If they were to see this scene, I wonder if they would pull someone away immediately. Cousin, so handsome. Back in the stage, Chin Sweki gave her cousin a thumbs up. It would be a shame if her cousin didn't sing with such potential. If he did, he would definitely become a top singer within half a year. It's okay, now I have some face. Chin Sweki nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, feeling proud. She was so happy and proud today. Today is the happiest day in her history because her cousin is so cool. Come on, cousin, I'll show you around the school. The cousin smiled and whispered in her cousin's ear, then laughed and said, Don't worry, the principal has opened a back door for me. Wow. Yi Xian was also stunned. He didn't expect that his cousin was so capable that she could even ask the principal to give her a back door for something like a parent-teacher meeting. Just like that, the 2 of them left the parent-teacher conference, and the principal smiled bitterly. Is it okay for him not to use a back door? Chin Sweki is not only a top student, but also the president of the student union and a frequent champion in various competitions. To be honest, for such an outstanding student, it doesn't matter whether a parent-teacher meeting is held or not. 66666, my super cute girl is awesome. Asking the principal to use a backdoor. TSK, TSK. This is the first time I've heard of this. Hey, this super cute girl seems to be very capable. Super cute girl. Can you give me the contact information of your 5 pretty roommates in the dormitory? My cousin is so handsome. I think it's not too much to have a baby with you. More than 100,000 netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing it heatedly. Chin Sweki took her cousin to visit the school. She glanced at the live broadcast room, and her smile deepened. She said secretly, "Look, this beautiful girl is so envious of you. Cousin C, this is our teaching building. And over there, the library is so grand." Looking at Jinling Number 1 Middle School, with its layout of pavilions and waterside terraces, I have to say that many universities do not have such a good configuration. If you come here when you are tired of studying, you will definitely get the best education. Also, that's our restaurant. Cousin, let me tell you, the food in the restaurant is superb. Half an hour later, Yi Xian, who was passing by the corridor, sensed hidden murderous intent in the darkness. Sweki, let's stop here today. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed with a barely perceptible sharpness. You go back first, I'm going to the toilet. That's okay. Chin Sweki thought for a moment and nodded. Then, cousin, I will go back first. A little. Yi Xian was the only one left in the field, and he turned and walked towards the end of the corridor. There are always some people who are looking for death. Come out. After standing still, Yi Xian sneered and looked somewhere, and as Yi Xian's voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the scene from the darkness, and his hiding means were very clever. Top Master. Seeing the person coming, Yi Xian sensed the aura of this person. His strength was comparable to that of the top masters of the Xia family. If it were an ordinary person, he would surely die. Unfortunately, he met him. Oh, you actually knew I was following you. Obviously, this top expert was quite surprised, and Yi Xian glanced at this person and said, "If my estimation is correct, you should be from the Jinling Wang family." What a perceptive boy. It seems that Zitian's disappearance must be related to you. The top master narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian, ready to take action at any time. Wang Zitian? I was the one who killed him. The calm voice, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, exploded in the ears of the top master. Boy, you are looking for death. Sniff. A sharp dagger attacked Yi Xian rapidly. It was obviously a fatal blow, and the attack was so tricky and ruthless. With a ding sound, when the top master of Wang family was about to attack, he was extremely shocked to find that Yi Xian opposite him actually blocked his full-strength attack with just one finger. Just like that, an unbelievable scene appeared on the field. The Wang family's top master's full-strength attack was actually blocked by a young man with just one finger, and it even made a metallic sound. What? Before he could think about it, a terrifying force blew him away. With a puff, blood splattered and his face turned pale. The gap between the two of them was indeed too big. It can be said that they are on a completely different level. Master of martial arts. Sensing the power far beyond his own, the top master of the Wang family's face changed. You are actually a martial arts master. Shock. The Wang family's top masters were shocked beyond belief, and could never have imagined that the target they wanted to assassinate was so strong. A strong sense of uneasiness welled up in their hearts. Escape! Without hesitation, this top master turned around and was about to leave. Joke? How could he contend with such a being who could overthrow the Wang family? It was obvious that he should not stay here for long, because he could not deal with this person. Laugh! A golden light flashed, and 3 seconds later the top master turned into ashes. He disappeared from the world without even having time to scream. The end of the Wang family was quietly approaching. If outsiders knew about this, they would be frightened to death on the spot. Chapter 33. Opportunity of Divine Guard. Shini steps in a half-step martial arts grandmaster. Top master. Not to mention this level of strength. Even a martial arts master cannot be defeated by him in a single move. Jinling Wang family. Yi Xian looked towards the Wang family. I wanted to let you go, but since you have taken action, then I will destroy you. Of course, he wouldn't waste his time on these people. Shinjo 6. A calm voice sounded, and then a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness. This person was Shun Lu. Master Yi, give your orders. Shinjo 6 bent down and listened without any hesitation. Take your men and destroy the Jinling Wang family. Yi Xian was thinking about the hidden danger of the Wang family. He always tried to root out the problem completely, otherwise there would be endless trouble. Then he took out 72 doses of physical enhancement liquid. Before destroying the Wong family, take this liquid first and give the rest to other divine guards. Yes, Master Yi. Cousin, why did you come back just now? A few minutes later, Chin Sweki breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her cousin coming back. She thought her cousin had left on his own, which would have been very embarrassing for her. I'm here to attend the parents' meeting. Why would I leave? He knocked his head and looked at the parent-teacher conference that was still going on. The parent-teacher conference is over. How about you come with me to meet your sister-in-law? Ah! Chun Sweki's eyes lit up when she heard this. Really? Then I won't disturb you guys, right? Of course not. As the two of them talked, the live broadcast room was filled with the sound of 66,666. In this case, wouldn't they be able to meet their cousin's girlfriend, who is a very cute girl? Thinking of this, netizens couldn't help but get excited. They also want to see what kind of girl can capture the heart of such an outstanding boy. Jinling, Wong family villa. There were no less than 30 guards standing around, and no less than 100 people secretly. After all, the Wong family was second only to the four major families in Jinling, and they were definitely first class in strength. Swish! Not far from the Wong family villa, dozens of figures appeared on the scene, led by the Shin Six who had arrived. He dare not slack off in the slightest on what young Master Yi has ordered. This medicine. Shin Lu looked at the medicine in his hand, thought for a moment, and then drank it. He was 100% loyal to Yi Xian and would not hesitate even if it meant his death. Buzz! As the medicine entered his body, Shin Lu felt his blood flow several times faster, and surging energy filled his body. At some point, his aura strengthened, and he suddenly became a top-notch martial arts master. The dozens of divine guards around him were all shocked. This, Master Shin Lu, is a martial arts master. Master Ye's medicine is so powerful. At that moment, dozens of people drank the medicine without hesitation. Not long after, dozens of first-rate masters became top masters with such miraculous skills. Really? Shin Lu looked at the god guards becoming stronger and couldn't help but take a breath. Young Master Yi has been so kind, so let's repay some of it with the Jinling Wong family. Destroy the Wong family, leaving no one alive. Yes, Master Shin Lu. In an instant, dozens of top masters rushed up like tigers into a flock of sheep to kill. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, most of the Jinling Wong family's masters, both openly and secretly, were killed or injured, and the two remaining top masters suffered serious injuries. Behind these people was the head of the Wong family, Wong Chongtian, a martial arts master and dozens of top experts. Wong Chongtian looked at Shun Lu and the others, his expression gloomy to the extreme. Aren't you from the four major families, forces outside Jinling? When did my Jinling Wong family offend you? Anger, resentment, ferocious. Wong Chongtian wanted to tear everyone in front of him to pieces, but he knew very well that in front of such an existence, they were just ants. Send someone to assassinate Master Yi. After today, there will be no Wong family in Jinling anymore. Kill. Dozens of figures surrounded and attacked again, showing no mercy, but Wong Chongtian realized something. Young Master Yi, you are Yi Xian's men. Poof! As soon as the voice fell, Wong Chongtian's head flew into the air. Before he died, his eyes widened to the extreme. He couldn't believe that a young boy could have such terrible subordinates. If he could regret it, he would rather kill his son Wang Zitian with his own hands than let him offend such a ruthless person. But now it's too late. Poof! Poof! The two top masters of the Wong family, who were severely injured, were crushed to death by the divine guards. Is it a joke that more than 10 top masters from the four major families were just like this? Clean up the field, retreat. Yes, Master Shinlu. More than a dozen divine guards responded respectfully, and then streams of bone-eating powder penetrated into the bodies of the Wong family masters. In less than 10 seconds, all the Wong family masters, including Wong Chongtian, were reduced to ashes. Swish! Shinjo 6 and its crew left about a quarter of an hour later. Several figures appeared on the field, led by Xia Guofeng, and beside him were two top masters. The Wong family was wiped out. Xia Guofeng looked at the Xia family's decades-long enemy in disbelief, and then several of his men returned after investigating. Master, there is no body in the Wong family villa. What? As soon as these words came out, Xia Guofeng's face changed drastically. How is it possible? The Wong family has at least 200 experts, including 3 top experts, but none of them even have corpses. Master, At this time, the two top masters looked at each other with serious expressions. There is a very strong aura remaining in the air. It is very likely that he is a martial arts master. Master of martial arts. Xia Guofeng's face was solemn. Could it be that it is the four great families of Jinling? We can't stay here for long, retreat. The two top masters looked grim. If the martial arts master returned and was seen by them, it would be bad if he was killed to silence him. On the other side, Shinjo 6 arrived at a villa in the suburbs of Jinling. Swish! He flashed to the center of the field, and at this moment Shun Yi and others were enjoying the tasting of red wine. Boss! At this moment, Shin Lu launched an attack, and Shun Yi raised his hand solemnly and slapped it back. Boom! With one palm strike, Shin Lu retreated several steps, and Shin Yi also retreated one step, but everyone in the field was confused. Fuck, Lao Lu, are you a martial arts master? Shin Er and others all gathered around, and when they saw that Shin Lu had the same aura as Shin Yi, they were filled with disbelief. How could this old six be like this? Ah, how about it? Isn't it awesome? Shin Lu grinned, then placed the remaining physical enhancement liquid on the table. Here, this is the medicine the master gave me. Taking a deep breath, Shin Lu continued, it was because I drank this medicine that I became a martial arts master. This is a reward from the master? Gulping their saliva, the 5 members of Shun Yi cast their fiery eyes on the medicine and opened one of them and drank it without hesitation. Joke! They are not stupid. With the example of Lao Lu in front of them, they dare not delay for even a moment. Buzz! Booze, booze, booze. Half an hour later, all 5 of them broke through the realm together. Shiner and the others all became martial arts masters, and the aura of any one of them was 1 point stronger than Shin Lu. However, including Shinjo 6, all eyes were on the boss Shinjo I. Hey, what realm do you think the old man will break through to? This? I don't know. It must be much stronger than us. As they were discussing, Shin Yi opened his eyes, and a strong aura filled the air. Shin Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief. I am a half-step martial arts grandmaster. Chapter 34. I have no place to stand in Jinling. Who do you think you are? Half-step to martial arts grandmaster. Shanair and the others felt the powerful waves surging from the boss body and took a deep breath. Come on, all of you come together. Shun Yi narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit high. Shanair and the other 5 looked at each other. Then be careful, boss. Sniff. 5 martial arts masters turned into streams of light and attacked Shun Yi. Each of them tried their best because they knew that even so they could not hurt the boss at all. Bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. 5 embarrassed figures flew backwards one after another, and Shin Er and others looked at Shun Yi not far away in disbelief. This, the half-step martial arts grandmaster, is so strong. On the other side, in the Devil's Son supercar, Sweki, your cousin hasn't given you a gift yet. Just tell me what you want. Driving a supercar, Yi Xian asked his cousin beside him, it would be nice to attend the parent-teacher meeting and earn some money at the same time. Real? After hearing this, Chin Sweki blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Cousin, any gift will do. Certainly. Yi Xian smiled slightly. You see, cousin, I am not short of money. Huh. Chin Sweki took a deep breath and rubbed her hands. Well, I want a supercar worth tens of millions. Is that okay? Hiss. After hearing what the super cute girl said, the fans in the live broadcast room all took a deep breath. This super cute girl really wanted a very high price. Of course. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Let's go to Jinling's Supercar Club now. I heard that they have imported a lot of new cars recently. Wow! After hearing this, Chin Sweki's face was full of excitement. Long live my cousin. Cousin, I love you so much. If you weren't my cousin, I would definitely snatch you from my sister-in-law. Boom! When Yi Xian heard what his cousin said, he slammed his head and said, What nonsense are you talking about? If Second Aunt hears this, she will definitely hang you up and beat you. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard this, they exploded with envy. 66666, my cousin is so generous. Oh my god, give me a bunch of such arrogant cousins. This super cute girl is going to have a supercar worth tens of millions. I'm so envious. Cousin, stop showing off your wealth. Come home with me. Wouldn't it be nice? I once had a friend who was as awesome as my cousin. Whenever he thought of his glorious past, he would get so excited that he would stand up from his wheelchair. Just like this, the number of fans in the live broadcast room exceeded 200,000. The envious fans were so happy that they really wanted to carry away the arrogant cousin. He gives away a supercar worth tens of millions as a present. Who wouldn't want such a generous cousin? Soon, Jinling's supercar club. Cousin, did I really buy it? Chun Sweki asked for confirmation. After all, this was a matter of tens of millions, even though her cousin was extremely rich. Buy with confidence. As they were talking, the two entered the supercar club and saw Bentley, Porsche, Ferrari. All the famous supercars can be found here. Mr. Yi, not long after arriving at the club, I heard a familiar voice, and then I saw Qin Tianao, the person in charge of Jiangqing Kunping Hotel. Haven't seen you for a long time. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, but at this moment, an inappropriate joke came from the side. Hey, isn't this brother Tianao? Then, a charming woman appeared in the scene. Her name was Qin Muyue, the second daughter of the Qin family. Qin Muyue. When Qin Tianao saw the person coming, his face turned cold. This second young lady of the eldest house had bullied the mother and son since they were young. Sure. Qin Muyue glanced at Qin Tianao, and then her eyes fell on Yi Xian. Why? Is this pretty boy your backer? Boy, I'm warning you. Qin Muyue narrowed her eyes and looked at Yi Xian. Stay away from this rubbish, or I will make sure you have no place to stand in Jinling. You. Chun Sweki was immediately furious when she saw such a rude woman. Yi Xian stepped forward and said, I will have no place to stand in Jinling. Who do you think you are? Bang! A crisp sound was heard, and just when he was itching to hit someone, someone came up to him and asked for a slap. With a bang, Qin Muyue was slapped and flew several meters away, with a scarlet slap mark appearing on his face. Asshole! The Qin family's top masters who were protecting Qin Muyue's expressions changed drastically. The second young lady was beaten, and the eldest lady would definitely skin them alive when they returned. Mr. Yi, you go first. Qin Tianao saw the master who was protecting Qin Muyue, and he stood in front of Yi Xian to let him leave. After all, this matter was caused by him. Qin Tianao, you traitor, I will destroy you. The top master of the Qin family doesn't care who Qin Tianao is. After all, he knows his status very well. It can be said that Qin Tianao is not as important as Qin Muyue. But before Qin Tianao could react, the top master of the Qin family, who was attacking him rapidly, was hit hard by Yi Xian, who appeared in front of him out of nowhere and was seriously injured. What? Seeing this, Qin Tianao was dumbfounded. Mr. Yi is so skilled. My cousin is awesome. Watching her cousin displaying his prowess, Chun Sweki admired him from the side, and the fans in the live broadcast room were watching with great interest. It was so exciting. They didn't expect that the super cute and beautiful cousin was so skilled, but that woman just now really deserved a beating. With such an exciting scene, the number of fans in the live broadcast room soared by tens of thousands, and they were more excited than watching a blockbuster movie. Cough, cough. The top expert of the Qin family spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Yi Xian as he left in disgrace with Qin Muyue. That guy was dead. To offend the Qin family in Jinling is as bad as to expose the truth. Hey! Watching Qin Muyue leave, Qin Tianao sighed, and then his eyes were full of determination. Mr. Yi, can I have a word with you for a moment? Oh! Listening to Qin Tianao's words, Yi Xian nodded. Sweki, take a look here first. I'll be back soon. Soon, Qin Tianao and the other person arrived at a private box. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Qin Tianao's face was filled with guilt. Because of me, today you had a conflict with the Jinling Qin family. To be honest, Mr. Yi, I am actually the third son of the Qin family in Jinling. However, my mother was a maid in the Qin family, and I was born in a humble family, so Qin Tianao did not hide anything and told his situation. Besides, I gave Mr. Yi the supreme gold card before in order to win over Mr. Yi. After a pause, Qin Tianao clenched his fists. But rest assured, Mr. Yi, even if I break up with the first and second wives, I will still send you out of Jinling safely. Yeah. Seeing Qin Tianao change from his previous weak self, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Qin Tianao has a good character and will become a great man with a little polishing. Qin Tianao, do you want to control the Qin family? Hearing about controlling the Qin family, Qin Tianao's eyes sparkled, but he soon sighed. To be honest, Mr. Yi, I dream about it, but unfortunately the Qin family has a martial arts master, and that martial arts master is extremely partial to the first and second branches, so I have no chance at all. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then there was a cracking sound from the soles of his feet, and the next moment spiderweb-like cracks spread throughout the room. This is Qin Tianao noticed the unusual sound and looked at the cracked ground with an expression of disbelief. Mr. Yi, you are actually a martial arts master. Chapter 35. If the martial arts master dares to stop me, I will kill him. Martial arts master. When Qin Tianao saw this ability, which was a level that only a martial arts master could achieve, his eyes sparkled for a moment. Plop! Thinking of this, Qin Tianao knelt on his knees without thinking twice. Mr. Yi, no, sir. Please help me control the Qin family. From now on, Tianao is willing to follow your orders. Qin Tianao's intuition told him that this was most likely an opportunity to change his life and should not be missed. And this is most likely his only chance to turn things around. This opportunity is fleeting. Thinking about the situation of the Jinling Qin family, Qin Tianao did not dare to hesitate at all. Get up! Yi Xian nodded slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Now it seemed that Qin Tianao was a smart man. You go back to the Qin family tonight, and I will have someone help you take control of the Qin family. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Qin Tianao's heart moved, but then he asked doubtfully, But, sir, what if the martial arts master of the Qin family interferes? Undoubtedly, this is what Qin Tianao cares about most. After all, if he wants to control the Jinling Qin family, that martial arts master is crucial. If he had not been afraid of the Qin family's martial arts master, he would not have been forced into this situation. After all, the martial arts master is a high and mighty being. In front of him, he is just an ant that can be crushed at any time. No, not even an ant. Qin family martial arts master? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then said, If he obstructs me, I will kill him. Yes, sir. Qin Tianao swallowed his saliva. He naturally understood that the man in front of him was so young, but had the strength of a martial arts master, and there must be an extremely extraordinary force behind him. If, in the future, I serve him, my control over the Qin family will be unshakable. The more I think about it, the more excited I become, and I even want to return to the Qin family immediately. After leaving the box, Qin Tianao looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of respect. Mr. Yi, if you want to buy a car for your cousin, why don't I pay for it? Qin Tianao wanted to take the opportunity to repay Yi Xian for his kindness. After all, compared to helping him control the Qin family, this little money was nothing. Not to mention a sports car. Even if he gave half of the Qin family's assets to Yi Xian, it would not be able to express 1/10 of his gratitude. Need not. Yi Xian shook his head. He was still planning to make some money, so how could he let Qin Tianao pay for it? Obviously, it was impossible for him to make some money. As he spoke, Yi Xian looked around the club and at one point had a bold plan. That's right. This club is great. I wonder if this supercar club is for sale. I want to buy it. Buy the club. Hearing this, Qin Tianao thought for a moment. I don't know about this either, but I can take you to talk to the person in charge of the club. Okay. Then, Qin Tianao led the three people to an office. Uncle Wang. When I arrived at the office, I saw a middle-aged man there. This man was none other than Wang Yuehan, the second master of the Wang family, a top-notch force in Jinling. Speaking of his fate with Qin Tianao, it started when he was nearly hunted down by his enemies and was rescued by Qin Tianao. It was then that he realized that this young master of the third branch of the Qin family, who seemed to be the least promising, had actually been enduring. Of course, that was several years ago. Tianao, it's you. I just had another conflict with the eldest wife. He knew a little about the Qin family's affairs, so he naturally knew that Qin Tianao was having a hard time. That's a small matter. Qin Tianao waved his hand. After all, the first and second wives would soon be under his feet. He then introduced, Uncle Wang, this is Mr. Yi. He plans to buy your supercar club. Oh. Wang Yuehan was stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes fell on Yi Xian. Little brother, do you want to buy my supercar club? Do you know how much my supercar club is worth? 1 billion. Yi Xian smiled and quoted a price. Wang Yuehan was obviously not shaken and shook his head. This price would naturally not make him give in, and this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. 1.5 billion. Yi Xian was delighted, thinking that he could make a lot of money today. Oh, it seems I underestimated your financial resources, but it still won't work. 2 billion. Hearing this number, Wang Yuehan was obviously tempted. After all, the entire supercar club was worth at most 1.7 billion or 1.8 billion, and the recent market conditions were not as good as before. Moreover, considering his relationship with Qin Tianao, he naturally wanted to help this younger generation who had endured humiliation. Good. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Yuehan agreed, and Yi Xian then took out a card. With a beep, the card swiping is completed. Qin Tianao's eyelids twitched wildly when he saw this. He was indeed an adult, as he didn't even blink an eye when it came to the huge sum of 2 billion yuan. This made Wang Yuehan's eyes narrow. And this, he became even more certain of his guess about Yi Xian's extraordinary identity. Brother Yi, from now on, Jinling's Supercar Club will be yours. Wang Yuehan smiled heartily. Although he didn't know who Yi Xian was, judging for the handwriting here, he must be of extraordinary status. Moreover, he always believed in Qin Tianao's vision. Oh my god, did you hear 2 billion right? My super cute cousin actually bought the Jinling Supercar Club for 2 billion. Ahem, what an operation. I wanted to buy a car, but my cousin bought the Supercar Club. Too arrogant. Even the Fuchin boss who rewarded the super cute girl before is not good enough. Cousin, come home with me and give birth to a baby. I'll give you all the gold mines and villas. Fans in the live broadcast room were complaining excitedly, and Chin Sweki was also stunned. She was completely out of control. 2 billion? My cousin spent 2 billion to buy out the Supercar Club. Oh my god, are you sure I'm not dreaming? However, isn't this a bit too arrogant, cousin? Apart from anything else, the market value of the building materials company run by my family is only about 200 to 300 million yuan, and this cousin's expenses today alone are the equivalent of 6 or 7 of his own companies. There is no harm without comparison. I just don't know if my aunt and others know that my cousin is so arrogant. Sweki, pick whichever you want. Yi Xian waved his hands and spoke proudly. Seeing this scene, the fans in the live broadcast room were extremely envious. Why wasn't such a domineering cousin theirs? Let's be frank. They wanted a bunch of such a domineering cousin. This? In fact, Chin Sweki was a little slow to react. After a long while, she finally chose a red Ferrari supercar worth 13 million with excitement. Even so, Chin Sweki couldn't help but complain that she was too wasteful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2 billion renminbi and gaining a fortune of 20 billion renminbi. As expected, the sound of system rewards rang in my ears. It was obvious that the money was earned successfully, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Grandmaster of Martial Arts. Age, 23. Appearance, Max, second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth, 115.3 billion renminbi. Looking at the hundreds of billions of wealth, and the system has only been in place for more than a month, the future is indeed promising. If the cute and beautiful cousin knew that her cousin made 20 billion, how would she feel? Mr. Yi walked slowly. Qin Tianao respectfully sent Yi Xian, the man who changed his life, off, because tonight he was going to expose the Qin family secrets. No matter for himself or his mother, anyone who stood in his way would die. This day is finally here. People from the first and second houses. Let's settle the new and old grudges tonight. Qin Tianao took a deep breath, then called the third wife of the Qin family and asked her to be prepared. He was going to give a big gift to the Jinling Qin family tonight, including his cold-blooded father. A plan to change the world was quietly taking place in the Qin family in Jinling. As for what would happen tonight, no one knew. Chapter 36. Jinling Qin family changes. Qin Tianao finally gets his revenge. Night falls at the Qin family manor in Jinling. In the villa, rebellious son. As soon as Qin Tianao entered the living room, an angry shout came. Now you are so bold that you dare to attack your sister Mu Yu. Ahem. After saying that, a violent coughing sound came from the middle-aged man's mouth. This man was Qin Sihai, the head of the Jinling Qin family, and one of the people who disliked Qin Tianao the most. Qin Tianao was born because he got drunk one night and had sex with the Qin family's maid, which led to his birth. Even, in a sense, Qin Sihai thinks Qin Tianao is the stain on his life. Father, don't be angry. It's okay for me to be beaten, but don't let that little beast get you mad at me. Qin Muyue supported Qin Sihai with a worried look on her face. Qin Tianao's heart sank when he saw her like that. This bitch was indeed the first to complain. Qin Yue, you farted. It was you who threatened Mr. Yi that got you beaten. Bang! Before Qin Tianao could finish his words, Qin Sihai slapped him in the face, causing the corner of his mouth to tear. This instantly made the last bit of guilt Qin Tianao had feel disappeared. It would be better not to have such a relative. Little beast, how dare you talk to your sister Mu Yu? Everyone in the living room had mocking eyes, looking at Qin Tianao with eyes full of clowns. There was a huge difference in status between them. Father. At this time, Qin Beichin, the eldest son of the first house, looked at his sister being beaten and glanced at Qin Tianao coldly. Tianao, this little beast, may be pardoned for his death, but he cannot escape the punishment of life. You collude with outsiders to bully your own sister. You are unworthy of being a member of the Qin family in Jinling. I suggest expelling Qin Tianao and his mother from the Qin family. At this point, Qin Beichin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he paused. I think this way, my grandfather won't blame me for our Qin family's incompetence. Good. At this time, the eldest son of the second house, Qin Longyang, also agreed. Father, if my uncle knew about this, I'm afraid he would look down on our Qin family. The two men sang in unison, and Qin Sihai's face turned alternately pale and blue. Qin Beichin's grandfather was from a first-rate family in the imperial capital, much stronger than their Qin family. Although his uncle Qin Longyang from the second house was not as good as his uncle from the first house, he was also the head of the Song family, one of the four major families in Jinling. The power behind both of them is far greater than Qin Tianao's. In addition, Qin Sihai is now ill, so he has already made up his mind. To protect the overall situation, Qin Sihai narrowed his eyes and said, in this case, Qin Tianao will be expelled from the Qin family from the inner three houses from today on, and will never be allowed to step into the Qin family again. Father wise. A triumphant smile appeared on Qin Muyue's lips. It was obvious to them that Qin Tianao had no feelings for them at all. Haha, it's really bloody, just like what I thought. Qin Tianao looked at the faces of the family and smiled coldly. My dear father, aren't you curious about why I came to the Qin family openly today? Could it be that I am here just to be humiliated by you? Seeing how heartless you are, I won't have to worry about my conscience later. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tianao narrowed his eyes and said, having said that, let me be frank. From now on, the Jinling Qin family will be controlled by me. Pata! Qin Beichin and Qin Longyang looked at each other, both joking and sarcastic. You! Get out of here, you little bastard! Qin Sihai's face was cold. This son of the third room's servant only knew how to embarrass him. Yeah! Qin Tianao raised the corner of his mouth in an intriguing arc. Since you don't believe it, then do it. Swish. At this moment, dozens of figures broke into the Qin family's living room, and they exuded murderous auras. Qin Tianao saw this and said, now the masters of the first and second houses should all be annihilated. What? Qin Beichin and Qin Longyang's faces changed drastically, and Qin Sihai's eyes were full of murderous intent. Beast, you actually let the wolf into the house? Cripple him. Sniff. Two figures attacked Qin Tianao from beside Qin Sihai. Both of them were top masters, and were not far from being martial arts masters. Bang! Before the two men could get close, a figure slapped them away with a palm, and they died on the spot with their heads tilted. Impossible! Two top masters were killed instantly. This is a martial arts master. Qin Tianao felt relieved. He didn't expect that the adults had martial arts masters under their command. He was even more certain that his choice was correct. Master Shenlu, I'm sorry to bother you next. No problem. Shenlu waved his hand slightly. Today is a good time to stretch my muscles. It seems that the Jinling Qin family has another martial arts master. After watching for so long, isn't he planning to show up? When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Sir, it's not good to interfere in the affairs of my Jinling Qin family like this. A figure suddenly appeared on the scene. It was an old man, and it was none other than Qin Lingyun, the martial arts master of the Jinling Qin family. Qin Tianao will definitely be controlled by the Jinling Qin family. Whoever stands in his way will die. Shen Lu's unquestionable voice came out, and Qin Lingyun on the opposite side narrowed his eyes. I want to see who you can kill. Qin Lingyun's sudden attack might have seemed like a sneak attack, so Shen Lu laughed sarcastically. He reached out and easily grabbed his neck, then twisted it with force, and the neck was cut off with a snap. You are just an early-stage martial arts master. You really think you are so great. Hiss! After instantly killing an early martial arts master, Qin Tianao took a deep breath. and then his heart was filled with joy. Now that all the martial arts masters of the Qin family have been killed, the remaining people can no longer make any waves, and the overall situation has been decided. Little bastard, how could you possibly? Qin Muyue was completely confused, but before she could continue speaking, she was slapped down by Qin Tianao. This was the first time he slapped that bitch with his own hands. Master Shinlu, please help me kill all the people from the first and second houses. Rebellious son, how dare you? With a wave of the hand of Shinlu, more than 10 divine guards directly killed all the people from Qin Beiqin and Qin Longyang's families. Qin Sihai's face turned pale. He couldn't believe that the evil son of the third branch, whom he had always looked down upon, actually had such ability. Seeing that all the people from the first and second houses who had bullied them were killed, Qin Tianao laughed up to the sky. This day has finally come. Qin Sihai, do you know how my mother and I have been through these 20 years? I have been planning for this day for 20 years. After a pause, Qin Tianao sneered. How does it feel to watch your proud children die in front of you? Is it painful? Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will imprison you in the manor and watch the Jinling Qin family prosper in my hands. If Qin Tianao's mother hadn't begged for mercy, he would never have let this old bastard go. But it seems that you don't have much longer to live. You rebellious son. Qin Sihai fainted on the spot as a mouthful of blood gushed out. Then, at the wave of Qin Tianao's hand, he was imprisoned in the dark depths of the manor by his confidant. At this point, the Qin family changed hands overnight, and Qin Tianao was the new controller of the Qin family. Qin Tianao, take care of yourself. Shen Lu and others hid in the dark of the Qin family. Obviously, according to the plan, they would protect Qin Tianao secretly here before he completely controlled the Qin family. Farewell, Master Shen Lu. Qin Tianao bowed respectfully until Shen Lu and the others left. Then he came back to his senses and looked towards the direction of Di Yuan Villa. Young Master Yi, Tianao will definitely live up to your expectations. Chapter 37, The Qin Family's Change, is related to that brat. Jinling, Xia family. In the study. Master, something happened to the Qin family in Jinling. Uncle Fu came in hurriedly from outside, took a deep breath, and came to the scene with a serious face. Just now, Qin Tianao, the only son of the third branch of the Qin family, entered the Qin family and killed everyone in the first and second branches of the Qin family. Qin Sihai was imprisoned, and even the Qin family's martial arts master was suspected to have been killed. What? When Xia Guofeng heard what Uncle Fu said, he stood up from his seat with an expression of disbelief on his face. The situation in the Qin family has changed, and Qin Tianao, the third branch, has taken over. In fact, this news had a great impact on him. After all, such a change was too unexpected. You know, in everyone's opinion, Qin Tianao is most likely to be the first person to be eliminated. And the most important reason for this is that he has never been valued and even excluded by the first and second wives. Right now, the person who is least likely to control the Qin family has become the boss of the Qin family. No one would believe that there is no trick in this. And having said that, thinking about what he said during the day, Uncle Fu hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Xia Guofeng looked at Uncle Fu suspiciously. What else? Ahem, master. During the day, Qin Muyue, the eldest wife of the Qin family, was beaten by Yi Xian. He coughed dryly and dared not hide anything about his own son-in-law, so he told him everything. Yi Xian? Hearing this name, Xia Guofeng's mouth twitched. You mean the change in the Qin family is related to that brat? Uncertain. After a pause, Uncle Fu continued. However, Qin Tianao and Yi Xian have been very close recently. Master, if Yi Xian really has the ability to destroy the Qin family, then you and Miss, maybe. Uncle Fu had watched Xia Bingning grow up since she was a child, so naturally he didn't want her to become a victim of a family marriage. Moreover, she had already given birth to twins. As for the future of the Xia family in Jinling, the best destination for them would be Yi Xian. Based on his observation of Yi Xian at this time, he thought that being the son-in-law of the Xia family was undoubtedly the most suitable person. After all, he and the young lady already had 2 twin children. If we can come together, it will definitely save us a lot of trouble. Let's talk about it later. Xia Guofeng got a headache just thinking about this. He certainly didn't want his daughter to be alone with her 2 granddaughters for the rest of her life, but he still needed to investigate Yi Xian. That girl must have hated him a lot over the years. She couldn't help but sigh. How could he not know the temper of his daughter, whom he was so proud of and doted on so much? On the other side, Diyu number 1 villa. Wow. Chin Sweki pushed the door and got out of the car. Her eyes were full of shock as she looked at the super luxurious villa. She said that she was shocked by the visual impact. The appearance of the super luxurious villa is even more extravagant than what is shown on TV, and every detail is impeccable. Welcome home, master. At this moment, Shun Shi, who had already entered the stage of martial arts grandmaster, and many of the divine guards who were top masters, greeted them respectfully. Their increased strength was entirely a gift from their master. Seeing their master returning, they naturally did not dare to be arrogant. This is a bodyguard. Looking at the bodyguard standing straight, Chin Sweki swallowed her saliva. Her head was confused, and suddenly there was a loud noise. Cousin, the villa you live in is actually guarded by bodyguards. It's amazing, just like the blockbuster movies on TV. For a moment, Chin Sweki's admiration for her cousin was like the endless flow of the river or the unstoppable flooding of the Yellow River. She admired him too much. Daddy, Daddy. Before Chin Sweki could sigh again, two sweet voices were heard from the villa. It was Xian Tong Tong, who came running towards them with her little feet. Just like that, she threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Do you miss your dad? He picked up the two little ones and kissed their rosy cheeks left and right. The maids were extremely envious of this scene. Now they got to eat dog food from the young master and two young ladies again. Woo woo woo, what should I do? The dog food is so sweet, but I can't help but want to eat it. I miss you so much. Manhwa kissed his daddy's cheek affectionately, which made Chin Sweki look confused, and her brain CPU burned out. Who am I? Where am I? What is happening right now? Ahem, cousin, what are you doing? Your child with your sister-in-law? Indeed, the sudden scene had a great impact on her. As for the possibility of someone taking over, given her cousin's personality and current status, such a possibility was totally non-existent. Yi Xian put the two little guys down and rubbed their heads lovingly. Come, this is your Aunt Sweki. Hello, Aunt Sweki. The sweet voice sounded, and Chin Sweki liked it very much. After coming back to her senses, she coughed dryly and said, Hello, cousin, you have concealed this deeply. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the villa, which made Chin Sweki's eyes light up. The person was none other than the stunning goddess Xia Bingning. Oh my God, this is my sister-in-law. Looking at her sister-in-law right in front of her, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Chin Sweki was really amazed. Sister-in-law, you are much more beautiful than in the photo. Indeed, with my sister-in-law's appearance, she is at least 18 streets ahead of those popular stars. This beauty is definitely the most beautiful she has ever seen. She even can't help but like it. The sister-in-law is so attractive to both men and women. Thanks. Xia Bingning glared at a certain guy. She knew what photos Chin Sweki was talking about. That pighead could post any other photos, but had to post a photo of them sleeping. How despicable. Look back and don't let him look good, he. Oh, sister-in-law. Chun Sweki thought of something, and then said apologetically. Well, my cousin bought me a supercar worth more than 10 million yuan. Do you have any objection? What? Coming to the living room and looking at the luxurious decoration, Chin Sweki was nervous and tentative, but she shocked the maids around her. The young master bought his cousin a supercar worth tens of millions? This is a bit too extravagant. Of course I have no objection. Xia Bingning glanced at Yi Xian. She didn't expect this guy to be so generous. However, if she knew that Yi Xian also bought the Jinling Supercar Club for 2 billion, she wondered if she would still be so calm. Look! Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Chin Sweki. I was wondering, how could the woman your cousin likes be stingy? Muyue, take Sweki to visit the villa. Okay, master. Su Muyue's sweet voice sounded, and Chin Sweki was amazed. Her cousin really knew how to enjoy himself, being surrounded by so many beauties. But then again, isn't her sister-in-law so not jealous? Forget it. It's better for me to pay less attention to my cousin and sister-in-law's affairs. After all, it would be bad if I mean well, but end up doing something bad. Miss Sweki, this way, please. Then, Su Muyue introduced the villa to Chin Sweki, but after learning about the villa, Chin Sweki became restless. Because the cousin's villa is so luxurious, it can even be said that it is more luxurious than she could have imagined. Butler Su, what did you say? My cousin's villa is worth 1 billion, and he also bought all the villas in the Diyuan Villa complex. Chin Sweki was in a daze for a long time and couldn't come back to her senses. Indeed, this information was too shocking to her. Did her cousin rob a bank? After dinner in the room, You just know how to show off. Back in the villa, Xia Bingning rolled her eyes. But I didn't expect that you can sing so well. Yeah. Yi Xian didn't care and said with a smile, You don't even care whose husband I am. But at this moment, the cold air in Xia Bingning's body surged again, and it was several times stronger than before. Fortunately, Yi Xian is now a martial arts grandmaster. Otherwise, he would have been frozen to death. Detection. The host has absorbed the icy energy again, and his realm has been raised to the perfection of the martial arts grandmaster. The next day, early morning, the first ray of morning sun poured into the room, dispelling the last trace of darkness. Yi Xian struggled to wake up with his sleepy eyes and saw a charming face set off by the golden sunlight. What a nice view! This was Yi Xian's first reaction. Even the fairies in the sky looked no more beautiful than this. Soon the beautiful lady woke up. Xia Bingning thought of something and continued. I received an invitation from the Jinling auction yesterday. They said that there will be a large auction at the Kunping Hotel today. Kunping Hotel? Hearing Xia Bingning's words, Yi Xian was stunned. Isn't that the property of the Jinling Qin family? Of course, the most important thing is that this should be a good opportunity to make money. However, Xia Bingning didn't know that this auction would cause one of the four major families in Jinling to decline because of her man. Of course, this is a story for later. Chapter 38 Master. Do you want me to tie Xia Bingning up? Jinling, Kunping Hotel. Squeak. A supercar suddenly stopped in front of Kunping Hotel, and the two figures who got out of the car were Yi Xian and Xia Bingning. Yi Xian, please keep a low profile at the auction. Rest assured. Yi Xian put his arm around Xia Bingning's slender waist and said, Is your man the kind of person who likes to show off? I hope others don't cause me trouble. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes at someone and said, I won't cause trouble for you. This guy is really bold to say that. Master, Xia Bingning is here. In the auction hall, a bodyguard was reporting to the young man in a suit. Oh. Hearing the bodyguard's words, the young man looked over with a gleam in his eyes. The woman who almost became my daughter. Who is that boy? Check it out. The young man's name is Song Wenhao. He is the eldest son of the Song family, one of the four major families in Jinling. He is a playboy and will do anything to achieve his goals. He has now taken over the Song family affairs and will be in charge of the Song family in a year at most. Master, do you want me to tie up Xia Bingning and bring her here? The bodyguard next to Song Wenhao said with a sly smile. Although Xia Bingning has given birth to a child, and we haven't seen her for many years, her figure is more attractive than before. Yeah. Sizing up Xia Bingning's figure, Song Wenhao narrowed his eyes and said, All right, let's consider it as a welcome gift for me when I return to Jinling. Next, the first lot is Guanin's tears. During the conspiracy, a string of pendants with excellent appearance appeared on the auction table, which had an extraordinary aura. According to the appraisal, this Guanin tears is enough to block 3 attacks from the top masters. The reserve price for this item is 1 billion renminbi, and each bid must be no less than 100 million renminbi. The auction begins. 1 billion. I want it. As soon as the auction started, people began to bid. After all, it was enough to block 3 attacks from a top master. Such a good thing could not be measured by money. 2 billion. But at this moment, a voice sounded from Xia Bingning's side. Looking over, Xia Bingning was stunned. Yi Xian, you are crazy. Obviously, Xia Bingning didn't expect Yi Xian to take action, but how could he miss such a good opportunity to make money? 2.1 billion. A voice was heard again. Xia Bingning looked over, and her pretty face changed slightly. Song Wenhao? Why is it him? Listening to Xia Bingning's explanation, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He almost proposed to his father-in-law back then. Oh, then this person is my love rival. Puffed. What nonsense are you talking about? I have nothing to do with him. Xia Bingning glared at Yi Xian. She had no good impression of such a scumbag. 3 billion. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued to make money, obviously not taking Song Wenhao seriously at all. Interesting. When Song Wenhao heard Yi Xian's bidding, his eyes narrowed. However, everyone in the auction hall looked at Song Wenhao with fear and did not dare to bid. Joke? Song Wenhao is the future master of the Song family. It is not wise to offend such a person. 3.1 billion. Song Wenhao bid again, and his eyes fell on Yi Xian. 5 billion. Yi Xianhun didn't care about bidding again, which made Song Wenhao even more murderous. Master, don't be angry. At this time, the top expert of the Song family beside him sneered. This kid may have the chance to take the photo, but he may not have the chance to spend it. When the auction is over, I will kill that guy and bring you the guanine tears. Song Wenhao nodded slightly, thinking that with his status, there was really no reason for him to get entangled with an upstart. But, by the way, I'll kidnap Xia Bingning. Yes, master. The top master bowed respectfully and naturally would not refute Song Wenhao's order. Ding dong. At this time, the top expert of the Song family received a message. Master, the information of that kid has been found. Yi Xian, 23 years old, lives in Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, has an ordinary identity, has made a lot of money for some reasons, and is suspected to be the biological father of Xia Bingning's 2 daughters. Snap! The red wine glass in Song Wenhao's hand shattered, and he looked at Yi Xian with fierce eyes. What did you say? That kid is the little bastard from 4 years ago. Obviously, Song Wenhao knew something about what happened 4 years ago. At that time, Xia Bingning and her father were willing to sever their father-daughter relationship rather than tell her who made her pregnant. Such treatment undoubtedly made him jealous. Master, although I can't be sure, it's more than 90% true. After a pause, the top expert of the Song family continued. Moreover, it was Xia Bingning who took the initiative to ask her 2 children to find this Yi Xian more than a month ago. At that time, the 2 children called Yi Xian daddy as soon as they opened their mouths. In addition, in Xia Bingning's villa, I found that there were always photos of Yi Xian, as well as information from these years. Xia Bingning, you bitch. Very good. Song Wenhao was certain in his heart at this time that this Yi Xian was the guy who had intercepted Hu 4 years ago. If he had not gone abroad to gain experience, Xia Bingning would probably have been his woman by now. Yi Xian, let's go back to the villa. Knowing Song Wenhao's character well, Xia Bingning was worried and wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. Okay. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He naturally knew what Xia Bingning was worried about, although to him, Song Wenhao posed no threat to him at all. Soon, outside Kunping Hotel. Master, they're gone. The top master of the Song family narrowed his eyes. The auction was over and a good show was about to begin. Go ahead. Song Wenhao nodded slightly. Remember to do it cleanly and send Xia Bingning to my suburban villa. Okay, master. The top master said this respectfully and then disappeared on the spot. Seeing this, Song Wenhao smiled coldly. A young boy dares to go against me. And that Xia Bingning, I want to see how powerful you are tonight. After murmuring, Song Wenhao drove towards his suburban villa. At the same time, on the way back to Diyuan Villa, someone secretly, hey, I'm lucky tonight. The top master of the Song family narrowed his eyes. After killing the boy, he used a strong drug to make Xia Bingning unconscious. It would not be too late to give her to the young master after having a taste of her beauty. TSK, such a beauty. Before the top master of the Song family could think about it, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around and saw a ghostly figure appear in the field without him noticing. Who are you? The top masters of the Song family were all alert because this person posed an extremely strong danger to them. Whoever attacks the master will die. The next moment, the top expert of the Song family was hit in the heart by a palm strike, and the heart exploded instantly. The top expert's face was full of disbelief. You martial arts master? With a puff, blood splattered, and he died unwillingly with endless fear. Chapter 39, you clearly didn't say that just now, and you asked me to continue. Jinling, Suburban Villa. Xia family, Xia Bingning. Song Wenhao narrowed his eyes, showing an excited and fierce look. It's been 4 years since we last met. Don't let me down with your performance tonight. What a pity 2 bastards were born. Thinking of this, Song Wenhao's eyes lit up even brighter. He would let her know the price of betraying him later, because he wanted to bring shame to the Xia family. Just wait, Bingning. I will definitely kill you tonight, who? A cold wind blew, and a figure appeared in the room. This person was the Shinjo V that had arrived. But, at this moment, Shenwu was holding a scarlet dagger in his hand, with drops of blood dripping from it. The strange thing was that there was not a single blood stain on Shenwu's body. Seeing this scene, how could Song Wenhao not know what had happened? My feet staggered, and a sense of uneasiness came over me. 2 top masters, the Song family values you very much. Shenwu stepped towards Song Wenhao, which made Song Wenhao's legs weak. He had never seen such a scene before. I warn you, I am the future controller of the Song family. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go. Sniff. Before Song Wenhao could finish his words, a blade flashed, and the next moment Song Wenhao's body fell to the ground. He didn't even have time to react. So far, the eldest son of the Song family returned with great strength, but died before he could realize his ambitions. And even until his death, he would not know who killed him. Jinling, Qin family manor. Ding Ling. Qin Tianao was sitting quietly in the study waiting for news. At one moment, his cell phone rang, and he answered it immediately. What? Someone attacked Song Wenhao's suburban villa. Everyone, including Song Wenhao and two top masters, was killed. I see. After hanging up the phone, Qin Tianao was in a trance for a long time before he came back to his senses. A mysterious master assassinated me. Even the top masters are no match for him. With such strength, it seems that Master Yi has more than one martial arts master under his command. Qin Tianao took a deep breath and then asked his subordinate to stop monitoring. After all, Song Wenhao's death was a serious matter. After thinking for a while, Qin Tianao looked in the direction of the Jinling Song family manor and said, "Notify everyone. The Qin family should not cause any trouble recently. Be cautious in everything." "Yes, Patriarch." A confidant bowed in response, and Qin Tianao stood up and looked out the window at the beautiful scenery of Jinling in the distance. It seems that Jinling is going to be completely in chaos. Originally, the four major families were in name only, but at odds with each other. Now that young Master Yi has taken action, the conflicts will be further intensified. Moreover, there are other forces outside Jinling who are eyeing them covetously. It can be said that this is a turbulent time for Jinling. And his intuition told him that it would not be long before Jinling would see a major reshuffle of power, and the magnitude of this reshuffle would definitely be greater than ever before. On the other side, Diyu and Villa. Ding Ling. As the two were bickering, their relationship heated up and a cell phone rang. Humph. Xia Bingning snorted softly, then glared at Yi Xian. "I'll deal with you later." "Hey, poetry." When Xia Bingning answered the phone, her face lit up with joy because it was her best friend calling. At the same time, in the Jinling Li family villa, a beautiful girl in pajamas was talking on the phone. "Bingning, do you miss me? I just returned to Jinling today. I think it's nice of me to call you first." "What?" Xia Bingning was stunned when she heard this, and then her pretty face was full of joy. "Sure, Qing, you are back in Jinling. That's great. Hey, I hope I didn't disturb your rest so late." Li Shiqing said this with a chuckle, which made Xia Bingning feel guilty, and she couldn't help but look at a certain guy, wondering whether she was disturbing him or being disturbed. "No, I haven't." Xia Bingning said this with a stiff upper lip, naturally not wanting to show her timidity. "How could that be? You are my most important best friend." Hee. Is that so?" After hearing this, Li Shiqing on the other side felt surprisingly good, thinking to herself that she was worthy of being her best friend. Of course, if she knew what her best friend was like at the moment, I wonder how she would react. Xia Bingning couldn't help but make a sound, and Li Shiqing frowned across from her. "Bingning, are you okay?" Are you fine?" Xia Bingning coughed dryly. That bastard was actually so. "I'll go to your bar tomorrow to talk about poetry. I'm hanging up now." Beep beep. Before Li Shiqing could reply, Xia Bingning hung up the phone. "Yi Xian, I will make you suffer." "Eh? Ouch, I was wrong, husband. Please let me go." After a fight, Xia Bingning begged for mercy. After all, she was no match for that guy even if they were 10 shameless. Damn it. It seemed she would never be able to escape from this guy's clutches in this lifetime. That's right. After making a fuss for a while, Xia Bingning got to the point. "My best friend is back. Come with me tomorrow." And, after a pause, Xia Bingning said embarrassedly, "She doesn't even know about Xin Xin Tong Tong yet." "Yeah." Yi Xian lifted the beautiful lady's chin and said, "I didn't expect my wife Bingning is so good at keeping secrets." "It's all your fault." Xia Bingning glared at someone fiercely. "If Shiqing knew that I was pregnant before marriage, she would turn Jinling upside down to find you. Moreover, I will definitely turn you into ashes." At this point, Xia Bingning looked at someone proudly. She believed that her best friend could do this. Ahem. Listening to Xia Bingning's words, Yi Xian coughed dryly. He didn't expect that he had brushed shoulders with death for years ago. "Is your best friend so cruel?" "Of course." Xia Bingning continued. "Shiqing and I grew up together, and Shiqing's family is comparable to Song Wenhao's. Come to think of it, the two of them were engaged 4 years ago, and Shiqing chose to go abroad for that reason. Song Wenhao's fiancée." Yi Xian didn't expect that his wife Bingning's best friend and the young master of the Song family had such a past, but Song Wenhao seemed to be dead, he thought. If the martial arts master takes action personally, does the kid from the Song family still have a chance to survive? Chapter 40 Bingning, when did you have a daughter and a husband? The next day, in the private room of Qianjun restaurant. Squeak. When I opened the door, I saw a pretty girl waiting in the box. This girl was none other than Li Shiqing from the Jinling Li family. She had fair skin, phoenix eyes, and cherry lips. She was definitely a beauty. It has to be said that birds of a feather flock together. Poetic. Xiao Bingning came to the box and hugged Li Shiqing warmly after seeing her. The two beauties hugged each other like this. Although Li Shiqing's appearance was not as good as Xiao Bingning's, she was also a rare beauty. The so-called school beauties are much inferior to her. After all, as the daughter of the Li family in Jinling, how could she be a mediocre woman? Bingning, I finally hugged you again. Li Shiqing hugged her best friend. Although they had made video calls from time to time before, it was completely different from meeting in real life. She was extremely excited. TSK tisk. After hugging for a long time, Li Shiqing finally let go. Bingning, I didn't expect you to have such a good temperament now. You can pinch water out of your face. And the figure is much better than it was 4 years ago. At this moment, Li Shiqing saw Yi Xian not far away. This handsome guy is so handsome. Handsome guy, do you have WeChat? Li Shiqing came to Yi Xian's side with ease and said with shining eyes, I didn't expect there was such a handsome boy in Jinling. He is much better than Song Wenhao from the Song family. If I could get him to be my boyfriend, Song Wenhao would be so pissed off that he would die. Xiao Bingning, puff, cough, cough. Seeing what her best friend did, Xiao Bingning almost choked to death on her saliva. She was so embarrassed that she pulled her best friend over and glared at her. This guy's temper hadn't changed at all. Shiqing, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Bingning wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into and introduced him. Let me introduce you. This is my husband, the biological father of my 2 daughters. As she spoke, Xiao Bingning protectively held Yi Xian's arm, asserting her sovereignty, as if she was afraid that her best friend would steal her away. What? Li Shiqing was completely stunned, staring at her best friend with wide eyes. Is this true? This handsome guy is your husband and your daughter's biological father. Hey you, when did you have a daughter and a husband? Indeed, this piece of information had a great impact on Li Shiqing. What on earth had happened in Jinling in the past 4 years? Her best friend actually got married, and when did it happen? I didn't even know it at all. My name is Yi Xian. Please give me your guidance. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and the handsome curve of his smile made Li Shiqing feel like she was dreaming. Such a handsome boy was exactly like the Prince Charming she longed for. Now, I didn't expect that he would become my best friend's husband. Hello. Out of politeness, Li Shiqing coughed dryly. Xiao Bingning sighed. She knew her best friend would find out about their relationship sooner or later, so she didn't intend to hide it. This is what happened. 4 years ago. Then, Xiao Bingning recounted her experiences over the past 4 years, and Li Shiqing was completely confused. Pregnant before marriage? 3-year-old twin daughters? Are you this? Li Shiqing was stunned for a long time before she reacted. Bingning, you actually kept this secret from me for 4 years. Shiqing, you're going back to Jinling at this time. Are you and Song Wenhao? Xiao Bingning naturally knew about the matter between her best friend and Song Wenhao, and could not help but ask with concern. However, she didn't know what her best friend's reaction would be if she knew that the Song Wenhao she was talking about had been dead for a long time. That dandy boy. Li Shiqing had a murderous look on her face, and Yi Xian was surprised to find that Li Shiqing was actually a first-class master. It seemed that his woman's best friend was not simple. My parents asked me to come here to fulfill the engagement we made 4 years ago. At this point, Li Shiqing smiled coldly and then looked determined, clenching her fists as if she had made some kind of resolution. I asked you to come here to help me contact someone. I want to sell Qianjun liquor store. Then, gather all the funds at home and abroad and fight to the death with my parents. After a pause, Li Shiqing said with determination, even if I die, I will never marry that scumbag Song Wenhao. Sold the Qianjun liquor house? Xiao Bingning was stunned when she heard this, and looked at her best friend in disbelief. You are crazy. This was your proudest achievement back then. Qianjun Tavern? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. The opportunity to make money had come. If he bought it, he would definitely make a lot of money. Ms. Li, I want to sell Qianjun liquor house. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said in a shocking tone, "How about selling it to me?" Um. After hearing this, Li Shiqing was surprised. "You want to buy Qianjun liquor store?" Yi Xian, stop talking nonsense. Xia Bingming glared at Yi Xian, then added, "Shiqing Qianjun restaurant, although it is a hotel, is one of the best in Jinling, with a market value of 3.5 billion. No problem." Yi Xian waved his hand slightly, not caring at all. "I still have this little money. Ms. Li, how about I transfer 3.5 billion to you first, and we can handle the formalities later?" Puff! Li Shiqing spit out a mouthful of tea and looked at her bestie in disbelief. The scene before her was indeed beyond her expectations. "Bingning, can your man really buy Qianjun Wine House?" Um. Xia Bingning nodded slightly, her face flushed. What was wrong with this girl about her own man? And what about that guy who actually wanted to buy her best friend's Qianjun liquor store? Ding dong. At a certain moment, Li Shiqing received a huge sum of 3.5 billion yuan on his mobile phone. When he looked at Yi Xian again, his eyes changed. He didn't expect that this guy was not only handsome, but also so rich, and more importantly, so domineering. Joke? 3.5 billion is given without hesitation. It is hard for anyone not to like such a domineering and pampering guy, right? Ding. The host spent 3.5 billion renminbi and gained 35 billion renminbi, triggering a tenfold rebate. I gained so much from my first meeting with Bingning's wife and best friend. It seems that I will have one more money-making tool in the future. This feels pretty good. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looks forward to the future even more. Chapter 41, whether the master admits it or not. From now on, you are the son-in-law of the Xia family. Ms. Yuzhu, you can't go in. At a certain moment, there was a noise outside the box, and then a figure fell to the ground with a bang. This person was the staff member just now. "Zhao Yuzhu, you are so bold." Li Shiqing saw the person's pretty face turn cold. This is her private property. How dare he do this? Humph. Li Shiqing, get out of here. You have nothing to do today. Zhao Yuzhu was not afraid of Li Shiqing. Her eyes fell on Xia Bingning's face that made her jealous. "Xia Bingning, Brother Wenhao will definitely look for you a bitch." Bang! Before Zhao Yuzhu could finish her words, Li Shiqing slapped her and sent her flying. "Zhao Yuzhu, try to slander Bingning again. Believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart." "Li Shiqing, you dare to hit me?" Zhao Yuzhu's face turned livid, her eyes full of resentment. "Go ahead, kill her." "Yes, ma'am." The two top masters of the Zhao family took action immediately. With a swish, a top master appeared next to Li Shiqing. It was the person sent by the Li family to protect him. Humph. Zhao Yuzhu sneered. Her original target was Xia Bingning. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and at the critical moment a figure appeared in front of Xia Bingning, and the Zhao family master was repelled. "Uncle Fu, that's great." Li Shiqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Uncle Fu coming. "Xia family, you dare to stop me?" Zhao Yuzhu narrowed her eyes. Their Zhao family was far from being comparable to the Xia family. "Ms. Yuzhu, you're going too far." Although the Zhao family is one of the four major families in Jinling, do you really think that the Zhao family can cover the sky with one hand? You! Zhao Yuzhu was stunned when she heard this, and glared at Xia Bingning fiercely. "Bitch, wait for me. Wait." At this moment, Yi Xian, who had been silent all this time, spoke, and everyone's eyes fell on him. What do you want?" Zhao Yuzhu frowned, but then her face was full of sarcasm, while Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Now Qianjun Wine House is my property. You think I am your lord, and I can come and go as I please." Bang! Without any warning, Yi Xian slapped her backhand and sent her flying 4 or 5 meters away, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "If you cause trouble for Bing Ning again, I'll kill you." Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the expressions of the two top masters of the Zhao family became gloomy, because the two top masters on the opposite side were locking onto them. "Wow!" Li Shiqing looked at the field with an incredible look on her face. "Bingning, your man is so powerful." "I don't know." Xia Bingning stared at Yi Xian in a daze. It seemed that this guy's skills were about the same as her best friend's, but the feeling of being protected was so strange. "Wah!" The two top masters had cold expressions and looked at Yi Xian meaningfully. That kid was crazy. Did he really think that he had the Xia family, or even the Jinling Li family's background behind him? "Yi Xian, can you please lend me a hand to talk?" Uncle Fu glanced at Zhao Yuzhu, who left in a panic, and spoke. "Uncle Fu, you." Xia Bingning was anxious. The fact that Uncle Fu was able to find this person was obviously because he was sent by her father himself. Did he finally know? Good. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then scratched her nose lovingly. Wait, my husband will be back soon. Xia Bingning responded in a little woman's manner, which made Li Shiqing's eyes widen. Was this still the reaction of the best friend she knew? Soon in another box. Yi Xian, be careful. Uncle Fu warned him loudly, because he wanted to test him, and a lightning-like attack came, the intensity of which was far beyond the level of a first-class master. Testing? Yi Xian smiled slightly, knowing that this was a different kind of meeting with his father-in-law. In that case, bang! With one punch, Uncle Fu was knocked 5 or 6 meters away. His breath was surging, and he looked at Yi Xian with disbelief on his face. Could you be a martial arts master? Shock. So shocking. Uncle Fu never expected that the guy who brought shame to the Xia family 4 years ago would be so powerful. What does it mean that he is a 23-year-old martial arts master? Not to mention Jinling, even the imperial capital probably doesn't have it. Is the test over? Yi Xian raised his lips and continued. Then please go back and tell my father-in-law. I hope this will only happen once. Ahem, the Xia family doesn't dare. Uncle Fu coughed dryly and bent down. Yi Xian's strength alone was enough to make him do so. That's right. Yi Xian casually took out 3 doses of physical enhancement liquid. These 3 doses of liquid medicine should be the betrothal gifts. A bride price. Uncle Fu stared at his hands in a daze. He knew, of course, that Yi Xian and his young lady had already obtained their marriage certificate. Otherwise, Xia Bingning's father would not have sent him here in such a hurry. Uncle Fu can use 1 copy and know its wonderful use. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curved up. Naturally, he wanted to win the first battle with his father-in-law. Oh, okay. Uncle Fu pondered for a moment. He naturally knew that if Yi Xian wanted to harm him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Drink the medicine. Powerful energy surged in his body, and with a humming sound, at a certain moment, Uncle Fu's aura suddenly reached the level of a martial arts master, with strong energy surging around his body. This is a martial arts master. Feeling the surging power, Uncle Fu's face was full of disbelief, and then he looked at Yi Xian with a changed look in his eyes. Hello, son-in-law. Whether the master admits it or not, from now on you are the son-in-law of the Xia family. Uncle Fu is not stupid. He naturally knows that in the future, the young lady will have such a powerful person protecting her, and no one will be able to hurt her. This is what you deserve. I heard from Bingning that you have treated him like your own son since he was a child. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, I'm leaving first. I'll go back and tell my father-in-law to take care of himself. Farewell, uncle. The corners of Uncle Fu's mouth twitched, and he bowed. At this moment, he dared not be rude at all. Huh. Uncle Fu heaved a sigh of relief only after Yi Xian left. But is my uncle really just a martial arts master? Why does he still feel unfathomable even after a breakthrough? Soon, Yi Xian came to the field. Yi Xian, are you okay? Xia Bingning naturally knew that Uncle Fu came with a mission for his father, and she hurried forward to show her concern, which made Li Shiqing on the side envious. If the rich young masters of Jinling knew about this, who knows what kind of disturbance it would cause? Fine. Fu Bolai told me that my father-in-law agreed that we should be together. Xia Bingning blushed, thinking of something. Really? Certainly. Xia Bingning's head was hit lovingly with a bang, and Li Shiqing was caught off guard by the wave of dog food. Don't worry, just stay here. Li Shiqing took a deep breath and waved her hands. I'm leaving first. I can't stand you guys showing off your affection. Shiqing, what are you talking about? Xia Bingning stamped her feet, glared at her best friend. Then her eyes fell on Yi Xian and snorted. Look, it's all your fault for spreading dog food for no reason. Chapter 42, what dog food? Did we spread dog food? Dog food? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. What dog food? Did we spread dog food? What else? Xia Bingning looked at her best friend, running away in a panic. But shouldn't they have been arguing just now? Why did it become dog food? My Bingning wife, if this is really dog food, do you think I can spread it myself? Seeing the beautiful lady who was raising an army to hold her accountable, Yi Xian joked. Xia Bingning wanted to say something, but was speechless for a moment. Yes, how can one person show off his love? Hateful. Why would I be so affectionate with this guy? This is not right. I clearly know my limits. On the other side, in the nanny car. Ding-ling. Li Shiqing's cell phone rang, and she answered it. Hello, Dad. What did you say? Song Wenhao is dead. Okay, I got it. In the black nanny car, Li Shiqing was stunned for a moment after hanging up the phone, and then laughed happily. Miss, what are you doing? The top expert at the side was stunned, obviously not understanding why his lady was like this. Hey, that scumbag Song Wenhao was killed. How can I not be happy? What? The Li family's top expert's expression changed drastically. Song Wenhao was killed. How is this possible? Indeed, this information had a great impact on the top masters of the Li family. Nothing is impossible. Li Shiqing waved her hands and said, My dad said that the person who attacked was most likely a martial arts master. The two top masters of the Song family were killed in one move. The Song family is in big trouble. Li Shiqing thought of this, and a gleam flashed in the corners of her mouth and eyes. In other words, my engagement with that scumbag is invalid. If you let me know who did this, I'll give you a large reward. Ahem, miss, be careful with your words. The eyelids of the top masters of the Li family were twitching wildly. If this news were to spread to the Song family now, it would probably cause a lot of trouble. Jinling, Xiao family villa. In the study. Afyu, how is it? When Xia Guofeng saw Uncle Fu returning, he asked him with concern. Master, look. Uncle Fu did not say anything, but released the aura around his body, and a surge of strong energy surged out. Xia Guofeng felt the fluctuation of Uncle Fu's aura. This is a martial arts master. Afyu, you have broken through to become a martial arts master. For a moment, Xia Guofeng's face was filled with joy. You know, the martial arts master is the most top-notch existence in Jinling. With a martial arts master in charge, their Xia family will definitely have more security. Good. Uncle Fu took a deep breath and looked towards the direction of the Yuan villa. I was able to break through, thanks to the gift of my son-in-law. Uncle, Xia Guofeng was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Uncle Fu, whom he trusted the most, in disbelief. You mean, Yi Xian? There is no denying that after knowing that his daughter had obtained a marriage certificate with that guy, Xia Guofeng had already acknowledged this bastard's son-in-law who caused the breakup between him and his daughter. Yes. Thinking about what happened in the private room of Qianjun Tavern, Uncle Fu swallowed his saliva and continued, Master, you may not know that my son-in-law is already a martial arts master. Cough, cough. After hearing this, Xia Guofeng was stunned, and then his eyes widened. Master of martial arts, you mean that brat? 23-year-old martial arts master. Xia Guofeng almost choked to death with a mouthful of tea. Uncle Fu was not surprised by this and said solemnly, Besides, even though I have become a martial arts master now, I still feel that my son-in-law is unfathomable. It is very likely that my uncle is in the middle or even late stage of martial arts master. That kid, Xia Guofeng was shocked that his daughter had a relationship with such a genius 4 years ago. He knew what this meant even with his toes. No wonder. Even Ah Fu calls him son-in-law. With this strength, I'm afraid he is invincible in the entire Jinling. Besides, Uncle Fu paused and continued. Qianjun Tavern. Zhao Yuzhu from the Zhao family of the 4 great families slandered the young lady, and the son-in-law slapped her in the face. My son-in-law will be in big trouble next. As he spoke, Uncle Fu took out 2 doses of medicine. Master, this is the magical medicine that will allow me to break through to the Grandmaster level of martial arts. With this, my Xia family will be invincible in Jinling. After a pause, Uncle Fu continued. Besides, the son-in-law said that this is a betrothal gift to the Xia family. Oh! Xia Guofeng took one of the medicines with a bitter taste on his lips. He didn't want to accept it, but the temptation was too great. Gurgle. After drinking the medicine, Xia Guofeng was already 1 step away from becoming a top master. A superb aura surged out of him, and he was finally promoted to a half-step martial arts master before he stopped. Really? Uncle Fu felt the fluctuations of Xia Guofeng's aura and said, Congratulations, sir, for being promoted to a half-step martial arts master. This medicine is so magical. Who is that brat? At this moment, Xia Guofeng had to acknowledge this son-in-law. After all, he even used the betrothal gift. And the other portion of medicine will most likely give the Xia family another martial arts master. In this way, although their Jinling Xia family is not one of the 4 major families, it has a strength that surpasses the 4 major families. Ding dong. At this moment, Xia Guofeng received a message on his mobile phone. He lowered his eyebrows, and his expression suddenly changed. Master, what's wrong? When Uncle Fu saw Xia Guofeng's expression, he couldn't help but frown. He should be happy that his son-in-law is so powerful now. After something happened. Xia Guofeng handed the phone to Uncle Fu, who looked over and couldn't help but be incredulous after hearing the news. What Song Wenhao is dead. Moreover, the Song family has lost 3 top masters in a row. The martial arts master takes action? Uncle Fu pondered for a moment, then thought of the scumbag Song Wenhao from the Song family who had always coveted his young lady. Master, do you think it was not done by the son-in-law? Xia Guofeng. Ah. Hearing this, Xia Guofeng fell silent. If it were before, he would naturally not believe it, but now the brat himself is a martial arts master, and there is another martial arts master behind him. In terms of motives and possibilities, he is naturally the biggest suspect. Huh. Taking a deep breath, Xia Guofeng looked into the distance at Jinling and said, no matter who it is, let the Xia family keep a low profile during this period of time. I always feel like a storm is about to break out in Jinling. Uncle Fu nodded silently when he heard this, and then looked quite hopeful. Master, I actually hope this person is my son-in-law. If that's the case, then the reshuffle in Jinling might help the Xia family soar to the sky. After a pause, Uncle Fu continued, Master, have you ever thought about it? First it started with the Zhang family, the Shen family, the Qin family, and now the Song family. Behind all this, there is a hidden feud with my son-in-law. Listening to Uncle Fu's words, Xia Guofeng's eyes narrowed even more. If that was the case, then that kid would be too scary. Chapter 43 Song Wenhao. That scumbag was killed? Emperor Yuan number 1 Villa. Daddy, Mommy is back. Xin and Tong Tong heard the sound of a supercar and ran over with their little feet. Cousin, sister-in-law, you are back. Shinsweki laughed and was having a great time playing with the 2 little guys. Yi Xian nodded to his cousin, then carried Xin and Tong Tong into the villa. Do you miss your daddy? Okay, I miss you so much. Xin Tong Tong's Mua gave her dad a kiss. The maids were extremely envious of this scene, while Xia Bingning smiled bitterly. After dinner, returned to the room. Crash! The bathroom door opened, and the gorgeous Lady Xia Bingning appeared in front of Yi Xian wrapped in a bath towel. Her delicate face looked even more beautiful under the warm yellow light. I'm still watching it. I'm not tired of it. Xia Bingning glared at Yi Xian. This guy is always like this every time he comes out of the shower. Hey, of course I won't get tired of it. I'll never get tired of watching it for the rest of my life. Yi Xian stood up and embraced the beautiful woman in his arms. Even though she was wrapped in a bath towel, it still couldn't hide her proud figure. When their eyes meet, they are filled with beauty. I'm going to change my clothes? At a certain moment, Xia Bingning, who was about to dodge, was covered by someone's lips before she could make any move, and a passionate kiss quietly started. Wow, so sweet, damn. Why can't I resist that guy much? I'm so angry. I don't know how much time has passed. Their lips parted, and Xia Bingning's face turned red all the way behind her ears. It was all because of that guy who never got enough of her. That's right. Yi Xian then took out the Guanyin Tears pendant that he had bought at the auction. Here, this is for you. Give me? Seeing this guy's actions, Xia Bingning was stunned. This guy could block the attack of a top master. Certainly. Originally, my husband bought it for my wife Bingning. As he spoke, Yi Xian had already put the pendant on Xia Bingning's neck. He had forgotten about it yesterday, because of the pink towel incident. Since the host has given Bingning's wife Guanyin, I will give her 5 billion renminbi. The sudden voice made Yi Xian stunned for a moment, and his mood improved a bit. Then, bring up the properties panel. Nim, Jitrin. Realm, Grandmaster of Martial Arts. Age, 23. Appearance, Max, second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music. Items, Emperor Yuan number 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil Sun, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth, 197.8 billion renminbi. Seeing that the wealth value on the attribute panel had increased significantly, Yi Xian's mouth curved up. Ding-ling. But at this moment, Xia Bingning's cell phone rang, and she saw it was her best friend calling. Hey, poetry. What did you say? Song Wenhao is dead. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Xia Bingning stood there in a daze, unable to come back to her senses for a long time. What's wrong? Seeing his beautiful wife in a daze, Yi Xian skillfully took off the bath towel and held the bears tightly. Xia Bingning felt that someone was doing something excessive and slapped his hand away. Yi Xian, Shiqing just called and said that Song Wenhao was killed. With Yi Xian's insight, he naturally heard the phone call just now, pretending to be surprised. Song Wenhao, that scumbag was killed? Xia Bingning naturally didn't care about who someone called her. She took a deep breath and nodded. However, she felt relieved in her heart. This was not a bad thing. After all, Yi Xian would not be in danger for the time being. She knew Song Wenhao's character too well. However, Xia Bingning didn't know that the person who killed Song Wenhao was the man sleeping next to her. Jinling, Xia family. Xia Guofeng, come out here. A loud voice echoed throughout the Xia family villa, and then no less than 100 figures surrounded the dozen or so figures who had come forward. The leader was named Song Qingtian, the second master of the Jinling Song family. At the same time, he is also the vice president of Jinling Martial Arts Association. The top aura surged out with Song Qingtian as the center. He couldn't swallow this humiliation when he learned that his nephew was killed. Song Qingtian, you are so outrageous. Xia Guofeng's face turned pale, and he sighed in his heart. The thing he least wanted to happen finally happened. Humph. Song Qingtian is the second master of the Song family and has a martial arts master behind him. How could he be afraid of the Xia family? When Hao was killed, your Xia family, give me a reasonable explanation. Of course he had investigated. He had just had a conflict with Yi Xian at the auction, and then something happened. Based on his understanding of his nephew, he would definitely attack Xia Bingning the first thing he saw. Therefore, the Xia family is naturally the first suspect. If you don't satisfy me today, I, Song Qingtian, will destroy your Xia family. The rage surged, and Xia Guofeng was under pressure. As Xia Guofeng weighed the pros and cons, his eyes became fierce. Song family, have you really thought that I, Xia Guofeng, was made of clay all these years? Sure. Song Qingtian sneered and looked at Xia Guofeng in surprise. It's been a while since we last met. Xia Guofeng, you become much tougher. Let me see where you get the confidence from. Back then, the Song family used their power to force Xia Bingning to marry into the Song family. At that time, Xia Guofeng already hated the Song family to the core. Today he threatened to destroy the Xia family without any investigation, with new grudges and old hatreds. Bang! Xia Guofeng punched out, and Song Qingtian, who was originally shouting, was directly knocked away 7 or 8 meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his whole face turned pale. Vice President Song, the people from the Jinling Martial Arts Association were terrified and rushed forward to help. Cough, cough. Song Qingtian steadied himself and spurted out another mouthful of blood, but he looked at the other side with a look of disbelief. Xia Guofeng, you are a half-step martial arts master. How could you possibly do that in just half a year? Shock. Song Qingtian was so shocked. Half a year ago, Xia Guofeng was not even a top master, but now he has become a half-step martial arts master. How could he not be surprised? Song Qingtian, I'm warning you. If you dare to be so arrogant again, don't blame me for not giving face to your Song family. If it was before, Xia Guofeng would naturally not dare to do so, but now their Xia family already has 2 martial arts masters and 1 half-step martial arts master. So what does they have to fear even from the Jinling Song family? You are good. Xia Guofeng, your Xia family is really surprising. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingtian knew that he had made a big mistake today. However, Xia Guofeng suddenly became so powerful. Could it be that he really killed Wen Hao? Regardless of whether it was his doing or not, the Xia family must be wiped out. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Chapter 44, Bingning Wife. Why does your mother-in-law want to see you? Jinling, Zhao family manor. In the room. Asshole. Zhao Yuzhu looked at the scarlet palm mark in the mirror, her pretty face full of ferocity. Xia Bingning, I want you to die. Shame. What a shame. As the jewel in the crown of one of the 4 major families in Jinling, Zhao Yuzhu had never been treated like this before. That pretty boy actually dared to hit him. Ding Ling. Just then, Zhao Yuzhu's cell phone rang, and she answered the call when she saw the caller ID. Hey, uncle. Obviously, the caller was Song Qingtian, but when he learned the news, his expression changed drastically. Second uncle. What did you say, brother, when Hao was killed? It's very likely related to Xia Bingning's mistress. Snap. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuzhu crushed the phone into pieces. Although she was not as strong as Li Shiqing, she was also a second-rate expert. Now that she thought about it carefully, a certain figure emerged in her mind. It must be that boy. Zhao Yuzhu's face was icy cold. She was only a second-rate expert to begin with. When Xia Bingning's mistress hit her, she didn't even have a chance to react. That guy was at least a first-rate expert, or even stronger. At the same time, at the Song family manor. Xiao family, you are finished. Song Qingtian narrowed his eyes, thinking about the humiliation of today. Now that I have dragged the Zhao family into this, you are still alive. Anyone who touches my Song family must die. For a time, the situation in Jinling was turbulent, and no one knew what would happen next. The next day, early morning, golden sunlight poured into the room, dispelling the last trace of darkness and making the beautiful face even more charming. From Yi Xian's perspective, it looked super beautiful. The tender and sweet atmosphere was interrupted by the ringing of a cell phone. Ding Ling. Seeing that it was her mother calling, Xia Bingning couldn't help but feel nervous. Hello, Mom. After answering the call, Xia Bingning gave someone a warning look. Obviously, that look said it all, telling him not to cause trouble. Hee, Bingning didn't disturb you and Xiaoya's rest, did she? No, oops, Mom. What are you talking about? Hi. Mother Xia smiled slightly and continued. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm an experienced person. Besides, my daughter is so beautiful. Xia Bingning. Ah. Mom, if you keep doing this, I'll die. In fact, Xia Bingning wanted to find a hole to crawl into after hearing her mother's words. Is it wrong for her to be beautiful? Is there any mother who would say this to her daughter? Ahem, I won't tease you anymore. Mother Xia coughed dryly, then got to the point and said with a smile, Your father said that there will be a family dinner today, and asked you to bring Xiaoya, Xin, and Tong Tong. Ah! After Xia Bingning heard this, her heart jumped to her throat. Mom, what did you say? My dad. She asked me to bring Yi Xian home for a family dinner? Then, Xia Bingning thought of what Yi Xian said yesterday that his father agreed to their marriage. That's settled. Beep beep. Before Xia Bingning could reply, her mother hung up the phone without giving her any chance to refuse. She knew her daughter too well. Xia Bingning suddenly panicked. It had been 4 years, and this was the first time her father had given in. He had never done that before. How could he suddenly change his mind? It was so strange. She naturally knew how much of an impact her pregnancy before marriage had on the Xia family 4 years ago. Because of her, the Xia family became the school belle of Jinling. Bingning, my wife, why does your mother-in-law want to see you? It's such a big reaction. Xia Bingning took a deep breath. My mother just called and said that my father asked me to take you back to the family banquet. Father-in-law's family dinner? Isn't this a good thing? Yi Xian said nonchalantly. After all, he won the first battle with his father-in-law. Ahem, be serious. Xia Bingning coughed dryly. You don't know the relationship between me and my father. In the past 4 years, he has never been like this. Aren't you afraid that he will eat you? Xia Bingning was very curious. Was this guy really confident or just pretending? He was so sure that his father would treat him well. But he had no idea that the person sent by his old man was almost crippled by his own man. Eat me. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said domineeringly. Just kidding, it's not that I look down on my father-in-law. I can knock him out with just one finger. Puff! Xia Bingning was amused when she saw the guy's shameless words. He knocked her father down with just one finger. This guy was really good at boasting. She was the most qualified person to say how powerful her father was. If you don't brag, you will die. However, it was this joke that made Xia Bingning no longer so nervous, but she didn't know whether what her man said was true. Knocking down his father-in-law with just one finger was an easy task for Yi Xian. That's right. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, I don't know what my father-in-law likes, so I have to bring some gifts over. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xia Bingning nodded slightly. This sounded like human words. Well, my father usually likes to drink wine and tea. Oh! Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. Drinking wine and tea. This father-in-law really had all the preferences of a man. The host wants to give a gift to his father-in-law. He is giving 10 kilograms of ambergris tea and 6 bottles of Islay limited edition whiskey. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the gift pushed by the system. Well, now I don't even need to give gifts. However, Yi Xian didn't know how precious these 2 gifts were. Each of them was in short supply. It was these two gifts that greatly changed Xia's father's opinion of his son-in-law. Of course, this is a story for later. I made a note of that. Yi Xian nodded and said this. Xia Bingning sighed. For some reason, she always felt like something was going to happen. Her father's behavior was too abnormal. Why did he suddenly ask them to go home for a family dinner? Is it because he has a change of heart and feels sorry for himself? Chapter 45. Extravagant gifts shocked my father-in-law and his family. Master, good morning, madam. When they arrived at the living room, the maids greeted them in a very sweet voice. Xia Bingning's face was slightly flushed. Obviously, she had just finished being massaged by someone. As for what happened, no one knows. Young madam seems to be in better spirits again. Yeah, I'm so envious. The maids were chattering, while Xin and Tong Tong were playing with Shunsweki on the lawn outside the villa. The scene was peaceful and beautiful under the golden sunshine. Daddy, Mommy. When Xin and Tong Tong saw their parents got up, they ran over immediately. It was obvious that Aunt Sweki was no longer happy. Cousin, where are you going today? Chin Sweki was doing a live broadcast, recording a beautiful new day. Oh, I'm going to your sister-in-law's house to meet my father-in-law today. Chin Sweki. What, cousin? You're going to your sister-in-law's house to meet her parents? The fans in the live broadcast room were also excited at this moment. I knock, my cousin wants to meet my sister-in-law's parents. Sister-in-law is so beautiful. Her family must be very rich. Cousin, are there any other sisters in my sister-in-law's family? Sister-in-law, I love you, moi. In just a short while, the number of fans in Chin Sweki's live broadcast room increased by several thousand. It was obvious that this gimmick was unprecedentedly strong. Mom, are we really going to Grandma's house? Xin Tong Tong looked at her mom and said, we can see Grandpa again. The corner of Xia Bingning's mouth twitched slightly. Although her father had a very strained relationship with her for the past 4 years, he was very kind to the two little ones. Perhaps it was because they were of different generations. Yes, long live Mama. The two little guys were so excited. They had no idea what going to their grandmother's house meant to their mother. Soon, the Xia family villa came closer. Hello, miss. When they arrived at the villa, all the maids were stunned. They obviously didn't expect the young lady to come to the villa. Xia Bingning nodded slightly, and the family entered the villa. Bingning Xiaoye, you are here. Xia's mother had already prepared food and had been waiting for a long time. Today was a great opportunity for her daughter to reconcile with her father, so she naturally took it seriously. Hey, Xiaoye, you're here anyway? Why buy me a gift? Mother Xia waved her hand and said this, but still let Uncle Fu take it. At this time, Yi Xian saw a middle-aged man for the first time. It was Xia Guofeng, who was a half-step martial arts master. Dad, Xia Bingning took a deep breath. After all, he knew that his father had shouldered a lot in the past 4 years. Xia Guofeng's mouth twitched. How could he really break off relations with his daughter? It's good to be back. At this time, Uncle Fu was looking at the box of fine wine in his hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Son-in-law, this wine is a limited edition Islay whiskey. I used all my connections to buy it, but still couldn't get it, and you just got 6 bottles straight away. After hearing this, Xia Guofeng looked at the box of wine. It was the limited edition of Islay whiskey that he had been looking for. Master, look. As Uncle Fu was speaking, he took out a bottle of Islay whiskey. It had a luxurious and fashionable design, with 2 gold bars of the same size inlaid in the bottle, and even thousands of diamonds. The whole bottle was sparkling, and one sip of it was like buying a house. Is this a diamond? Mother Xia looked at the luxurious bottle, which already indicated that the wine was extraordinary. Xia Guofeng narrowed his eyes, while Uncle Fu sighed with emotion. Yes, ma'am. It is said that this bottle costs $6 million, and there is still a shortage of people. Converted into Chinese currency, it costs more than 40 million yuan. The 6 bottles here are probably worth at least 250 million. Hiss! The maids in the Xia family villa all gasped. 6 bottles of wine for 250 million? In an instant, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at their brother-in-law. Yi Xianyu, Xia Bingning didn't expect that the wine this guy bought was so extraordinary that even her father couldn't find it after searching for years. This is too expensive. Mother Xia breathed a sigh of relief. Let alone the wine, even the bottle of wine could probably buy several villas. Let's eat. Xia Guofeng waved his hand and asked someone to keep it. This was a good thing he had been longing for, so he certainly couldn't miss it. That's right. Yi Xian smiled slightly. I also bought some tea leaves for my father-in-law. Uncle Fu can brew some and try it. Okay, Uncle. After hearing this, Uncle Fu took a deep breath and nodded. Since the master accepted the good wine, he naturally acknowledged his identity as the son-in-law. This is, but when he opened the tea leaves, Uncle Fu's mouth twitched. Master, the legendary ambergris tea. What? When Xia Guofeng heard this, he lost all his composure and stood up from his seat. Ambergris, a top-grade tea said to cost tens of millions per pound. Cough, cough. Xia Bingning was stunned when she heard this. Mom, are you sure it costs tens of millions per pound? These 10 kilograms in front of me are worth 200 million. Maids, oh my God. There are tea leaves worth 200 million and wine worth no less than 250 million. This son-in-law spent 450 million. Is he crazy? Son-in-law. Who is he? Ahem, uncle. How did you do this? Uncle Fu couldn't help but sip his lips. This was such a stunning achievement. It was something money couldn't buy at all. Xiaoyi, what can I say? Mother Xia naturally knew that Yi Xian did this to give a good impression to his father-in-law, but it was too expensive. For a moment, Xia Guofeng looked at the guy who had teased his daughter 4 years ago, and his eyes changed. He thought that even the 4 major families in Jinling might not be able to do such a thing. After you go make some tea. Mother Xia smiled and said, let's talk while we eat. Yes, ma'am. Uncle Fu smiled and left. Xia Bing was moved. Yi Xian, thank you. Why thank me? This is what your husband should do. Yi Xian said nonchalantly. The two whispering to each other made Xia's mother smile. The relationship between the young couple seemed to be quite good. Just then, the 2 little guys saw the pendant around Mama's neck and asked curiously, Mom, what you're wearing is so beautiful. This is Guanin's tears. When Mother Xia saw the pendant around her daughter's neck, she was stunned. Bingning, why are you wearing this Guanin tears? Mom, this is what Yi Xian bought at the last auction. Then Xia Bingning recounted what happened at the last auction. Everyone in the room was shocked, and Xia Guofeng's expression was even more complicated. It took Xia's mother a long time to come back to her senses, her eyelids twitching. Ahem, this Guanin tears leaf. I spent 5 billion to make it for you. Father Xia and Uncle Fu looked at each other and saw that the other was shocked. They had a strong feeling that the things that happened to the Zhang family, the Xin family, the Qin family, and the Song family in Jinling during this period were most likely done by this kid. Grandma, even if you have money, you can't be so wasteful. Chapter 46, Son-in-law, you call 8 billion small money? Xiaoya, come and eat. Mother Xia looked at Yi Xian. She was so satisfied. This son-in-law was extremely good to her daughter. 5 billion worth of Guanin tears. Buy it now. Although money cannot represent everything, it can sometimes explain a lot of things. At least, his daughter's position in his heart is far more important than 5 billion. Daddy is great. Although Xin and Tong Tong don't know what exactly happened, they know that their dad must be super awesome. That must be the case. This tea tastes quite good. Mother Xia took a sip of the ambergris nectar and savored it. It's worthy of being a tea worth tens of millions per kilogram. Xiaoyi, come and have a couple of drinks with me. Xia Guofeng no longer held it in his hand. Uncle Fu smiled, opened a bottle of Islay whiskey, and started drinking. Good. Yi Xian smiled slightly and drank with his father-in-law. There was no doubt that he had completely defeated his father-in-law in this confrontation. After 3 rounds of meals, the atmosphere became harmonious. Ding-ling. Until one moment, Fu Bo's cell phone rang. Hey, what's up? After answering the phone, Fu Bo's smiling face suddenly turned cold. What did you say? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Uncle Fu's face was solemn. Master, something happened to the group. Half an hour ago, several cooperating companies unilaterally terminated their contracts at the same time, and the group's capital chain gap reached 8 billion. After a pause, Uncle Fu continued, if we don't make up for it in time, the consequences will be disastrous. What? When Xia Guofeng heard this, his expression changed. It must be the Song family's doing. Song Qingtian just suffered a great loss yesterday, and now something happened to the Xia group. No fool would believe it if someone said it had nothing to do with the Song family. Master, not only the Song family, but also the Zhao family. This? Xia Bingning's pretty face turned pale when she heard this. Uncle Fu, the Zhao family, and the Song family attacked the Xia family at the same time. How could this happen? There is a funding gap of 8 billion yuan. Where can we make up for it at this time? Xia's mother was also full of worry. After all, if the Xia group was gone, the Xia family would be finished. Short of money? When Yi Xian heard this, his eyes narrowed. This was a good opportunity to make money. And, thinking of this, Yi Xian took out a card. As for money, I have some. Uncle, there is exactly 8 billion in this card. Use it for emergencies first. Uncle, when Uncle Fu heard this, he looked at the bank card on the table in disbelief. He really didn't expect his son-in-law to be like this. Yi Xian, thank you. Xia Bingning was deeply moved. This was undoubtedly the most dangerous time for the Xia family. The fact that he could help was enough to prove that his choice was the right one. No. Although Xia's mother knew that Xia's group was in urgent need of money, she still prioritized it. This is too much. Besides, you've already spent enough on Bingning before. Fine. Yi Xian waved his hand indifferently. I still have this little money. Joke. How is it possible to take it back? There is no reason to take back the money that you have spent with great difficulty. Ahem, small money? Listening to their son-in-law's words, the maids' mouths twitched. 8 billion is a small amount of money. The password is Bingning's birthday. Looking at the bank card on the table, Xia Guofeng didn't want it at first, but this was the life-saving money of the Xia group. Hey! With a sigh, Xia Guofeng continued. Forget it. I'll take the money. But, after pondering for a moment, Xia Guofeng made a decision. According to the share, you will have 20% of the shares of Xia Group in the future. After you print out the contract. Xia Guofeng acted decisively, and Uncle Fu narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the master really accepted his son-in-law, which was a good thing for both the Xia family and Bingning. Yes, sir. Uncle Fu responded and went to prepare the contract. Xia Guofeng looked at his son-in-law in front of him with mixed feelings. But at this moment, Xia Guofeng received a call. Hey, Uncle Xia. After the call was connected, a voice came from the other end, which made Xia Guofeng stunned. You are Qin Tianao? Hearing the familiar voice, Xia Guofeng became a little suspicious. What could he want from him at this moment? Yes, Uncle Xia still remembers me. Qin Tianao's attitude was very good, without any hostility. Tianao called to cooperate with Xia Group in all aspects. I don't know if Uncle Xia is willing. Oh! After hearing this, Xia Guofeng narrowed his eyes. He naturally didn't believe that Qin Tianao was so easy to talk to. You have to know that this kid had been patient for more than 20 years, and once he rose to power, he directly wiped out the first and second branches of the Qin family, and even imprisoned his father. How could such a cruel person take the initiative to offend the Song and Zhao families at the same time? Could it be that? Xia Guofeng thought of something, and his eyes fell on Yi Xian. Was it because of this guy? Thinking about how Qin Tianao and Yi Xian had been quite close before, his guess was further confirmed. In other words, Qin Tianao was helping the Xia group because Yi Xian was helping him. Huh. Thinking of this, Xia Guofeng breathed a sigh of relief. The Xia group is naturally happy to cooperate with the Qin family. Real. Qin Tianao on the opposite side was startled. He was worried that he had no chance to repay young Master Yi. Now that the Xia group was in crisis, it was a perfect opportunity to repay young Master Yi. Not to mention confronting the Song and Zhao families. He wouldn't even blink an eye even if the Jinlingli family was added. And, on the other hand, the Xia family is the family of Yi Nun's family. Maintaining this relationship will definitely bring many benefits to the Jinling Qin family in the future. Xiao Yi, come to the study. I want to tell you something. Xia Guofeng thought for a moment, looked at Yi Xian, and said, Dad, before Xia Bingning could finish her words, she was stopped by Xia's mother. The situation of the Xia family was not good now. She vaguely guessed what Xia's father said when they met alone. Don't worry, since your dad has accepted Xiaoye, he won't do anything to him. Mother Xia looked towards the closed study room and continued, and Xiaoye is the benefactor of our Xia family. In the study, Xiaoyi, it's just you and me now. Xia Guofeng pondered for a moment and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for giving the Xia family 3 doses of liquid medicine. Xia Guofeng was very clear about this. If it weren't for the 3 doses of medicine, the Xia family situation would be worse than it is now, even devastating. Uncle, you are too polite. The betrothal gift was originally intended for the Xia family. After a short chat, Xia Guofeng got to the point. Xiao Yi, as Bingning's father, I have something to ask of you. If something happens to the Xia family in the future, I want you to take Bingning and the other 2 away from Jinling as far as possible. Obviously, what Xia Guofeng is most worried about is his daughter Xia Bingning. I have detected that my father-in-law has a hidden disease, and I will give him a gift of medical skills. When the system voice fell, Yi Xian clearly felt a lot of information in his mind. After sorting out the information, he looked at his father-in-law again and was stunned. Cursed needle technique? With Yi Xian's current level of medical skills, he looked at his father-in-law in disbelief that such a superb acupuncture technique actually contained a curse. Then Yi Xian's eyes fell on the jade pendant worn around his father-in-law's waist, which was obviously the source of the curse. Using this cursed needle method to seal the dantian, this is the extremely vicious and insidious technique that will end your offspring. The Lock-Yang Technique. Chapter 47, A Heaven-Defying Opportunity for My Father-in-Law. The Art of Lock-Yang. That's right. This is the brutal technique that Yi Xian remembered after he obtained the medical immortal Saint Hand. This technique requires the use of acupuncture as a guide and is sealed inside an object. The longer the holder wears it, the better the effect of the cursed needle technique will be. But who on earth would use such a vicious technique on my father-in-law's family? Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly and didn't take it to heart. After all, the probability of something happening to the Xia family with him was smaller than the destruction of the world. Thank you very much. Xia Guofeng breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Xia family now had 2 martial arts masters, plus him, a half-step martial arts master, they still did not have complete control over the current situation in Jinling. If forces outside of Jinling get involved, the outcome will be unpredictable, so this is the best way to be on the safe side. That's right. Uncle, can you lend me this jade pendant? While Yi Xian was speaking, his eyes fell on his father-in-law's jade pendant, because the words had already had a great impact on his father-in-law. Jade pendant? Listening to Yi Xian's words, Xia Guofeng was startled. Then his eyes fell on the jade pendant on his waist, and he thought for a moment. Okay, this jade pendant is a keepsake of my Xia family. Does Xiaoya recognize it? Xia Guofeng asked suspiciously. This jade pendant was an heirloom of the Xia family. It was said that holding this token could help one trace one's ancestry back to one's roots in the future. Of course, it was unknown whether it was true or not. He naturally didn't know that this jade pendant was a vicious conspiracy from the beginning. After taking the cursed jade pendant, Yi Xian's whole body trembled, and the cursed needle technique immediately flowed into Yi Xian's dantian. This was because Yi Xian was skilled and courageous. Otherwise, ordinary people would definitely fall into the trap of the Lock-Yang technique. Yi Xian's eyes focused, and a strong aura spread out from him. Kacha. The floor of the study room couldn't bear the weight, and cracks appeared, then spread throughout the whole room. Rich aura surged around him, and the sudden scene really shocked Xia Guofeng. This is... When Xia Guofeng saw this scene, he looked at Yi Xian with a shocked expression. Master of martial arts? No, this is stronger than Master of martial arts. Could it be that the martial arts master has reached the great perfection? Indeed, Xia Guofeng was shocked at this moment. If this was the case, the crisis of their Xia family would be unsolvable. After all, such strength was considered extremely powerful in the imperial capital. But how could this be? How old is this future son-in-law in front of me? How can he have the strength of a martial arts master? Since the host has absorbed the curse technique, his realm has been raised to the early stage of martial spirit. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at his hands in disbelief. He had originally wanted to solve the hidden danger for his father-in-law's family, but he never expected that he would directly break through to the perfection of a martial arts grandmaster. The early stage of martial spirit. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Yi Xian's strength has now increased at least several times. It can be seen that although there is a fine line between the Grand Master of martial arts and the early stage of martial spirit, the gap is as different as heaven and earth. Xiaoyi, what exactly are your strengths? Xia Guofeng looked at Yi Xian in front of him in disbelief. The pressure from Yi Xian alone gave him an inexplicable fear. He had never had this feeling before. Ahem, I'm sorry, father-in-law. Restraining his breath, Yi Xian coughed and said, Well, my strength is about the same as that of a perfect martial arts master. It won't be a problem for me to fight against a half-step martial arts grandmaster. Puff! Xia Guofeng almost choked on his own saliva. Although Yi Xian's words were very conservative, he was still unprecedentedly shocked. What? Comparable to a half-step martial arts grandmaster. Although I don't know whether it's true or not, judging from the cracks all over the study and the pressure just now, it's almost certain. Even all this is so hard to understand. Yes, uncle. Yi Xian then looked at his father-in-law's dantian, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Does the dantian area hurt unbearably every once in a while?" Boom! As soon as these words came out, Xia Guofeng's mind buzzed, and his face was full of disbelief. How did you know that? Not only did he feel an unbearable stinging pain in his dantian, but his strength was also less than before each time. However, he had never mentioned this to outsiders. Not even Xia's mother knew about it, which made her look at her future son-in-law with a higher opinion of her. My daughter has found a treasure. To be honest with you, uncle, you are cursed. Yi Xian did not hide anything and told the story of the jade pendant and the Lokyang technique. After all, this matter was of great importance, and he dared not hide anything. In this way, you can also enhance your own impression, so why not do it? Dang! After hearing this, Xia Guofeng's jade pendant fell to the ground. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. Extremely vicious. Will he destroy my entire family lineage? Cursed needle technique blocks dantian. Although I don't know what kind of magic this is, it is definitely extremely vicious, and a sharp light emerges from his eyes. No wonder, Xia Guofeng thought about his ancestors. His face turned pale. No wonder the inheritance of the Xia family was almost cut off many times. It turned out to be because of this inheritance token. Uncle, the curse on the token has been removed, but the person who gave it to the Xia family has ulterior motives. Hearing this, Xia Guofeng nodded silently. Of course he knew this. If it weren't for luck, the Xia family's inheritance would have been cut off long ago. However, it must be extremely difficult for someone to create such a sinister thing. At least, it is far from comparable to the current Jinling Xia family. Uncle has been wearing the jade pendant for a long time, and his dantian has long been invaded by the cursed needles. Otherwise, after a pause, Yi Xian said solemnly, "Uncle, I'm afraid that the Xia family's inheritance will end with Bing Ning." What? Yi Xian is now extremely powerful and can see the problem with the cursed jade pendant at a glance, which forces him to be serious. No wonder he has tried his best to pass on the incense for all these years, but still has not been able to conceive a child. It turns out that the culprit of all this is because of this jade pendant. But leave this to me. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, "The cursed needle technique can remove it. I guarantee that your uncle will have a big fat boy within 3 years." Sniff. As the voice fell, Yi Xian took out the golden needle with his right hand, then wrapped it with physical strengthening liquid and inserted it into the acupuncture points of his father-in-law's dantian. The strong energy also poured into it, absorbing all the remaining curses in it. Xia Guofeng was amazed by such means. Buzz! At the moment when Xia Guofeng's curse was completely removed, the aura around him suddenly reached that of a martial arts master. Everything came naturally. Of course, it was also because of Yi Xian's use of the physical enhancement liquid. Quietly, Yi Xian also changed the fate of his father-in-law's family, and at the same time also fell into a larger vortex. Huh! Taking a deep breath, Xia Guofeng suddenly felt his breathing become smoother, and he felt much more relaxed than before. Master of martial arts, Xiao Yiyu, I have nothing to say. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. For a moment, Xia Guofeng was filled with gratitude. If anyone competed with him for such a good son-in-law in the future, he, Xia Guofeng, would kill them all. Chapter 48. My husband treats me well. Is there anything wrong with me being proud? At this moment, Xia Guofeng was completely convinced. If there was no Yi Xian, I'm afraid they wouldn't know what would happen to the Xia family in the future. Ding! The host spent 8 billion renminbi and gained 80 billion renminbi. At this moment, Yi Xian heard the sound of system consumption rebate, which made him feel better. Then, bring up the properties panel. Nim, Jitrin. Realm. Early stage of Wuling. Age. 23. Appearance. Max. Second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities. God-level driving skills. God-level cooking skills. God-level massage. God-level treasure appraisal. Immersive sound. God-level beast taming. Permanent experience of Kato's finger. All-round music. Medical magic hands. Items. Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1. 30 million extended version Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil Sun, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth, 271.6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. Then, Xia Guofeng left the study with Yi Xian in a good mood. How could he not be happy that the Xia family inheritance was expected to continue? And the most important thing is that my daughter has found such a capable son-in-law, and the Xia family will have more power to protect themselves in Jinling in the future. This is... Xia Bingning looked at her happy father in bewilderment. She had never seen him so happy before. That guy, how did he do that? Ahem, master. Uncle Fu came back with a contract and happened to see this scene. Then he looked at Yi Xian meaningfully. This son-in-law is really amazing. I couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to my son-in-law. It has only been a short time, and the master is already so happy being accompanied by his son-in-law. This is not something that ordinary people can do. What's going on? Mother Xia was obviously stunned at this moment. She knew Father Xia's temper very well. To be able to make him like this, it showed that her son-in-law was quite extraordinary. For a moment, the look that Xia's mother gave Yi Xian was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was. After dinner, in Xia Bingning's boudoir in the Xia family villa. Thank you, husband. After a while, Xia Bingning said with emotion in her eyes that she was obviously the happiest person because her man could make her father so happy. I already told you, I'm your husband. He scratched the beautiful lady's nose lovingly and said lovingly, if your husband is not good to you, who will be good to you? Besides, he paused, dotingly pinched his beautiful wife's face and threatened, if you are so polite to your man in the future, be careful, there will be punishment. You, Listening to someone's joke, Xia Bingning's face flushed and she rolled her eyes. I'm not afraid. Ding ling. While the couple was being affectionate, Xia Bingning's cell phone rang. She saw it was a call from her best friend. Hey, poetry. After answering the phone, Xia Bingning's face flushed as she spoke, as if she was seen being affectionate with her man by her best friend. Bingning, I hope I didn't disturb you in your husband's rest. Xia Bingning's face turned red after hearing these sudden words. That girl kept talking about things that were not related to the topic. Shirqing, what are you talking about? Xia Bingning breathed a sigh of relief. She felt that the flirting just now was still unsatisfactory and sweet. It was over. Why did she have such a strange feeling? After talking for a while, Li Shirqing took a deep breath and got to the point. I heard that the Song and Zhao families have banned the Xia family's business, and the Xia group's capital chain has a big gap. I have some money here, about 500 million or 600 million. I'll transfer it to you for emergency use. After a pause, Li Shirqing apologized. The old man is a fox who is determined to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers. I'm sorry I can't help you too much. Xia Bingning was inexplicably moved when she heard this. This move by her best friend was undoubtedly a sign of breaking away from her family. Shirqing, that's not necessary. The money issue has been resolved. Then, Xia Bingning told Li Shirqing about Yi Xian's investment of 8 billion yuan in Xia Group. Li Shirqing was completely stunned after hearing this. Even through the screen, Xia Bingning could imagine her best friend's expression. However, she certainly couldn't accept the money. After all, her best friend's situation was not easy either. What? Li Shirqing sat up from the quilt, her face full of disbelief. Bingning, your husband is so rich. 8 billion, I'll give it to you if you say so. Bingning, I'm not saying this, but your husband dotes on you too much. For a moment, Li Shirqing was quite envious. Her best friend's husband was 10,000 times better than Song Wenhao. No, at least 100 million times better. Certainly, if Song Wenhao knew about this, I wonder if he would stand up and fight with Yi Xian. Damn it. Why must you be so cruel when I'm already offline? That is... After hearing this, Xia Bingning said proudly without blushing, my husband, if he doesn't treat me well, who else can he treat well? She looked so proud, as if to say that my husband treats me well. Is there anything wrong with me being proud? Yi Xian was stunned when he saw this suddenly. When did this girl finally get it? Li Shirqing, your husband is rich and treats you well. You are awesome, okay. For a moment, Li Shirqing was speechless and felt sour. To be honest, no girl could refuse such a doting and domineering husband. Good job. During the time I was away from Jinling, how did my best friend discover such a potential stock? I am so envious. What should I do if I am too envious? Hey, you two can go on flirting, my light bulb is out. With a sigh, Li Shirqing hung up the phone, leaving Xia Bingning on the other side confused, staring at the phone in a daze. What kind of light bulb is this? Did Shirqing misunderstand something? Chapter 49. That guy, you deserve it. The next day, early morning, Morning, miss. Good morning, uncle. The maids spoke in sweet voices, but then they began to murmur. Wow, miss looks better than yesterday. I'm so envious, young lady. It's great that your uncle mentioned it. You must have exercised a lot yesterday. You are so lucky, miss. If my future boyfriend is half as good as my brother-in-law, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Listening to the maid's mutterings, Xia Bingning felt so embarrassed that she could dig out 3 bedrooms and a living room with her toes. To be honest, at that moment she had the urge to hang up these maids and beat them. I am the employer after all. It is too much to talk about the master like this. But why am I not angry but feel sweet instead? It's so strange. How could this happen? Huh. After calming down, Xia Bingning saw Uncle Fu and asked suspiciously, Uncle Fu, where are my parents? Oh. Uncle Fu looked at his young lady and son-in-law meaningfully and couldn't help but sigh that it was good to be young. Obviously, he took it for granted and blindly guessed what happened last night. After all, he was an experienced person, and everyone had been young. Miss, the master and his wife took Xin Xin and Tong Tong out to play. After hearing this, Xia Bingning glared at someone imperceptibly. Was she afraid of disturbing them? At this moment, she had a strong urge to beat Yi Xian to death. Hateful. She was about to get up a long time ago. It was all because of this guy. So bad. Uncle Fu, we're leaving first. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Xia Bingning grabbed Yi Xian's hand and fled the scene in a panic. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best. Xia Bingning didn't relax until she left the villa. Look at you. Good job, they all misunderstood. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes. If she had known yesterday, she would not have cooperated with that guy. Next time, she will be careful not to let him succeed. Misunderstand? No, you clearly said yesterday not to stop. Xia Bingning. As they were talking, the two arrived at the Dylan group. Squeak! As the supercar stopped and Xia Bingning pushed the door open to get out, she was stunned. Emperor Lin Group, what are you doing here? Obviously, Yi Xian was going to reveal his identity to his wife next, and at the same time make money, an operation he had already mastered fluently. Hello, boss. The two entered the Dylan building, and the welcoming ladies on both sides bowed respectfully, but Xia Bingning's mind suddenly buzzed when she heard these words, and her pretty face was full of surprise. Old boss? What's going on? People from the Dylan group call this guy boss. This? Entering the elevator, Xia Bingning's beautiful face was full of disbelief. Yi Xian, you are the boss of Dylan group? Good. Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth, then pinched the beautiful lady's face lovingly. How is it? Your man is awesome, isn't he? Ah! Xia Bingning's mind was in a daze. She was extremely worried when she learned about the sudden rise of the Dylan group. Who would have thought that it belonged to her man? In fact, this news was too sudden for her, and the shock was not small. Awesome, you big-headed ghost. I'm so mad. You actually kept it a secret from me for so long. Humph! Xia Bingning turned away with a puffed-up face, looking like the baby is angry. You need to coax me. If this action were known to the outside world, many people would be envious to death. Unfortunately, it only benefits one person now. Certainly, she was extremely shocked that the guy actually had such a big industry. She couldn't help but feel proud. Her man was so capable, she had no reason to be happier. Ding! Just then, the elevator arrived at the top floor of Dylan Group. Master Yi, you are here. Hello, madam. The elevator door opened, and a beautiful woman bowed respectfully. This person was Mu Hanxue, the president of Dylan Group. Upon learning that young Master Yi was coming, Mu Hanxue had been waiting for a long time. Soon, we arrived at the president's office. Bing Ning, this is Mr. Mu, the president of Dihao Group. Yi Xian introduced with a smile. As for Xia Bingning's identity, Mu Hanxue naturally knew it long ago. Mu Hanxue greeted her with a smile. Madam, you can call me Hanxue or Xiamu. Mu Hanxue bowed, with a very respectful attitude. After all, this was young Master Ye's woman, and she didn't dare to act rashly in the slightest. Besides, Master Yi was very kind to her, and she didn't want to make Master Yi and the boss's wife unhappy because of her. After a few words, Yi Xian got down to business and took out 2 contracts. This is the equity of Jinling Supercar Club and the equity of Qianjun Liquor Store. Looking at the wise and intelligent Mu Hanxue in front of him, Yi Xian nodded slightly. These 2 will be incorporated into the Dylan Group from now on. Jinling Supercar Club? Xia Bingning looked at one of the contracts with an incredulous expression on her face. Yi Xian, last time you bought a supercar for your cousin, you didn't buy out the club, did you? Obviously, Xia Bingning realized something at this moment. Yes, it's too troublesome to buy one by one. Yi Xian waved his hand, which made Mu Hanshue's mouth twitch. Wasn't this young master Yi too generous? It was too troublesome to buy one car after another. It was true that she could not understand young master Ye's happiness. Xia Bingning. Too much trouble? Is this guy crazy? While he was in a daze, Yi Xian began to swipe the money and then took out a bank card. Han Shui, the next task for the D-Lin Group is to open a chain of Qianjun liquor stores. This 10 billion will be used as startup capital. 10 billion. Xia Bingning, who had not yet come to her senses, narrowed her beautiful eyes again and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. How much money did this guy have? Last night, I gave Xia Group 8 billion, and now I'm giving them tens of billions. Qianjun liquor store chain, this guy is really bold. Not to mention his previous best friend. Even the 4 major families in Jinling would not dare to make such a boast. You know, if one wants to create a top-level luxury wine shop chain like Qianjun Wine Shop, the capital required would be like a bottomless pit. However, Xia Bingning didn't know that in just 1 year, Qianjun Liquor Store had flourished all over China and even other countries. Of course, this is a story for later. Chapter 50, I wanted to let you go, but you came here to seek death. Master Yi this? Mu Hanxue was also stunned. If the Qianjun Liquor Store chain could accomplish this, the Dylan Group would surely dominate Jinling. Hanxue, I will definitely live up to Master Ye's trust. Taking a deep breath, Mu Hanxue clenched her fists and made up her mind secretly. Bingning, you go toward the group. I'm going to the bathroom. Good. Xiao Bingning was also very curious about her man's group. After all, the Dylan Group was now the biggest dark horse in Jinling's business world. Young madam, this way, please. Mu Hanxue was very observant and led the way personally, and Yi Xian also walked towards the bathroom. But of course he wasn't going to the bathroom. A few minutes later, they were in a corridor on the top floor of the Dylan building. You've been here for so long, come out now. Yi Xian's calm voice was heard in the venue, and about a dozen people suddenly appeared at both ends and blocked Yi Xian's way. Pa pa pa. Just then, applause broke out, and then a beautiful figure came closer. This person was Zhao Yuzhu. Boy, we meet again. Zhao Yuzhu was watching the scene like a cat playing with a mouse. It was obvious that she had Yi Xian in front of her in her grasp. At least that was what she thought. Oh! When Yi Xian saw the person coming, he was stunned. It was Zhao Yuzhu, who was beaten away by him in Qianjun Tavern before. Humph! Seeing Yi Xian's indifferent expression, a top expert beside Zhao Yuzhu said with a fierce look in his eyes, Miss, I will meet him. Sniff. The figure flashed, and the next moment he punched Yi Xian hard at such a fast speed. Bang! Before the man could get close to Yi Xian, he was slapped away and fainted without even having time to scream. What? The other 2 top masters beside Zhao Yuzhu looked horrified and said, Impossible! That boy is actually a martial arts master. They would not make any mistake about the fleeting energy just now. Master of martial arts. Zhao Yuzhu's pretty face changed, and then it became ferocious. It's you who killed my brother when how? She was just suspicious before, but now she is absolutely sure. I guess so. Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Yuzhu. From the beginning to the end, he didn't care about this kind of person. Kill him for me. Zhao Yuzhu's face was full of resentment. The Zhao family's masters hesitated for a moment, gritted their teeth, and rushed towards Yi Xian. But Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his fingers, dozens of God-killing needles pierced into everyone's eyebrows, followed by shrill screams that resounded throughout the place. Under Zhao Yuzhu's horrified gaze, all the members of the Zhao family, including the 2 top masters, turned to ashes. It was obvious that the God-destroying needle was tempered with bone-eating powder. Dozens of ashes fell, and Zhao Yuzhu fell to the ground with a thud, her face full of fear. She looked at Yi Xian as if she was looking at a devil. How could you? At this moment, Zhao Yuzhu was scared, really scared. I wanted to let you go, but you came here to seek death. As he spoke, Yi Xian walked towards Zhao Yuzhu, and Zhao Yuzhu's heart rose to her throat, and her pupils shrank suddenly. What are you going to do? I warn you, I am the daughter of the Zhao family, one of the 4 major families in Jinling. Swish. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhao Yuzhu. Sir, you are going too far. Do you know the consequences of offending the Jinling, Zhao family? Seeing the person coming, Zhao Yuzhu seemed to have grasped an opportunity, Give me money. Help me kill him. Bang! Before Qian Gongfeng appeared in front of Zhao Yuzhu, he could say anything before Yi Xian slapped him and turned him into a bloody mist. Yes, it was a bloody mist. Ah! A shrill scream was heard because Qian Gongfeng's blood splattered all over Zhao Yuzhu, and she was shocked like never before. It's impossible. You are not a martial arts master. It is impossible for a martial arts master to beat the half-step martial arts master Qian Gongfeng into a bloody mist. Who are you? As soon as Zhao Yuzhu finished speaking, a golden light pierced through his brows and the terrifying corrosive power of the bone-eating powder burst out. Yi Xian never held back when dealing with his enemies, no matter how weak they were. Zhao Yuzhu, you shouldn't have offended me, and you shouldn't have had any bad intentions towards Bingning. Glancing at Zhao Yuzhu, who was on the verge of death, Yi Xinyan smiled calmly and said, "But don't worry, the Zhao family will bury you soon." When the shrill sound ended, Zhao Yuzhu had already turned into a pile of ashes. Yi Xian was not at all disturbed by this, even though the half-step martial arts master was beaten into a bloody mist by him just now. After all, not to mention a half-step martial arts master, even a perfect martial arts master would only turn into blood mist in front of Yi Xian. Ding! The host spent 10 billion renminbi and gained 100 billion renminbi. With luck, an invisible aura dissipated the smell of blood mixed with ashes. The sound of 10 times the rebate suddenly came to his ears, and the smile on Yi Xian's mouth became even deeper. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Jitrin. Realm, early stage of Wuling. Age, 23. Appearance, max, second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil Sun, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth, 361.6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was quite moved. The early stage of martial spirit? I'm afraid there isn't even a martial arts grandmaster in the entire Jinling, so you can imagine what kind of existence he is to Jinling. You can say that. All the families in Jinling combined are no match for Yi Xian in one move. However, martial arts grandmasters and even masters at the level of martial spirits definitely exist. At least, the person who cast the jade pendant for the Xia family's ancestor was probably at least a martial spirit, or even higher, although that was hundreds of years ago. Owner! But at this moment, Shinchi appeared in the field and knelt on one knee. Long before his master came here, he had already cleared out the people in the D. Lin building. Of course he saw what happened just now, especially the scene where his master slapped the half-step martial arts master into a bloody mist with one slap, which made him even more shocked by his master's strength. Even the boss Shun, he can't do this. The master's strength must be at least a martial arts grandmaster. Looking at the seventh god in front of him, Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked towards the direction of the Zhao family in Jinling. Since Zhao Yuzhu is seeking her own death, then the Zhao family should be destroyed. Yes, master, Shinchi responded respectfully, then narrowed his eyes and said, I will contact boss Shin immediately. Go ahead. Yi Xian waved his hand, looked at the empty field, turned around, and walked towards the president's office. If he left for too long, his wife Bingning would probably get anxious. Farewell, master. Shinchi bowed respectfully to see him off and did not come back to his senses until Yi Xian left his sight, his eyes full of passion. Master, you are truly an extraordinary person. It looks like Jinling will become one of the 3 major families. Chapter 51 Bingning, my wife? What do you mean by, I am awesome? Dylan Group, outside the president's office. Young Master Yi walked slowly. Mu Hanshua bowed, and then stood up and took a deep breath. She thought the president was handsome enough, but she didn't expect that Master Ye's woman was more beautiful than the president. That's right. In the elevator, Xia Bingning asked curiously, I just went to the bathroom. Why did it take so long? Yes. Yi Xian waved his hand without caring, and continued. Don't you know how powerful your man's inventory is? Xia Bingning. Listening to what that guy said, Xia Bingning blushed and glared at him. Puffed. You want to die? How dare you say such lewd words in such an occasion? Xia Beining's heart really skipped a beat. This guy really dared to say anything. This moment, Xia Bingning had an unprecedentedly strong urge to bite him to death, but she knew that she absolutely could not do that in a place with surveillance cameras. Tiger and wolf words? How could that be? I'm just stating the facts. Yi Xian said it nonchalantly, which made Xia Bingning frown. You're awesome, okay? Xia Bingning was really scared and didn't dare to discuss this topic with this guy anymore, for fear that he would say something excessive again. Bingning, my wife. What do you mean by I am awesome? He held her slender waist with his big hands and said in a magnetic voice beside her delicate earlobe, Tonight, your husband will show you how powerful your man is. You hum. Xia Bingning pinched someone's soft spot with her slender hand. Her face flushed red, and her mind flashed with scenes that might have happened that night. That scene was so beautiful. That bastard, damn it. You only know how to bully yourself. Humph. But why am I still enjoying it so much? Xia Bingning, are you sick? Jinling, Zhao family manor. What did you say? In the villa, Zhao Tianlong, the head of the Zhao family, stood up with anger in his eyes, and the aura of a top master spread around him. Yuzhu took Qian Gongxing to the Dylan group to seek revenge. He hasn't returned yet, and even Qian Gongfeng can't contact him. How brave! Zhao Tianlong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In this land of Jinling, if you touch my daughter, you are courting death. Yeah. At this moment, a voice came from outside the villa, and then 5 figures appeared on the scene, led by Shen Si. Puff! A man covered in blood came in from outside the villa and fell down at Zhao Tianlong's feet. Master, they are dead. All dead. The top expert swallowed his saliva and looked at Shen Si and others in horror and fear. They killed all the masters of the Zhao family. Boom! Hearing this, Zhao Tianlong's mind buzzed. What a joke! As one of the 4 major families, their Jinling Zhao family had more than 300 second-rate masters and nearly 100 first-rate masters. 1 martial arts master, 4 half-step martial arts masters. Feeling the aura of Shun Si and others, Zhao Tianlong's heart sank. This lineup was stronger than any of the 4 major families in Jinling. More importantly, these people were only in their 30s at most. Jinling Zhao family, blame your good daughter for offending my master. Owner. Zhao Tianlong's heart sank. He was certainly not a fool since he had been in control of the Zhao family for decades. Now the martial arts master was respectfully calling him master, so that person must have a terrifyingly high background. Sir, please retreat now. I will pretend that what happened today never happened. Master Wei. Before the top master could finish his words, Zhao Tianlong glared at him and said, Shut up. Haha, you're a man of character who can bend and stretch. Shenxi narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, But unfortunately, your master wants it. Kill them all, leaving no one behind. Yes, the 4 gods. 5 figures turned into streams of light and rushed toward Zhao Tianlong and the others, which made Zhao Tianlong's eyes full of fierceness. How dare you? In that case, let's fight to the death. Swish! As Zhao Tianlong's voice fell, a figure appeared beside him. Zhao Tianlong bowed respectfully. Second uncle, thank you for your help. No problem. The Zhao family martial arts master's face was icy. Then let's fight. The aura of a martial arts master filled the air, which made Zhao Tianlong feel at ease. 2 of the Zhao family's half-step martial arts masters nearby swallowed their saliva and forced themselves not to flee. A fight, you deserve it. Shenxi glanced at the Zhao family's martial arts master, raised his hand, and punched out at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Before the Zhao family martial arts master could react, he was punched in the heart. His heart exploded on the spot, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Puff you. How is it possible to be a late martial arts grandmaster? With a strong sense of reluctance, the Zhao family's martial arts master turned into a corpse and was killed with 1 blow. Second uncle. Seeing the Zhao family martial arts master being killed, Zhao Tianlong's face was full of ferocity. Assholes, I will bury you with me. If you mess with my Zhao family, my son Yun will make you pay with blood. Kill. As soon as Zhao Tianlong made a move, a Tang sword chopped off his head. The top master died instantly, and the one who made the move was one of the 72 divine guards. Snort. 10 breaths later, all the members of the Zhao family were killed. Looking at the 4th god in the field, he narrowed his eyes and said, Zhao Yiyun, Master Shenxi. Zhao Yiyun is the eldest son of the Zhao family and the inspector of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. Oh. After hearing his subordinate's words, Shensi pondered for a moment. I didn't expect that the Zhao family is quite extraordinary. Keep a close eye on Zhao Yuyun. Once discovered, kill on the spot. Shensi did not care about the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association at all. Not to mention the inspector. Even if the entire Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association offended the master, he would wipe it out without hesitation. Yes, the four gods. Then, Shensi and others left the scene, leaving behind a strong smell of blood that spread to all four corners of the world. Swish! Not long after the group left, a team of people appeared on the scene. If Xia Guofeng was here, he would definitely recognize him. This person was Song Qingtian, the second master of the Song family who was trying to sow discord. This is... Song Qingtian looked at the scene in disbelief, and soon his men said solemnly, Second master, the Zhao family has been destroyed. The Zhao family's martial arts masters and half-step martial arts masters were all killed. Hiss! Song Qingtian sucked in a breath of cold air, and for a moment his calves were cramping, and cold sweat broke out on his back. What a cruel method! Jinling, it's really a troubled time. Song Qingtian naturally realized the seriousness of the matter. If he could wipe out the Zhao family with lightning speed, that would be enough to destroy their Song family. Retreat. With a cold face, Song Qingtian didn't dare to delay for even a moment. If those lunatics came back, they would probably all die. However, he didn't know that the person who wiped out the Zhao family was the one he instigated to kill. If he knew, I wonder if he would still be so calm. Chapter 52. The Song family's ambition. Old Master Song appears. The Zhao family was destroyed, and Nanjing was shaken. Soon after, the Zhao family's assets were devoured by various forces in Jinling, among which the Song family made the most profit, followed by the Dylan group. Jinling, Song family manor. Brother, what are you doing? Song Qingtian looked at his elder brother Song Qingyang in astonishment. Too high profile. He never expected that after his eldest brother learned that the Zhao family was destroyed, he actually obtained nearly half of the Zhao family's assets in such a high-profile manner. If this were known by the forces that destroyed the Zhao family, the consequences would be disastrous. You must know, although the Song family is a dominant force in Jinling, they are not so powerful that they can cover the sky with one hand. If they are attacked by various forces at this time, the Song family is likely to follow in the footsteps of the Zhao family. Huh, high profile? When Song Qingyang heard what his second brother said, he smiled slightly. Qingtian, this is nothing. Now, there are some things you should know. While Song Qingyang was speaking, he took his second brother to a secret room in the villa. Hearing his eldest brother's words, Song Qingtian frowned tightly, obviously not understanding what his eldest brother was up to. However, although he was suspicious, he still followed his elder brother. Entering the secret room, it was brightly lit. Father! Arriving at the secret room, Song Qingyang bowed respectfully, but Song Qingtian was shocked when he heard these words. He then looked at the old man sitting on the armchair in disbelief, his heart filled with shock. Brother, father, is not dead. Song Qingtian's eyes widened, and he felt as if he was dreaming. In his cognition, his father had passed away for more than 20 years, and now he actually appeared before his eyes. How can he remain calm? Qingtian, why don't you recognize your father? Song Qingtian was struck by lightning when he heard the familiar voice in his ears. It was a long-lost name, which made him tearful. Plop! Song Qingtian knelt on the ground with excitement in his eyes. Father, I'm glad you didn't die. Second brother, this is actually all arranged by father. Song Qingyang looked at his second brother, who was full of excitement. He was not surprised. After all, on the night of their father's death, he was more shocked than Song Qingtian was now. But that was all in the past. Because next, the time for their Song family to rise is coming. Back then, my father faked his death and made the Song family the weakest of the four major families. Listening to his eldest brother's account of the plan back then, Song Qingtian took a deep breath and finally understood why his eldest brother had suddenly become so high profile. The source of all this was obviously his father's existence. Father, you are already in the late stage of martial arts master. Besides you, the Song family has 2 other martial arts masters. Indeed, this information had a huge impact on him. With 3 martial arts masters and his father being a martial arts master in the late stage, he could destroy not only the Zhao family, but also the other 3 major families in Jinling. Very good. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Song Qingtian even had a picture of the Song family unifying Jinling in his mind. The thought of that scene made him extremely excited. What a pity! When Hao was assassinated, old Master Song sighed, and Song Qingyang's face showed hatred. Father, I have checked during this period of time, and when Hao's death is most likely related to the Xia family. Good. Song Qingtian took a deep breath and said, Father, that Xia Guofeng has actually become a half-step martial arts master. It is very likely that there is a martial arts master in their Xia family. Old Master Song waved his hands and naturally didn't take him seriously. After all, he could kill an ordinary martial arts master with just one move. It doesn't matter. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Song continued, Next, the Song family's mission is to destroy the Xia family and annex its assets. But we have to do this at the lowest cost, Qingtian. After a pause, Mr. Song narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the Xia family. Bring Xia Guofeng's daughter here. With her threat, there's no way Xia Guofeng wouldn't react. Old Master Song said so, and he also heard that Xia Bingning became even more beautiful after giving birth to two evil children, and he would also like to enjoy them to his heart's content. It can be considered as a celebration of his return to Nanjing. Yes, father. Song Qingtian's eyes sparkled as the graceful figure of the beautiful daughter of the Xia family appeared in his mind. Naturally, he would not let such a person go. Mr. Song thought of something, and then said, To ensure everything is safe, I will let a martial arts master friend accompany you this time. Real. When Song Qingtian heard that there was a martial arts master coming to support him, his eyes became sharper. Thank you, father. Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa. Daddy. Mom. When Xin and Tong Tong saw their parents coming back, they kissed them affectionately, and the maids were so envious of them that they all wanted to be the master's daughters if possible. Xin misses you guys so much. Yet Tong Tong too. The two little guys were talking to each other, and Yi Xian carried one in each hand as they entered the villa. Master, the meal is ready. Su Miyue's sweet voice sounded, which aroused people's imagination. Such a scene was really enviable. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and the family enjoyed a quiet dinner. The giggles of the two little guys could be heard from the table from time to time, and the atmosphere was indescribably good. After dinner, in the room, Come on, wife. Husband will give you a massage. You must be exhausted after a day. Xia Bingning rolled her eyes and said, This guy's mouth is full of lies. I don't know how long it took. Only then did the fight stop. Xia Bingning was completely exhausted and fell asleep soundly in someone's arms. Or maybe it was because the beautiful wife was already a little sleepy. But, at a certain moment, a barely perceptible murderous intent came from afar. Although it was very faint, Yi Xian still sensed it. After all, he was now a master in the realm of martial spirit. It seems there is also a martial arts master. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mouth curled up meaningfully. There are quite a few people who are looking for death recently. Since you're here, stay here forever. After carefully putting the beautiful woman away, Yi Xian put on his clothes and disappeared in the room like a ghost. He had only one purpose for this trip, and that was to kill people. However, Song Qingtian, who came with the martial arts master, had no idea what kind of nightmare was waiting for them next. Chapter 53. Come on, block my attack, and I'll spare your life. Behind the Duan villa, deep in the jungle. Swish. One after another figures appeared in the field, and the leader was Song Qingtian, who had hurried over from the Song family manor. When he thought of Xia Bingning's beautiful face and graceful figure, he wished he could make her surrender under him immediately. Sir, thank you for your help this time. Song Qingtian took a deep breath and looked towards the direction of Di Yuan's villa with a hint of heat in his eyes. No problem. The martial arts master waved his hand and continued, Your father saved my life back then. This is just a small matter, and it's not worth mentioning. Song Qingtian narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It turned out that this was the reason why his father had been traveling all these years. The two martial arts masters seem to be the favors my father has accumulated over the years. I have to say that my father is really very skilled. Xia Bingning? Song Qingtian's eyes flashed fiercely, and he murmured, Tonight, I will let you reach paradise. Who? At this moment, the martial arts master looked somewhere as if he sensed something, and a person suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Song Qingtian looked over and narrowed his eyes. Yi Xian, it's you. Obviously, Song Qingtian knew Yi Xian in front of him. After all, he was the man Xia Bingning loved, and he was very jealous. That's right, because This boy had slept with such a beautiful woman countless times. When he thought of this, he wished he could tear this boy into pieces. Oh! Seeing the person in front of him, Yixin saw that his eyebrows were somewhat similar to Song Wenhao. You are from the Jinling Song family. Humph! Song Qingtian smiled coldly. You have good eyesight. Tell me, did you kill Wenhao? Song Qingtian fixed his eyes on Yixin. This question was very important to him. Song Wenhao. Yixin listened to this and said calmly, how can I put it? I didn't kill him, but he died because of me. Really? Song Qingtian was filled with murderous aura. Die boy. Kill him for me. Yes, second master. The faces of the masters of the Song family were icy. There were more than 100 of them rushing forward, and the weakest of them were all first-rate masters. More than people? Yi Xian smiled slightly, and the next moment, dozens of figures appeared on the scene like ghosts, slaughtering the Song family masters as if they were killing chickens and dogs. In an instant, more than 100 assassins of the Song family were all killed, and there were dozens of divine guards standing in the field, led by the martial arts master-level Shinshur. What? Song Qingtian was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the other side in disbelief, his eyes widened to the extreme. More than 10 half-step martial arts masters. Impossible. Escape. The faces of the 5 top masters of the Song family changed drastically. What a joke. Dozens of half-step martial arts masters. They didn't have the courage to continue fighting. It's too late to escape. A calm voice sounded, and with a flick of Yi Xian's fingers, 5 god-killing needles pierced into the brows of the 5 top masters. Ah! Sharp screams were heard, and under Song Qingtian's horrified gaze, the 5 top masters of the Song family were directly devoured by the bone-eating powder and turned into ashes. Gulp! Song Qingtian swallowed his saliva, and at this moment his calves cramped. Damn, is that guy still a human being? Master of martial arts. Yi Xian calmly looked at the martial arts master beside Song Qingtian and said, go ahead. Block my attack, and I'll spare your life. Real? The martial arts master's eyes sparkled. He naturally understood at this moment that this guy's methods were far beyond his imagination. After all, he was a martial arts master, so he naturally had some confidence. Sniff. As the voice fell, the martial arts master's killing move was already here, and a dagger carrying a strong energy attacked Yi Xian. Bang! Before the martial arts master could react, Yi Xian had already slapped him down, just like that. Song Qingtian's eyes were filled with horror as he saw that the martial arts master he admired was turned into a bloody mist by Yi Xian's slap, and even the dagger in his hand was knocked away. I didn't even have time to scream. You. Fear. Boundless fear surged in his heart, and Song Qingtian couldn't speak clearly. What realm are you in? Joke? A slap turned a martial arts master into a bloody mist. What kind of power is this? Can a martial arts master do this? Stop kidding. Could it be that you have surpassed the martial arts master? You are a martial arts grandmaster. Thinking of this, Song Qingtian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he swallowed his saliva. 23-year-old martial arts grandmaster. Asshole, this can't exist even in the imperial capital. Looking at the horrified Song Qingtian, Yi Xian remained calm. I wonder if you have ever experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death. What are you going to do? Ah. As soon as Song Qingtian finished speaking, a god-destroying needle pierced into his heart. Then, Song Qingtian looked at his chest with great pain. The next moment, he saw that his heart was corroded by the bone-eating powder. What was strange was that no blood flowed out, but the flesh and blood turned directly into ashes. Yi Xinyu will not die well. Song Qingtian finally understood what that bastard meant by the feeling of being on the verge of death. That guy was a devil. Yeah. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He would not hold back on the enemy. Then he flicked his finger, and a portion of physical enhancement liquid entered into Song Qingtian's body. The rich vitality repaired his injuries, but could not repair his flesh and blood, which turned into ashes. The most terrifying thing is, this makes Song Qingtian absolutely awake at all times. Hiss! Shinzhou Ten looked at the scene with his mouth twitching, and suddenly felt a chill on his back. My damn master is too cruel. That guy can't even hope for death now. Kill. Kill me, Yi Xian. I beg you, kill me, ah. More than a minute later, it seemed like a century to Song Qingtian. In the end, his head was swallowed by the bone-eating powder and turned into ashes, and he completely disappeared from the face of the earth. If the scene were seen by the outside world, it would definitely turn the entire Jinling and even the imperial capital upside down. Let's go. Yi Xian flashed away from the field, and even Shinshir didn't react. Ahem, master, so strong. Shinjo Ten coughed dryly, and the scene that just happened appeared before his eyes like a movie. This will become an experience that he will never forget in his life. Ding Ling. Not long after Yi Xian left, he received a phone call. Hey, Han Xue. Obviously, the person who called was Mu Han Xue, the president of Dylan Group. There must be something wrong when she called at this time. Master Yi, I'm sorry to bother you. After a pause, Mu Han Xue continued. Today, the Dylan Group received an invitation to the Jinling Underground Auction. I wonder if you are interested in participating, Mr. Yi. By then, Jinling estimates that all the top forces will be present. Oh, Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. An underground auction was a great opportunity to make money, and it should not be missed. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curved up. He just didn't know if anyone would be unlucky this time. Chapter 54 Underground Auction. A small profit of 150 billion. The next day, early morning. What? In the secret room of the Song family manor in Jinling, Song Qingyang was incredulous. No one, including the second master, can be contacted. Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingyang's face looked solemn. Father, this? Before Song Qingyang could say anything, old Master Song raised his hand to stop him. I've tried to contact him, but I can't get in touch with the martial arts master who went to Qingtian. I'm afraid something bad has happened to them. Mr. Song's face was solemn, although he didn't want to admit it. How is it possible? Song Qingyang's eyes widened, filled with horror. Father, who could make a martial arts master meet with such misfortune? If this is true, the Song family will probably be in big trouble. Whether it's true or not, from now on, all the masters of the Song family will return to the manor, and no one is allowed to leave. Yes, father. Song Qingyang's face was solemn. He certainly knew what this matter meant. At the same time as the Song family was shaken, there was an underground auction in Jinling. Squeak! The son of demons stopped at the entrance of the auction, and Mu Hanxue had been waiting there for a long time. Master Yi, when seeing Yi Xian, Mu Hanxue bowed respectfully and did not dare to overstep the line in the slightest. Let's go. Then the two of them followed the guidance of the staff to a private room and opened the door. Master Yi. A young man stood up from his seat tremblingly. This man was Qin Tianao, the current head of the Qin family. If the outside world knew Qin Tianao's attitude, they would be shocked. How is the Qin family now? Looking at Qin Tianao in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. Young Master Yi, everything in the Qin family is back on track. After a pause, Qin Tianao continued. Moreover, the Qin family has established close cooperation with the Xia family. Well done. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then took out 2 bottles of physical enhancement liquid. This is a reward for you. Han Xue, you have one too. Thank you, Master Yi. Mu Han Xue and the other person looked at each other and bowed respectfully, although they didn't know what this thing was. You're lucky. Xin Lu glanced at the two of them and said, the master will not give such good things to anyone who is not trusted by the master. Drink it. It has infinite benefits. After a little while, buzz, buzz. Mu Hanxue and the other person both trembled, and then a wave emerged from their bodies. This is a top-notch expert. Qin Tianao's eyes sparkled, and the two of them took a deep breath and knelt on one knee on the ground. Young Master Ye's gift. We will never forget it. Get up. Then the two of them stood up and stood beside Yi Xian, but they didn't dare to sit down arrogantly. Welcome everyone to the Jinling Underground Auction. The first lot to be auctioned is the Jinling No. 1 plot of land. The auction reserve price is 2 billion renminbi, and each bid increase must be no less than 500 million renminbi. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were cast towards the screen in the auction seat with burning intent. What a generous deal! Jinling No. 1 land is a fertile piece of land. Actually, it's Jinling No. 1 land? Mu Hanxue's beautiful eyes were stunned. Young Master Yi, if the Dylan Group owns this land, it will be even more powerful. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said meaningfully, then buy it. 3 billion. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Qin Tianao's ears. Qin Tianao frowned and looked towards a certain box. Chen Xiaoqiu, is it him? Young Master Yi. That person is from the Chen family in the imperial capital, the mother's family of the Qin family's eldest branch. Oh! After hearing this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. He was afraid that someone coming to Jinling at this time might have bad intentions. 5 billion. However, this has nothing to do with him. It's best not to provoke him. Otherwise, he won't care about the Chun family in the imperial capital. Qin Tianao. Well, it seems that my reminder was completely unnecessary, but with Master Ye's methods, Chun Xiaoqiu would be in trouble, and even the Chun family might be in trouble. That boy is quite interesting. In the private room of the Chun family in the imperial capital, Chun Xiaoqiu looked towards the private room where Yi Xian was, and at this moment, a martial arts master behind him frowned. Master, it seems that Qin Tianao is also in that private room. 6 billion. Hearing this, Chun Xiaoqiu narrowed his eyes. The reason he came to Jinling was to find a way to transfer the Qin family's assets to the Chun family. 10 billion. In the box, Yi Xian said that he didn't feel bad about bidding at all. After all, he would only earn more. I didn't expect there would be such a rich young man in Jinling. Chun Xiaoqiu played with the jade ring. 11 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. They knew that this person was from outside Jinling, but the ruthless boy from the third branch of the Qin family in Jinling was not an easy person to deal with. 15 billion. Mu Hanxue swallowed her saliva when she heard this. Yi Xiao was crazy. How could this Jinling #1 land be worth so much money? It should not be more than 13 billion at most. The auctioneer's mouth twitched when he heard the price. Oh my god, that man is not Qin Tianao, but he is so arrogant. Ding! The host spent 15 billion renminbi and gained 150 billion renminbi. As the outside world was vibrating, the sound of rebates rang in Yi Xian's ears, which sounded very pleasant. Then bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early stage of Wuling. Age, 23. Appearance, max, second only to tomato reader. Abilities, god-level driving skills, god-level cooking skills, god-level massage, god-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, god-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan #1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth, 496.6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's smile became even wider. Perhaps it won't be long before he can become a trillionaire. The auction ended after about an hour. Master Yi, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Qin Tianao's face was gloomy. At this moment, Chun Xiaoqiu had obviously brought people to surround them. Hey, isn't this the useless third branch of the Qin family? Chun Xiaoqiu came to the field with a sarcasm on his face. At this moment, there were two martial arts masters behind him, which was obviously his confidence. I said that Qin Beichen's useless cousin was destroyed. It turns out that you hooked up with a pretty boy. Bang! Before Chun Xiaoqiu could finish his words, Qin Tianao slapped him and sent him flying. Even the two martial arts masters of the Chun family were not expecting such a sudden scene. Qin Tianao, you loser! How dare you hit me? Chun Xiaoqiu got up in a panic, his eyes full of disbelief, because he discovered that Qin Tianao was actually a first-class master. If you are disrespectful to Master Yi, I will kill you. Qin Tianao's eyes flashed coldly. He naturally knew why Chun Xiaoqiu did this. Since that was the case, he would strike first. Presumptuous! A martial arts master from the Qin family had a cold expression on his face and was about to kill Qin Tianao with his hand. Bang! Before the martial arts master could get close, Yi Xian slapped him and turned him into a bloody mist. The other martial arts master of the Qin family who was about to take action had his eyelids twitching wildly. What? A martial arts master was slapped into a bloody mist. That guy, could he be a martial arts grandmaster? Sniff. The blade flashed, and before the shocked martial arts master could come to his senses, he was killed instantly by Shen Lu, with blood spurting from his neck. Shen Lu looked coldly at the martial arts master's corpse, his eyes full of contempt. What level of rank do you have to dare to attack the master? Chapter 55. Yi Xian, you are so bad. You! Chun Xiaoqiu looked at the scene, completely dumbfounded. Who are you guys? Horrible. So scary. As the eldest son of a first-rate family in the imperial capital, he had seen many masters. There were dozens of martial arts masters in the Chun family in the imperial capital, and his grandfather was even a half-step martial arts grandmaster. You don't deserve to know. There was a fierce light in Qin Tianao's eyes. He stepped forward with a dagger in his hand, his eyes full of murderous intent. Qin Tianao, what are you going to do? I'm warning you. I'm the eldest son of the Chun family in the imperial capital. My grandfather is a half-step martial arts grandmaster. If you dare to touch me, I will make the Qin family exterminate all 9 clans. Sniff. Qin Tianao did not hesitate at all. The knife flashed, and blood splattered. Chun Xiaoqiu's pupils suddenly widened, and he stared at Qin Tianao in disbelief. That waste whom he despised actually dared to kill him. Plop! Chun Xiaoqiu's body fell to the ground, and Qin Tianao seemed to have used up all his strength. At this moment, 3 black rays flashed and then bit the bones and scattered on the 3 people, sizzling. 3 seconds later, 3 handfuls of ashes appeared on the ground. Gulp! Mu Hanxue and the other person swallowed their saliva and looked at the scene with horror in their eyes. Yi Xiao's method was so cruel. Destroy the body and all traces, leaving nothing behind. I couldn't help but tremble all over. Damn it, if they betrayed me in the future, their fate would definitely be worse than that of Chun Xiaoqiu and his ilk, even though they had no intention of betraying me at all. Let's go. Looking at the 3 handfuls of flying ashes, Yi Xian spoke calmly. After all, this was not the first time he had destroyed a corpse, and it certainly would not be the last. As for who will be the next to receive this treatment, no one knows. In front of Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa. Squeak! The sound of the Devil's Son supercar rang out, and Yi Xian returned to the villa near nightfall. Daddy! Daddy! Xin and Tong Tong had been waiting for a long time because they called their father and knew he would be back soon, so they were waiting there. They are really 2 little cotton-padded jackets, which makes the maids extremely envious. Even Xia Bingning, who was standing by, felt jealous and angry. She didn't even get such treatment. Where have you been? Seeing the 2 little girls Manhwa kissing her man, Xia Bingning said unhappily, "It's been the whole day." Why? Do you miss your husband? Seeing his beautiful wife's angry look in front of him, Yi Xian put down the 2 little guys and kissed her charming face. But this caused Xia Bingning to roll her eyes, and her face turned red. Is this guy crazy? He actually kissed her in front of the 2 little guys. My heart was beating so fast. How could this happen? I actually didn't resist at all. In fact, Xia Bingning was stunned by her own reaction. Gurgle! The 2 little guys cried out in protest, then stared at Yi Xian with their big, beautiful eyes. Daddy, we want to eat the noodles you made. Okay. He rubbed Xin's head lovingly and said with a smile, Daddy will make it for you right away. Undoubtedly, at this moment Yi Xian was a complete daughter slave, which made Xia Bingning chuckle at the side. It was estimated that only the 2 little ancestors could make this guy like this. Of course, no one could believe that such a warm-hearted man had just beaten the martial arts master into a bloody mist. After dinner, the 2 little ones went back to their room with housekeeper Mu Yu to sleep. For a moment, Xia Bingning's heart rose to her throat, as if she knew what kind of experience was waiting for her next, because this had been going on for more than just 1 or 2 days. Patter, patter, patter. After the sound of water, the beautiful Lady Furong appeared in the bedroom. Every time this girl appeared, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and today Xia Bingning was wearing interesting pajamas. I have to say, it's even more charming. Humph. Feeling the gaze of a certain guy, Xia Bingning snorted softly. She certainly knew how attractive she was at the moment, but she herself didn't know why she felt this way. It was completely involuntary. Maybe she likes to see the guy being fascinated by her. Ding-ling. At a certain moment, a video came in and was connected. Mom! When Xia Bingning heard what that guy said, her face turned red. That guy actually connected to the video call with his future mother-in-law. He was crazy. A cough cough. When Ye's mother saw her son and daughter-in-law sleeping in the video, she didn't see her granddaughter realize anything. In particular, when she saw her daughter-in-law's funny pajamas, she thought to herself that these young couple really know how to have fun. But this daughter-in-law is so beautiful. After chatting for a while, Yi Xian knew the purpose of his mother's call. She was obviously thinking about the 2 little ones. Real. At a certain moment, Ye's mother heard her son's words and her face lit up with joy. You can bring Xin and Tong Tong to Jiangxing tomorrow. That's great. That's settled then. I won't disturb your rest. Please be restrained. Beep beep. After saying that, Ye's mother hung up the phone, but Xia Bingning's face turned red. What the hell? Be more restrained. Mother-in-law, what she said was too obvious. Humph. Look at you. You can't go to the balcony to answer your aunt's call. After glaring at someone fiercely, Xia Bingning realized something. Oh no, my aunt saw me in my clothes just now. What? Yi Xian, you are so bad. Thinking of this, Xia Bingning wished she could find a hole to crawl into. How would she face her mother-in-law in the future? I really would have strangled him. What should I do? Well, Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. I won't take the blame for this. You put on the clothes on your own initiative. You are naked. Before he could finish his words, Xia Bingning covered his mouth. If you don't speak, you will die. I glared at someone fiercely. That guy was so mean and hateful. Couldn't he be more considerate to himself? Come on, wife, let your husband kiss you. I don't want to hug. In this way, a period of warmth was inevitable, which then escalated into a tug-of-war. 100,000 words omitted here. The next day, early morning. The golden sunshine is pouring down, and it is another day full of vitality. The absolutely beautiful girl opens her beautiful eyes and stares at the handsome profile beside her. She can't help but curl the corners of her mouth into a charming arc that makes the bright sunshine dim. At that moment, beauty reached its peak. Humph, this bastard never gets enough of taking advantage. Xia Bingning's mind flashed through the scenes of last night like a movie. Perhaps because she knew that she would be separated from this guy for a few days, she was very cooperative yesterday. It was the same, but someone took great advantage of her, although she didn't object. After breakfast, the two little guys packed their bags early. I was so happy when I knew I was going to Grandma's house. However, it would be better if we could reach Guishu village sooner, Yi Xian murmured as he looked into the distance. Detecting that the host is dissatisfied with the speed, I will give him 300 million thunder gunships. Ding! Remind the host, the Thunderbolt-armed helicopter Shinwu V will arrive at the villa in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. Damn! Hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was stunned. Damn, is this asking him to fly a helicopter home? Chapter 56. As long as I am here, you will not die, uncle. Huff! At a certain moment, a helicopter came from a distance and stunned everyone at first. Is this a helicopter? Su Miyue realized something, and her mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that it was young Master Yi who called him? Master Yi. After stopping, Shinwu came to the ground and bowed respectfully. Xia Bingning was stunned. Yi Xian, you are crazy. No problem, it doesn't cost much. He waved his hand nonchalantly, which made Xia Bingning roll her eyes. It's just a matter of a few dollars. Can he be more low-key? Wow, what a beautiful helicopter. Xin and Tong Tong looked at the helicopter excitedly and clapped their hands, saying that Daddy was so awesome. Surprisingly, this time they flew a helicopter back to Grandma's house. Daddy, great! As they were talking, the two little guys had already boarded the helicopter. Shinjo V smiled slightly, thinking that their master doted on the two little masters too much. Bye, Mommy! The helicopter circled and took off. The Shinjo V's piloting ability was excellent, better than those of top pilots. Master walked slowly. The maids looked in the direction of the departing helicopter with eyes full of envy and admiration, seeing it off respectfully. Do you like it? Seeing the two little guys looking at the helicopter curiously, Yi Xian smiled. The two little chicks pecked at the rice and nodded their heads. They loved it very much. Half a day later, at the entrance of Guishu village. Woof woof. There was a black dog, and opposite it was a group of 50 or 60 dogs. Boys, come on together. Black Dragon said this in a domineering manner. Dozens of dogs heard what their big brother said and rushed forward. Their fighting power was far superior to that of ordinary dogs. For a moment, dust was flying. Hello. Soon, in less than a minute, dozens of dogs were beaten down by the Black Dragon and wailed continuously. Brother is awesome. So awesome. I admire you. Dozens of dogs looked at Big Brother Black Dragon with admiration in their pupils. Huff. But at this moment, the sound of a helicopter broke the silence. Under the strong wind, the dogs' eyes were full of vigilance, because this was their territory. It's the boss! The Black Dragon now has amazing eyesight, and it barks as it senses the familiar scent. What the hell, the boss is back! Dozens of dogs barked excitedly, which startled the village chief and others who were watching the dogs fight under the pavilion. This scene was so familiar. Slowly descending, the storm subsided. Did Xiaohei miss us? After getting off the helicopter, Xin and Tong Tong looked at the majestic black dragon running over with its little feet. Oh, whoa. When the black dragon saw the two little masters, his pupils suddenly shrank. Boss, help! It fled in a panic with a whoosh, as it didn't want to be caught by its little master. Wow, it's really a Yi family kid. The village chief and others stood up in amazement. He was driving a Rolls-Royce last time, but this time he was driving a helicopter. Moreover, the design of the helicopter looked very expensive. After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Xian watched the two little guys chasing the black dragon in the direction of the super exquisite bamboo house. Woof woof. Nearing the exquisite bamboo house, the black dragon attracted the attention of Ye's father and mother. Grandma, Xin Xin and Tong Tong took their little feet and ran towards their grandma, and Heilung's happiness suddenly disappeared as if he had been pardoned. "You are quite prestigious, boy." He touched the black dragon's head and fed it the physical enhancement liquid, which the black dragon swallowed. Woof woof. The black dragon shouted to thank the boss, and then a strong aura surged around its body. If an expert saw it, he would be shocked because it was the protective chi. Moreover, the strength of his chi is far beyond that of ordinary martial arts masters. Seeing that they didn't drive here, Ye's mother couldn't help but frown. "How did you get here? Where's the car?" After confirming it several times, he asked doubtfully. "Grandma, you don't know that we are taking a helicopter this time." The two little guys chattered and scared Ye's father and mother. Cough, cough. Father Yi looked at his son in bewilderment. "Smelly boy, you bought a helicopter. How much does it cost?" In his impression, helicopters are standard equipment for super rich people. Not much, probably tens of millions. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, but his father almost threw a shoehorn at him. "Tens of millions? Not enough." "Oh my God. Spendthrift. Damn it. Is this still my son?" After talking for a while, Ye's mother prepared a table of dishes. "That's right." Mother Yi thought of something and looked at her son. "Xiao Xian, you and Xnx and Tong Tong are here just in time. After dinner, let's go to Jiangqing Hospital to see your uncle." "Uncle?" Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. Others might not know, but he knew very well that his uncle was a half-step martial arts master. He was as strong as an ox, so how could he get sick? This matter is not that simple. Mother Yi pondered for a moment, then continued. "I don't know the specific reason. It seems to be a mission." In the afternoon, Jiangqing Hospital. Intensive care unit. "Zian, how is your father?" Ye's mother came to the hospital, sighed and asked. Her brother-in-law had been in the hospital for several days. "It's still the same." Lin Zian's eyes were red. Her father was the pillar of the family. Soon, her Aunt Tang shouting also came out of the ward with a worried look on her face. "Xiao Xian, you are here." Tang shouting looked very haggard and had lost at least 10 pounds. "Go see your uncle." Tang shouting sighed and said. Yi Xian nodded and then came to the ward. "Uncle." Yi Xian greeted him. When Lin Zonghai heard Yi Xian's voice, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. "Xiao Xian, you are here." "You?" After taking a closer look, Yi Xian's heart sank. What a vicious method. The 5 poisons of heaven and earth. No wonder his uncle was like this. This was something that even a martial arts master could not withstand. Shouting, "You guys go out. I'm having a conversation with Xiao Xian." Tang shouting saw her husband, sighed, and nodded. She had liked Yi Xian since childhood, so she was not surprised by this. "Brother-in-law, let's go out first." Ye's mother glanced at her son, obviously asking him to enlighten his uncle. Soon, there were only 2 people left in the ward. Xiao Xian, cough cough. Before he could say anything, Lin Zonghai started coughing violently and his face became abnormally red. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "I don't have much time left, so I asked you to come. After I die, you will help me take care of your cousin and her mother." D. Hearing his uncle's words, Yi Xian raised a mysterious and profound expression. "As long as I am here, you will not die, uncle." The 5 poisons heavenly water is extremely difficult to resolve, colorless and tasteless, and will eventually cause the internal organs to corrode and rot, leading to death. "What?" When Lin Zonghai heard his nephew's words, his expression changed drastically. "Wu Du Tian Shui, Xiao Xinyu." Shock. Lin Zonghai was too shocked because he was told this name by the reclusive old man after he was poisoned, but Yi Xian could tell what kind of poison he was poisoned by at a glance, and did not say that he was sick. "I can cure this poison." Yi Xian did not say much. He flipped his right hand, and dozens of golden needles appeared in his hand. The next moment, they penetrated into the major acupuncture points on Lin Zonghai's body. With him around, it would be difficult for his uncle to die. Chapter 57. The poison enters the body and reaches the peak of martial spirit. "Xiao Xian, you are so tricky." Lin Zonghai was extremely shocked because the ability to simultaneously control dozens of golden needles to accurately penetrate various acupuncture points was enough to explain everything. Uncle, take this medicine first. Yi Xian took out a dose of physical enhancement liquid. Lin Zonghai looked at his nephew meaningfully, then nodded heavily. Okay, Buzz. Just after taking the medicine, Lin Zonghai's eyes sparkled, because under the stimulation of the golden needle, the poison in his body was actually gathering at a visible speed, and the damaged internal organs were also being nourished at a visible speed. Then, Yi Xian introduced the 5 poisonous heavenly water into his body. Detection of poison entering the host's body. The realm has been raised to the peak of martial spirit. Really? Feeling the strength that had increased by an unknown amount, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It was truly a pleasant surprise. However, Lin Zonghai's face has regained its rosy color at this moment. This is a martial arts master. Lin Zonghai was filled with astonishment and clenched his hands. Not only had he dissolved the 5 poisonous heavenly water, but his strength had actually reached that of a martial arts master. Even the hidden illness that had plagued me for years is gone. This method can be called a miracle. Snap! At this moment, a surge of energy broke out of his body, and cracks appeared on the ground under Yi Xian's feet, and then spread out. The energy is released. Lin Zonghai looked at Yi Xian in shock. Xiao Xian, you are actually a martial arts master. Are you kidding? A 23-year-old martial arts master. My God, even the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association can't exist. Uncle, this is my biggest secret. 4 years ago, I became a disciple of a master. Yi Xian had already thought of an excuse as he explained, but it made Lin Zonghai even more shocked. What? 4 years ago? My goodness, that means Yi Xian became a martial arts master in just 4 years. I see. After a long silence, Lin Zonghai reluctantly accepted this information. Wu Du Tian Shui, if it weren't for you, Xiao Xian, I would be in great danger this time. Lin Zonghai smiled bitterly, and then continued. A month ago, I offended a big shot in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association and was poisoned by him. After listening to Lin Zonghai's words, Yi Xian also understood. However, the big shot who has the 5 poisons heavenly water is probably stronger than a martial arts master. Of course, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that Lin Zonghai was also the inspector of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association, and as for the vice president of the Jiangqing Martial Arts Association, it was just a cover-up. I have to say, my uncle hid this very well. At a certain moment, Yi Xian sensed the murderous intent approaching rapidly from a distance, and it was not concealed at all. Uncle, it seems that even if you are poisoned, someone will kill you to silence you. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Zonghai's eyes flashed coldly. Xiao Xian, you mean someone is coming to kill me? Jiangqing Hospital, deep in the jungle behind a mountain. Swish. One after another figures appeared in the jungle. The leader was a young man with the aura of a half-step martial arts master, and there were also 2 martial arts masters beside him. Inspector Zhao. The hospital ahead is where Lin Zonghai is. One of the martial arts masters said respectfully that although Zhao Yuyun was only a half-step martial arts master, his master was the vice president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association and a martial arts grandmaster. Very good. Zhao Yuyun looked towards Jiangqing Hospital and smiled coldly. I didn't expect that Lin Zonghai was poisoned by Master's 5 poisons heavenly water, but he didn't die. But that's fine. He paused for a moment, then said with a cold look in his eyes, let this inspector kill him with my own hands. Zhao Yun. The sound of rage spread, and then Lin Zonghai couldn't suppress his anger as he looked at the man in front of him. It was because he hurt this bastard that he was poisoned by the big shot of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. Seeing the person coming, Zhao Yun's face was full of disbelief. Lin Zonghai, you are actually okay. Shock. Zhao Yun looked at the guy in front of him who seemed fine, and a huge wave of shock rose in his heart. How is it possible? How can I be fine after being hit by the 5 poisons heavenly water? However, when Yi Xian heard his uncle's words, he was stunned. Zhao Yun, as if thinking of something, Yi Xian continued. You are the elder brother of Zhao Yuzhu from Jinling, the one who slipped through the net of the Zhao family. Boom! After hearing this, Zhao Yun was shocked and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Who are you? How do you know my identity? The entire Zhao family was wiped out, and now he wants to kill Lin Zonghai and then go to the Zhao family to avenge his clan. Want to know? Yi Xian raised his lips and said with a playful smile. I killed Zhao Yuzhu, and I also destroyed the Zhao family in Jinling. Puff! When Zhao Yuyun heard Yi Xian's words, he gushed out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly became ferocious. You are the one who will destroy my entire Zhao family. D. Zhao Yuyun's eyes were full of murderous intent, but Yi Xian ignored it at all. After all, the threat he posed to him was not even 100,000th of it. Uncle, I'll leave Zhao Yuyun to you. Then Yi Xian's eyes fell on the two martial arts masters. I'll take care of those two martial arts masters. Snap! As the aura surged, the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet cracked, causing the two martial arts masters to change their expressions. Because they felt an extremely strong threat from Yi Xian, which meant that this boy was stronger than them. D. The two martial arts masters looked at each other and attacked Yi Xian with all their might. Their methods were extremely brutal. If they hit him, there would be no chance of survival. Bang! Zhao Yuyun sneered, and before the two martial arts masters could react, Yi Xian slapped them hard, turning them into a bloody mist. A strong smell of blood filled the entire place. What? Lin Zonghai was completely dumbfounded and swallowed his saliva. Xiao Xian, this is... He took a deep breath and stared at his nephew in shock. Two martial arts masters were beaten into a bloody mist by one move. What strength! At this moment, Lin Zonghai realized that his nephew was 10 times more powerful than he thought. Ah! Zhao Yiyan was completely dumbfounded, staring at Yi Xian in disbelief. The martial arts master was beaten into a bloody mist. Are you a martial arts grandmaster? Humph! Lin Zonghai snorted coldly and walked toward Zhao Yiyan. His nephew was so awesome. He had to do something. Lin Zonghai, do you think you're my opponent? Before he could finish his words, Zhao Yiyan spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he looked at his chest and felt his heart explode. Master of martial arts. Surrounded by the aura, Zhao Yiyan was filled with horror. Lin Zonghai, you actually have become a martial arts master. My master will not let you go. With a strong sense of reluctance, Zhao Yiyan fell to the ground and turned into a cold corpse. From then on, the Zhao family in Jinling was completely destroyed. Chapter 58. I made my second uncle have no place to stand in Jiangqing. Who do you think you are? Jiangqing Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Squeak. The door opened, and Yi Xian and Lin Zonghai had returned a long time ago. Room inspection. Chief Physician Lin Zonghai came to make rounds with interns and nurses. After a little while, Miss Tang, your father seems to have recovered from his illness. With a dry cough, Dr. Zhuang looked at Lin Zonghai with a strange expression. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was indeed fine now. What? Hearing the attending doctor's words, Cousin Chun Xian's pretty face was full of excitement. Dr. Zhuang, are you serious? My dad is healed. Tilda. Dr. Zhuang smiled awkwardly because he had no idea about this matter, but the data would not lie. You can go through the discharge procedures today. Very good. My aunt cried with joy and then went with the doctor to get a discharge form. Rong Changkong, don't go too far. At this moment, the angry voice of my second uncle Chen Bingda was heard outside the intensive care unit. Do you really think that I, Chen Bingda, am easy to bully? The worst that can happen is that both of us will die. After hanging up the phone, my second uncle's face turned pale. Seeing this, my second aunt said, the Rong family is threatening you again. Second brother-in-law, what are you doing? When Ye's father saw his second brother-in-law's appearance, he was a little confused. It was the first time he saw him so angry. My cousin sighed, and after he explained it, everyone understood. Rong Group is actually trying to forcibly acquire your building materials company. Ye's mother's face was solemn. The Rong Group was the richest company in Jiangqing. They are bullying others by taking advantage of their power. Do the Rong family really think they can cover the sky with one hand in Jiangqing? In view of the threat to the host's relatives, a copy of the evidence of Rong Changkong's crime is presented to him. Oh? Hearing the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Oh my god, this guy is trying to make him the center of attention again. Moreover, you can also make a lot of money. Mom, don't worry. Yi Xian raised an imperceptible arc and continued. Second uncle, cousin, I know a lot of people in Jinling. I'm going to meet Rong Changkong. Isn't this bad? Chun Xiaoyang frowned. They already owed their cousin a great favor last time, and now they felt embarrassed to ask him for help again. Moreover, this matter was of no trivial matter. Xiao Xinyu, Lin Zian wanted to say something, but was stopped by her uncle. She looked at her nephew meaningfully. With his methods, even 10 Rong families would not be his match. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand, and Chun Binged upon her for a moment. Then I'll trouble you, Xiao Xian. Watching the group of people leave, Ye's father and mother were unable to get a word in for a while. As for Lin Songhai, his expression lit up. With Xiaoshuan's methods, the Rong family was probably finished. Half a day later in front of Rong Group. Squeak! An extended version of Rolls-Royce stopped, and Yi Xian and the other two got out. The driver who was driving beside them was none other than Shinzhou 9, who was in charge of protecting his parents. Xiao Xian, what should we do next? Chunbingda looked at the Rong Group building and felt uneasy. After all, this was the dominant company in Jiangqing's business world. Second uncle, leave the rest to me. Yi Xian's eyes fell on the Rong Group building. To treat evil people, you must be more evil than them. Hey, isn't this Mr. Chun? At the entrance to the first floor lobby of Rong Group, a senior executive of the group said with a sarcasm on his face. Why, you want to lick my face? Bang! Before the executive could finish his words, he was beaten by Shun Jiu beside him and flew 5 or 6 meters away, blood spurting out of his mouth. If he was not worried about the bad influence on his master, he would have been beaten into a bloody mist. Asshole! The executive had a ferocious face like a mad dog. He was Rong Changkong's confidant. Security killed him for me? How brave! At this time, more than 10 security guards surrounded Shinjiao and said, destroy them. With a loud clatter, more than a dozen security guards rushed forward, but the strongest among them was only a second-rate expert. Pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. In an instant, more than a dozen security guards were killed, lying on the ground wailing in pain, leaving everyone in the Rong Group building dumbfounded. WTF. That guy is so awesome. Gulp. The second uncle and the other man looked in disbelief. This Xiao Xian actually has such a powerful subordinate. Walk. Yi Xian walked towards the elevator, and a corridor automatically appeared wherever he passed. Damn it, they dared not offend this evil star. Soon, in the office of the chairman of Rong Group. I'm sorry, sir, you can't. With a bang, Shinjo slapped the chairman's door directly, breaking it down, and then he stood guard outside the door. When Rong Changkong saw the special agent suddenly appear unconscious, anger flashed in his eyes. Chunbingda, you are so brave. Are you tired of living? With a cold smile, Rong Changkong continued. Now, you'd better merge your building materials company into my Rong Group immediately. Otherwise, I will make sure you have no place to stand in Jiangcheng. Ha, just a Rong family. Yi Xian looked at Rong Changkong with a smile on his face. You made my second uncle have no place to stand in Jiangcheng. Who do you think you are? You. Rong Changkong was furious and glared at Yi Xian. Bang! Without waiting for him to speak, Yi Xian placed a bank card on the table. Here is 1 billion. Rong Group will belong to my second uncle from now on. Ha! Hearing Yi Xian's words, Rong Changkong laughed angrily. Boy, you are so arrogant. Although their Rong Group is not as good as Jinling, it also has a market value of 40 to 50 billion. It is obvious that they do not take Yi Xian seriously and think he is a fool. Yeah, Yi Xian was not angry, but looked at Rong Changkong jokingly, and then took out a USB flash drive. I advise you to take a look at this first. It would be a pity if such a good tool was not put to good use. Well, just watch it. Rong Changkong smiled coldly. He wanted to see what tricks this kid could come up with. But soon, Rong Changkong stared at the computer in horror. How come you have these things? Evidence. That's right. That was enough evidence to get him shot 10 times. It was horrifying and unbelievable. Damn it. If this evidence of his crime is made public, his life will be over. Okay, you're so cruel. He gritted his teeth. The evidence was overwhelming, and there was no way he could not give in. That bastard was so cruel. I admit defeat. 10 minutes later, Rong Changkong was dragged by the collar and thrown out of the chairman's office by Shinjiao. Then he looked at the whole place with his captivating eyes. From now on, Rong Group belongs to the Chun family. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, but seeing Rong Changkong leave in disgrace, he was shocked. This? Chun Bingda and his son looked at the equity transfer contract in their hands, as if they were dreaming. Rong Group has become their Chun family's property. Are you sure this is true? Chapter 59. You are so bold to want to kill my master. Dramatic reversal. It took Chun Bingda and his son a long time to come back to their senses. They looked at Yi Xian with changed eyes. Is this still the Xiao Xian they knew? But this gift is too expensive. Xiao Xian, you can't have my second uncle. Chen Bingde took a deep breath and said solemnly, I am very grateful that you can help me solve the crisis. This gift? Yes, Xiao Xian. Chen Xiaoyang was also shocked. The information in front of him was indeed too much of an impact on him. No problem. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, Second uncle, to be honest with you, I already have a company in Jinling. Besides, my parents are not interested in business. After a pause, Yi Xian continued, I think this is the way to go. Second uncle, you can transfer 20% of the shares of Rome Group to my father's name. I thought if I gave the money directly to my parents, they wouldn't accept it, but if I did it this way, they wouldn't have the final say. This? Chun Bingde pondered for a moment, still frowning. But Xiao Xian, this 20% is too little. That's enough. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled. It's enough for my parents to support themselves in their old age. After some discussion, the second uncle finally agreed, but the cousin looked at Yi Xian with gratitude, because he knew very well what this meant. Their Qin family will take off because of today. Shun Jiao. Thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at Shun Jiao outside the door. I'm here. Shun Jiao responded respectfully. Yi Xian nodded slightly and continued. From now on, you will help my second uncle protect the Rome Group. Oh no, the future Qin Group. Yes, Master Yi. The pupils of Qin Bingde and his son were shocked. Xiao Xian was too thoughtful, but this also gave them some confidence. After all, the size of Rome Group is more than 10 times that of their building materials company. Xiao Xian, your great kindness today will be remembered by your second uncle. Qin Bingde took a deep breath. He never expected that his Chun family would rise so fast because of his nephew. He had never dared to imagine this. Ding! The host spent 1 billion renminbi and gained 10 billion renminbi in wealth. After trying out his skills, the tool man Rong Chongkong was worth the money. Then bring up the properties panel. Name, Yixian. Realm, peak of martial spirit. Age, 23. Appearance, max, second only to tomato reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended version Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil Sun, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopters. Wealth, 505.6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. This feeling of becoming rich is really addictive. Second uncle, I'm going back first. After the matter was done, he left, saying a few words, and left with the 20% group shares given by his second uncle. I think my parents will like this gift. I wonder how they will react when they see this equity contract. Yi Xian rode very fast and headed towards the exquisite bamboo house. I left for a while, and the two little guys were getting impatient. The other side, Jiangcheng, Rong family manor. Bang! In the study, the exquisite teacup was smashed to pieces, and no one in the Rong family dared to speak loudly. Chun Bingde. Rong Chongkong was extremely angry, his face full of ferocious resentment. And that kid, I will kill all of you. You think you can play with me just because you have evidence of my crime? Rong Chongkong smiled coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. As long as all of you die, then naturally no one will know the evidence of my crime. Soon, Rong Chongkong arrived outside the villa. At this moment, no less than 300 Rong family masters have gathered in front of the villa, although the strongest are only top masters. Tonight, I will kill everyone related to Chun Bingde. Whoever stands in my way will be killed by me. Yes, sir. The 300 Rong family masters were filled with murderous intent. In Jiangcheng, no one dared to touch the Rong family like this. I want to kill someone. A huge rage rose up. Rong Chongkong was angrier than ever before, and the only way to fill this immense rage was to use the other party's life. Yeah, but at this moment a figure appeared on the scene, like a ghost. There were 10 people beside him. The leader was Shinba, and the others were none other than the Divine Guards. Rong Chongkong, you are so bold to want to kill my master. Shinba looked at Rong Chongkong with contempt, thinking that he dared to offend his master's authority with such a tiny strength. That kid's man. Rong Chongkong naturally realized something. and in a rage he ordered his men. Damn it, chop them in a meat paste. Kill. Shenba didn't say much and didn't even show any intention of taking action. Sniff. The next moment, 10 divine guards took action, and in an instant all 300 Rong family masters were wiped out. It was a complete dimensional crushing defeat. What? The top expert of the Rong family swallowed his saliva and said, "Run." Joke? 10 half-step martial arts masters. Damn it, killing any one of them would be as easy as crushing an ant. What a fight, no use. Bang! Shun Ba's figure flashed, and the next moment, the top expert of the Rong family was beaten into a bloody mist. Rong Chankong was horrified. The top expert was beaten into a bloody mist. Asshole, who are you? With a hiss, Rong Chankong's neck was cut, blood splattered, and he became a corpse with unwillingness. Shunba glanced at the numerous corpses at the Rong family manor and smiled coldly. No one dares to touch my master, not to mention Jiangcheng, even in Jinling. Clean up the field, retreat. 5 minutes later, the ashes all over the field were blown away by the cold night wind. All the masters of the Rong family, including Rong Chankong, disappeared. Their methods were extremely cruel. Certainly, the reason for this is that we don't want to cause trouble to the owner, although the possibility of trouble is very small. When the Rong family was destroyed, Yi Xian happened to return to the exquisite bamboo house. Ding dong. Looking at the message sent by the phone, I clicked on it and saw, "Master, the Rong family has been destroyed." After reading the message, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. It was just as he expected. However, it was better this way, so as to avoid trouble in the future. The richest man in Jiangcheng? In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. It can be said that Rong Chankong was just a clown in Yi Xian's eyes from beginning to end. No, to be more precise, a joke. Even without the divine guards, he could kill 10 people like Rong Chankong with just a single hair. After deleting the message, Yi Xian looked towards Jinling and murmured, "I'm not used to not having that girl around. Hey, it would be great if I could discuss some business with Bingming's wife Wen Suan." Chapter 60. Boss, if you don't come back, I will be tortured to death by my little master. The exquisite bamboo house is brightly lit. Daddy! Daddy is back! Xin Xin and Tong Tong ran over with their little feet and kissed their daddy on the cheek. Black Dragon, beside them, barked around the courtyard to express his happiness. "Boss, you're back!" The Black Dragon wagged its tail excitedly. "If you don't come back, I will be tortured to death by my little master." After a while of complaining, Yi Xian patted his head to comfort him. Although he didn't see it, he could imagine the scene of the two little guys abusing Xiao He. "Xiao Xian, how is it?" Mother Yi asked with concern. After all, this matter concerned her eldest sister and her family. Rong Group didn't make things difficult for you, did it? Hey! Yi Xian handed the contract in his hand to his mother, and then went into the bamboo house with the two little ones. As for what would happen next, it was not his concern. Mother Yi came in with the contract and looked over. Rong Group was acquired, and 20% of the shares were given to your father? What? When Father Yi heard this and saw his name, he almost choked on his tea. Rong Group acquired the company and gave the shares to him? Then, Yi Xian recounted what had happened in general, which made the old couple's eyelids twitch wildly. 1 billion? You kid. After a long pause, Father Yi looked at his son with eyes full of pride. His son's excellence was beyond his imagination. Daddy is great. The two little ones were smiling happily. Although they didn't quite understand what was going on, they believed that their daddy must be super awesome. You know, in their opinion, Dad is the most powerful person in the world. We've been tired all day. Xin Xin Tong Tong, can you sleep with Grandpa and Grandma tonight? The sweet little chick pecked at the rice and nodded its head. Yi Xian smiled slightly and returned to the room. The next day, early morning. Dad, this place is so beautiful. Carrying the equipment, Yi Xian watched the two little guys enter the woods. Bathed in the golden morning light, the entire jungle seemed to be covered with a layer of golden gauze. Obviously, he was going to take the two little guys for a walk in the jungle today. In particular, the fresh air lingering in the nose makes people feel refreshed. The air at this time is undoubtedly the best. Puff! About a quarter of an hour later, a figure rushed over from a distance, then spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person looked weak as if he had lost half his life. There's an old man there, and he seems injured. Tong looked in one direction and chattered. Yi Xian looked over and narrowed his eyes, a martial arts master. Obviously, that old man is not simple. Whoosh! At one point, The black dragon leaped into the depths, and dozens of figures suddenly attacked from the opposite side and pounced on the dozens of people. Woof woof! The black dragon yelled and pounced on the other side. Damn it, you dare to be so presumptuous in my territory. With one bite, a top Fuso master died on the spot without even having the chance to scream. The black dragon was really too fast. You beast, you're looking for death. Then, a martial arts master from Fuso narrowed his eyes and rushed towards Black Dragon, wanting to avenge his men, but it was obvious that he underestimated Black Dragon's strength. Bang! Before it could get close, the Black Dragon slapped it with its claws, and in front of the incredulous gazes of all the Fuso people, their team's martial arts master captain was actually slapped away. Phew! Blood spurted out, his face turned pale, and the powerful Fusang martial arts master was full of disbelief. How is this possible? How can I not be a match for a dog? Swish! At this moment, dozens of figures appeared on the scene, led by Shinba. Kill! Shinba makes a move and can sell it to you. Before the Fuso martial arts master could react, he was hit in the heart and got a box lunch. Hiss! The remaining dozen or so people in Fuso looked terrified and looked at Shinba in horror. How is it possible for this guy to kill a martial arts master in 1 second? In a moment of confusion, more than 10 Fuso people died, and they didn't even know how they died. Oh! Black Dragon looked at the corpse of the Fusang martial arts master, his eyes full of joy. Master Go is so powerful now. Then, he glanced at Shinba Black Dragon and turned away. However, this scene made Shinba and others twitch their mouths. That local dog was so strong. My goodness, the pets of their owners are so awesome. Cough, cough. On the other side, the seriously injured old man was pale and spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. If he was not treated in time, he would probably become a disabled person even if he survived. Xin Xin Tong Tong, play here with Black Dragon. Seeing that the two little guys were a little scared, Yi Xian frowned and took the seriously injured old man to the side, and soon disappeared from the scene. Woof woof. The Black Dragon wagged its tail and looked around cautiously. Don't worry, boss. I will protect the two little masters. Thank you, my friend, for saving my life. Feng Juyo did not see the Fusang master chasing after him, and he was obviously intercepted by someone. Ahem. While coughing violently, Feng Juyo took out a token from his arms. My friend, this is the Jinling Martial Arts Association token. With this order, you can ask Jinling Martial Arts Association to deploy to you unconditionally. This is my way of repaying you. Ha! Before he could finish his words, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out again, and his breath was obviously weaker. Seeing this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. That's all. Seeing that this person was not a bad person, Yi Xian casually took out a portion of physical enhancement liquid. Drink the liquid next time, it can heal your injuries. Swish! He flipped his right hand and took out a dozen golden needles, then used a wonderful method to insert them into the major acupoints on Feng Juyo's body to stop his rapidly worsening injuries. Feng Juyo's eyes were so vicious, his eyes narrowed and full of shock. Okay. As Feng Juyo swallowed the medicine, the injuries in his body healed at a visible speed, which made him look incredible. In his cognition, this medicine was exactly the same as the divine liquid. After a little while, an aura spread out from Feng Juyo, and he opened his eyes and clenched his hands in disbelief. Am I a martial arts master? Excitement was evident on his face. And if this miraculous scene were known to the outside world, it would definitely turn the entire martial arts world upside down. Chapter 61 Yi Xianyu. How can you do this? Why don't you let me down? The martial arts master is perfect. That's right. Feeling his own strength, Feng Juyo was stunned. My dear friend, thank you for your kindness. I will remember it. Huh. Shun heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that his condition was better than ever before, and then said, My benefactor, that token has infinite uses. It can even allow the benefactor to walk around in Jinling with impunity. While Feng Juyo was speaking, Yi Xian saw that the front of the token had Martial Arts Association Order written on it, and the back had the word Jinling written on it, but the material was very special. Yeah, thank you. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then looked at Feng Juyo suspiciously. Are you from Jinling Martial Arts Association? Good. Feng Juyo coughed dryly and continued. To be honest, my name is Feng Juyo, and I am the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. Oh. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that when he returned to Guishu village this time, he accidentally saved the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. It turns out to be President Feng. I am so sorry. Yi Xian smiled slightly, but Feng Jio did not dare to be arrogant and said respectfully, "My benefactor, you are too kind. I see that your aura is strong and your strength is definitely not inferior to mine. Could it be a half-step martial arts grandmaster?" Yeah. Yi Xian was stunned. He had to admit that this old man was quite perceptive. If I say no, President Feng can be trusted. "Ha, my benefactor, please don't tease me." After chatting for a few words, Yi Xian said goodbye and left. "Goodbye, benefactor." Feng Jio bowed slightly. His intuition told him that the young man in front of him was not simple. If he could make friends with him, he might gain unexpected benefits in the future. Mastering the martial arts perfection, this is like a dream. Feng Jio smiled bitterly. You have to know that he was originally only in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster, and even then he was still a long way from the late stage, let alone perfection. Swish! He flashed away and disappeared from the scene. However, Feng Jio soon received a message. Yi Xian, 23 years old, lives in Emperor Yuan No. 1 villa, drives a Lamborghini worth hundreds of millions, the son of the devil, the fiancé of Xia Bingning, the daughter of Xia Group. What? After seeing the message, Feng Jio looked towards Guishu village in disbelief. My benefactor is actually Yi Xian from Jinling. As the president of Jinling Martial Arts Association, Feng Jio had naturally noticed Yi Xian, and he also had a lot of information about him. After all, in addition to being the president of Jinling Martial Arts Association, he was also the inspector general of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. It seems that the things that happened to the Zhang family, the Shen family, the Wang family, and even the Qin family and the Song family in Jinling during this period were probably all done by the benefactor. Think of this. Feng Jio couldn't help but take a deep breath and murmured, "If that's the case, then what on earth is the benefactor going to do?" Hey, however, it may not be a bad thing if the benefactor can unify the various forces in Jinling. Half a day later, in front of the exquisite bamboo house. Huff! The thunder attack helicopter spun, and the two little guys waved their hands. "Grandpa, Grandma, goodbye." As the helicopter left, the old couple came back to their senses. The black dragon beside them was barking, as if it was also seeing off the eldest and two little masters. By the way, I think I've seen this helicopter somewhere. Father Yi frowned, looked at the departing helicopter, then started searching, and soon he was stunned. Ah, this? Looking at the introduction on the phone, Ye's father almost threw the phone away. The information on it was too shocking. What's wrong? Mother Yi looked at Father Yi suspiciously. Why was this old guy so jumpy? He was not like this even when that brat acquired Rome Group. Ahem, you may not believe it. Swallowing his saliva, Father Yi looked in the direction of the helicopter in shock. The helicopter that Xiaoxin bought is a thunder attack helicopter, worth 300 million. Puff! Ye's mother, who had just drunk a mouthful of water, spat it out directly, looking extremely embarrassed. What did you say? That helicopter is worth 300 million. Staring at the tiny piece of the helicopter left, Ye's mother snapped her fingers. That brat was such a spendthrift. She really wanted to beat him up. What should she do? Are you happy? Looking at the white clouds retreating outside the helicopter, he looked at the two little guys lovingly. Aha! Very happy. The Xin and Tong Tong chicks pecked at the rice and nodded their heads. They were so happy to come to Grandma's house this time, especially Xiaohei, who was super fun. That's right, Dad. The two little guys looked at each other and curiously asked their dad, when is Xiaohei going to give birth to puppies? Yes, it would be more fun if there were a lot of little black ones. Yeah. After Yi Xian heard this, the shadow of the black dragon emerged in his mind, and then he said, "Next time I see the black dragon, I will ask for you." If the three of us were having this conversation, I wonder if Black Dragon would get furious if he heard it. I treat you as my little masters, but you actually want me to give birth to puppies for you to play with. Really? Daddy, you must ask, I really like so many little black ones. If Black Dragon heard what his young master said, he would definitely doubt his life as a dog. Jinling, Emperor Yuan No. 1 villa. The master is back. As night fell, the helicopter landed steadily on the lawn. In the strong breeze, the maid's clothes swayed in the wind, which was a beautiful sight. Mom, Xin and Tong Tong hadn't seen their mom for 2 days and missed her mom quite a bit, so they threw themselves into Xia Bingning's arms. You guys are back. Holding the two little ones in her arms, her face turned slightly red, and she naturally felt quite guilty, as if she had teased someone yesterday. "Hey, Daddy, give Mama a hug." Letting go of their mother, the two little ones chattered away, but they heard the maids looking over at them, thinking that the young lady was too sensible. "Go away, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Ah." Before Xiao Bingning could finish her words, she felt herself being picked up by someone like a princess and walked into the villa while the maids were stunned and envious. "Whoa, so sweet. The dog food from the young master and the young mistress is so sweet. How can the young master be so doting? Boo. I like you so much, young master. What should I do?" If the young lady knew about this, I wonder if she would strip me naked and hang me up to be beaten. The maids were chattering excitedly, but Su Muyue rolled her eyes. These girls were becoming more and more disrespectful. "Yi Xianyu, how can you do this? Why don't you let me down?" Xiao Bingning's face turned red all the way to her ears. He was so mean, with so many people looking at him. He actually dared to give her a princess hug. Her heart was beating so fast. What should she do? But why does it feel so exciting? "Xiao Bingning, are you crazy?" Chapter 62. Mr. Yiyu must build land number 1 into Kunping Financial City. After dinner, in the room, patter. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Yixin smiled slightly and dialed Mu Hanshue's number. "Hey, Master Yi." Mu Hanshue spoke respectfully. She dared not slack off in the slightest towards her boss. After all, she could be where she is today thanks to Yi Xiao's kindness. However, soon, Mu Hanshue lost her composure when she learned of her boss's intentions. "Master Yiyu must build land number 1 into Kunping Financial City." Indeed, this bold idea shocked Mu Hanshue. You know, even the 4 major families in Jinling don't dare to build a financial city. It takes a huge investment to build a financial city. Good. Naturally, he would not miss such a good opportunity to make money, and continued. "I will transfer some startup funds to you later." After giving a few instructions, he hung up the phone. Ding! The host spent 20 billion renminbi and gained 200 billion renminbi. The transfer was completed, and the system's sound rang in my ears, which made me feel better. Then, bring up the properties panel. Nim, Jitrin. Realm, peak of martial spirit. Age, 23. Appearance, max, second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan number 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate, permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopter. Wealth, 685.6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mind was in an arc, and he didn't realize that he was not far from Wani. After all, for him, the money will only increase, and he will never be able to spend it all. Crash! But at this moment, the bathroom door opened, and Xia Bingning, wrapped in a bath towel, blushed and didn't dare to look at anyone. She completely lost the confidence to make the video call yesterday. Such a beautiful face made Yi Xian's eyes burn with passion. "What are you looking at?" Xia Bingning glared at someone, completely unaware of how tempting she was. "Of course I'm looking at my wife, Bingning." He put his arm around her slender waist and said jokingly, "Nizi, you were really arrogant when we were video chatting yesterday. Your man is going to reassert his authority tonight." With her beautiful chin raised, her face looks even more charming under the warm yellow light. Puffed. "What nonsense are you talking about, Futsuna, you big-head ghost?" Jinling, Mu Hanshue's villa. After taking a shower, Mu Hanshue was still wearing pajamas, but it was still difficult to hide her proud figure. If outsiders saw it, many people would be envious to death, of course, except for tomato readers, who will not accept any rebuttal. Ding dong. While blow-drying her hair, Mu Hanshue received a message on her cell phone and looked at the message. "Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 3478 received 20 billion renminbi on April 20th, 2024. Please check it. CCB." This is... Seeing the transfer record, Mu Hanshue was stunned. No way. Could it be that Master Yi transferred 20 billion startup funds to me? Hiss. Thinking of this, Mu Hanshue took a breath and was stunned for a moment before coming back to her senses. 20 billion? Oh my god. I was sure I was not dreaming and subconsciously pinched my fair skin. Hiss! The pain made Mu Hanchue's eyes tremble. Boss, you were too arrogant. The image of his own young Master Yi appeared in his mind. It would be great if his future partner was as outstanding as young Master Yi. Unfortunately, young Master Yi already had a partner. The next day, early morning, the golden morning sun poured down on a handsome face. When he opened his sleepy eyes, what came into view was a gorgeous face. The handsome boy was none other than Yi Xian. This girl is so beautiful. She used her fingers to tuck her slightly messy hair behind her ears, and the light around her dimmed. Being able to have such a beauty and twin daughters makes me the happiest person in the world. For a moment, Yi Xian was quite emotional, but this state did not last long. Ding-ling. At a certain moment, Xia Bingning had just woken up when her cell phone rang. At this moment, Xia Bingning was also woken up and saw that the caller ID showed it was Xiao Qian. What should I do? Xia Bingning's face turned unnatural, and then she glared at someone. It's all your fault. Isn't this simple? Yi Xian connected Xia Bingning's phone and turned on the speakerphone. Hello, President Xia. The pleasant voice of Special Assistant Xiao Qian came from the other side. Yi Xian smiled and said, Xiao Qian, your CEO Xia was too tired from exercise last night. You have a day off today. Just handle all the matters of the company, big or small. Huh? When Xiao Qian on the opposite side heard this, her face turned red. She looked at the time and saw that it was not even 7 o'clock in the morning. Oh my God, was she too tired from exercising? Could it be that Mr. Xia and Mr. Yi Xian did not sleep all night last night? Cough, cough. No way. It's so serious that Mr. Xia can't even go to work. Chapter 63. Damn it. Is it normal for my husband to treat me like a daughter?